In a castle of the Iront Empire, Adelaide stood by the window, surprised that she felt no sadness at all. This was easier than she had imagined. Just then, the young Emperor Karl burst into her room. He knew what his wife was planning to do and hoped she would change her mind. He asked her with a hint of anger where she thought she was going, but she was in no hurry to answer. So the Emperor repeated his question, this time even more furious at her for ignoring him. The girl remained adamant, not wanting to speak to him, and tried to walk right past him. But he pressed her again, also wanting to know if she was leaving him for Lionel Valdor. The girl was angry because even now, the Emperor didn't get the point. Because it didn't matter who she was going to, that wasn't the point. She just needed to no longer be with this man. But Karl declared that the Empress must stay by his side, that was her rightful place. But the girl retorted again. Adelaide couldn't understand why Karl still called her Empress after he had deposed her. But to be honest, it was better for her this way. She didn't want to talk about it anymore, because even if she hadn't been deposed, she would have said the same thing. Finally, the girl announced that the place by Karl's side was now vacant, and she was renouncing the title of Empress. Her new life was just beginning. She packed her bags and set off on her journey, her carriage traveling through green fields. Adelaide Gothoff was also a top-tier mage, capable of leveling an entire tower on her own. She was also the crown princess of the Gothoff Empire, and not long ago, she had received a marriage proposal from the Emperor of Iront. Her mother came to her, explaining that she could become an empress, but the girl had a different opinion. She felt her mother was so worried because, deep down, she didn't want her to leave home. Her mother had thought Adelaide would gladly accept the opportunity and now couldn't understand why she was against it. The mother brought up again that she could have let her brother, Lucio, die and become the Empress of Gothoff herself. She also reminded Adelaide that she owed her brother a debt and knew she would always be loyal to him. But the mother was also genuinely worried about the future of her grandchildren. She explained that Adelaide's confidants did not agree with her and couldn't understand why her own daughter just didn't get it. The girl didn't know what to say, and her mother also explained that her presence in the Gothoff Empire was extremely dangerous. So, for the sake of her family and her only brother, no matter how much she resisted, Adelaide had to leave. The girl set off anyway, and sitting in her carriage, she looked at Karl's picture again. This man was the current ruler of the Iront Empire, and Adelaide was now supposed to marry him. Lost in thought, she noticed a folded piece of paper next to her seat and picked it up to see what it said. It was information about Karl Irmont's mistress, a 29-year-old woman named Dion. Meanwhile, Adelaide was furious that she had to leave her homeland and cross the deep sea to come to this continent. To her, this was a foreign land, a place where she couldn't trust anyone. It was an ocean away from home, and now she had to become the empress of this land. Meanwhile, Emperor Karl was in his study, gazing at his fiancée's photograph. She looked so serious in the picture, and he thought that a photo for her fiancé should at least have a smile. Then Karl suddenly realized that perhaps Adelaide was implying she was coming not as his woman, but as his empress. He had heard things about this girl, but even her photograph couldn't fully capture how bold she was. This frustrated the young emperor, as he truly wished she would come here first and foremost as his woman. Since Adelaide was already on her way, Karl dispatched the Minister of Defense, who was also the guard commander, to greet her. He was a young man named Lionel Valdor, who also happened to be the second son of Duke Valdor. He took a few knights with him and rode out of the city to the main gate of the castle to welcome the emperor's fiancée. When the crown princess's carriage came into view, Valdor spurred his horse forward without a word to anyone. Adelaide asked her mother, who was accompanying her, how much longer it would be, saying she was a bit tired. Her mother said it was another hour's journey from the gate they could now see, hearing it would still be that long. The girl decided to change her clothes and immediately started rummaging through her outfits. A short while later, the carriage stopped because the young duke's son had arrived and approached to check on them. Adelaide's mother saw him as she was waiting for her daughter to change, and he walked straight to the carriage. After knocking on the door, the man immediately introduced himself, stating his name and title, and explained that he was ordered to escort the crown princess. Her mother then asked if she was ready and if they could open the door now. Adelaide opened the door herself, and Lionel noticed the girl had golden eyes, which he found unusual and very beautiful. The man froze for a moment, but quickly recovered, extending his hand to the crown princess to help her out of the carriage. Then he noticed she wasn't wearing a fancy dress, but a simple pantsuit, which surprised him a little. Adelaide introduced herself to the man, stating her name and title, and thanked him for coming to welcome her. A minute later, the crown princess saw the rest of the knights catch up and line up behind her. She also admitted that it wasn't easy getting here, having spent 2 months on a ship and then being cooped up in a carriage. Then she asked the young minister if he had a spare horse, as she wanted to go for a ride. Lionel now understood why she was dressed that way. The knights explained that the war horses were spirited and difficult to handle. It could be dangerous, but she retorted that they needn't worry about her and asked for a horse again. When they brought her one, she mounted it directly, and the guard commander noticed her horsemanship was superb. After riding a short distance, Adelaide stopped, feeling she had finally stretched her limbs after sitting for so long. Lionel rode alongside her and decided to ask if she felt better now. "I feel much better now," she said, thanking the Duke's son for making it happen. The crown princess also admitted she wanted to ride a bit longer, but knew it would be a problem to show up at the palace like this. Lionel agreed she should go back in the carriage, so she decided to change her clothes again. But first, Adelaide thanked him for adding some fun to her boring day and hoped they could ride together again in the future. After she left, the guard commander felt a strange sensation, realizing this girl was very different. But she was, after all, the crown princess of Gothoth, and soon, this beauty would become the Empress of Iront. Meanwhile, the Emperor was still buried in work in his office when he was informed that a handmaiden from the Ivory Palace had arrived. Karl asked what the matter was, and the handmaiden explained that Lady Dion was asking for help. At that moment, she was completing her task of choosing a tiara for a gift when an uninvited guest showed up. The Emperor's half-sister, Elizabeth Ulrich, who held the title of Grand Duchess, had appeared. The mistress immediately greeted her guest, asking what brought her to the Ivory Palace. Elizabeth noticed a pile of tiaras on the table and guessed they must be a gift from the Emperor to her. But then she wondered if Dion needed permission to freely use the imperial treasury. The girl explained that wasn't at all. She was just picking a tiara for the future Empress, which surprised the Grand Duchess. She pointed out that if Gothoth found out a mistress was picking the crown, it could cause a serious diplomatic incident. Then Elizabeth reached for one of the ornaments herself and specifically recommended that one. She explained to the girl that the Emperor's sister knew better how to choose than a mistress. Dion just sneered at her, ignoring the Grand Duchess's sharp, disgusted gaze. The mistress pointed out that Elizabeth was the only divorced woman in their empire, so she was not qualified to make this choice. The girl also reminded her that a woman like her was not allowed to participate in the preparations for someone else's wedding. The Grand Duchess was enraged by these disrespectful words and was about to lunge at Dion, but just then the door was pushed open and the Emperor himself walked in, immediately asking what his sister was doing here. Both women looked at Karl, each with their own thoughts, while he still waited for an answer. The mistress spoke first, thanking him for finally coming and explaining that she had been waiting for him. But Karl repeated his question, demanding an explanation for the scene they had created. Then his sister stepped forward, also curious as to why her brother would cast aside imperial duties to run after his mistress. The Grand Duchess then reported that she hadn't done anything to the girl, but if Karl didn't believe her, she didn't care. Just then, Dion started to cry, and the Emperor began to question his sister about why she was crying. The mistress decided to explain everything herself, adding that Elizabeth had done nothing wrong. She was just so pathetic. After all, she had tried her best to help him and prepare for his wedding, but the Grand Duchess didn't appreciate her efforts. Elizabeth realized she was once again being made the scapegoat, accused of bullying an innocent person. The Grand Duchess explained to her brother that his woman was just putting on a show, pretending to plan the wedding, and she couldn't even say a word against it. Karl didn't understand what putting on a show meant and added that no decent woman in the royal family would actually handle this matter. Then he reprimanded his sister, saying that instead of thanking Dion, she was making demands of her. He felt this was unacceptable, considering her reputation. But Elizabeth realized he was referring to her divorce. The Emperor then suggested they drop the matter, explaining that he had personally entrusted all wedding arrangements to Dion, so the Grand Duchess must stay out of it and only watch from the sidelines. And she decided to return to her own territory immediately after the ceremony. Karl decided to leave the room, and although Dion wanted to say more to him, she fell silent after noticing his sister's glare. Elizabeth sat on the sofa, feeling a headache coming on, because she understood that the Emperor was the sun. The closer one was to him, the more light they received. But not even his own sister could disturb him, while his mistress, Dion, was essentially his moon, obscuring the truth from him. The Grand Duchess was lost in thought, wondering if the future Empress could handle all this and how she would react. A while later, the Emperor came to see Dion, resting his head comfortably in her lap while she stroked his hair. Soon, she reminded Karl it was time to leave, though he wanted to stay a little longer. Dion thought the Emperor was perfect. She loved his forehead, his eyelashes, his nose, simply everything about him. Even his name sounded so beautiful to her ears, and she believed he belonged to her, and she had no intention of sharing him with anyone. Just then, Karl sat up, looking somewhat uneasy, as if he had somehow read Dion's mind. She immediately put on an innocent look, hoping he wouldn't scold her, and began to apologize to him. Then she started crying again, and the Emperor thought she was upset. It was because of the Grand Duchess, but she insisted it wasn't because of her. She was just worried that the future Empress might not like her. The mistress then suggested she should leave the palace if it would put Karl more at ease. She was willing to do so. The Emperor declared that his future wife would not threaten her and told her not to worry. Dion started complaining again, suggesting she was always causing trouble for him. Then she gave him a sweet smile, explaining that he was her one and only, and that was all that mattered. Afterwards, the girl threw herself into his arms, feigning hurt, while thinking to herself that no one would dare take away her love. A short time later, Dion's brother, Lennox, came to see her, and the two handmaidens at the door were deciding who would pick out his formal wear. The man understood that the wedding was only a few days away and wondered how his sister could be so calm. Just then, she noticed one of the handmaidens, whom she was seeing for the first time, and asked her to raise her face. The mistress studied the handmaiden's blonde hair and blue eyes, but at the same time, she wasn't particularly striking. Then Dion told them both to leave, as she needed to speak with her brother in private. After they left, she reminded Lennox that she had asked him not to hire blonde, blue-eyed girls as handmaidens. He explained that there were thousands of such girls in the Empire, and he couldn't just pick them based on looks. But Dion insisted that he must, getting a little annoyed in the process. Her brother didn't argue, promising to remember this rule when hiring servants in the future. She also told him to watch his words in front of the servants, and if he couldn't control himself, he shouldn't come at all. The man agreed again, and then confessed he wanted to ask his sister something he thought was important. He wanted to know if she could handle it, because the Empress was no ordinary person. She was a Gothoff crown princess. Dion wasn't quite sure what her brother was getting at, so he decided to explain it differently. He pointed out that the Emperor acted as if he couldn't live without her, but still wouldn't make her his Empress. Lennox was worried that, if only because of her reputation, the crown princess would immediately try to get rid of Dion. He also revealed a rumor that this Adelaide was a stunning beauty. Then he reminded her again that he had told her to get pregnant before Karl got married. This angered her, and she snapped that it wasn't that simple, but quickly calmed down. She also explained to her brother that the Emperor wouldn't give the Empress any special treatment. She added that His Majesty was super sensitive to the word Empress, so he was being cautious. Lennox still didn't understand, so she explained that Karl didn't make her his wife because he loved her too much. The man covered his face at her naivety, thinking she knew nothing about men, and explained that love fades quickly. He added that her feelings with the Emperor were no exception. But Dion just said she already knew that. She was well aware that love for the living always cools, and then she sighed heavily. Then she added that even so, love for the dead never fades, and the Emperor saw his dead mother in her. Dion had long known that Karl's mother died because of the previous ruler's tyranny. That's why he already hated his future wife before even meeting her. And for the same reason, his love for Dion would not fade with time. The mistress also believed she had the upper hand, as she had the Emperor's love, while the crown princess only had a title. The next day, Adelaide arrived at the Iront palace, and everyone was lined up to greet her. It was all a grand show for the future Empress. But even after all the greetings were over, the Emperor was nowhere to be seen, as if he had completely forgotten the crown princess was coming. Adelaide waited in her room until late at night, but he never showed up. Then she decided it was time for a bath. She told her handmaidens that if any guests came to visit, they should be turned away. The crown princess then changed her clothes, feeling exhausted and hoping to soak in warm water soon. After her bath, she saw a lovely young lady who had come to see her, and Adelaide wondered who she was. The crown princess even paused to look her over for a moment, as the lady didn't say a word. Adelaide guessed she had a guest, but guests should be brought to the drawing room, not her room. And what right did this girl have to be so comfortable in someone else's bedroom in the owner's absence? Just then, the newcomer greeted the crown princess and introduced herself as Dion de Poitiers. Adelaide immediately remembered the flyer from the carriage and realized this girl was one of the emperor's mistresses. The crown princess had no intention of being polite and immediately ordered someone to come dry her hair as it was getting her clothes wet. A handmaiden came forward with a towel and began to dry it for her, and Dion realized the order was not meant for her. She immediately noticed the bride wasn't very welcoming and was secretly glad she didn't have to please the emperor. However, she needed to learn more about her and decided to start by offering to dry her hair. Adelaide was surprised, as a mistress was not a servant, and asked why she would do that. Furthermore, the crown princess wanted to know what this woman was doing in her bedroom without permission. Dion immediately apologized if she had offended the lady, and then confessed she wanted to tell her something. The mistress explained that she wanted to let the future empress know about the emperor's tastes. She thought she would be interested in what His Majesty liked, and started by saying he preferred wavy hair. Dion also pointed out that since the crown princess's hair was wet, she should dry it in a way that would create waves. Then she mentioned that Adelaide looked pale and suggested she apply some blush to her cheeks. Just then, the crown princess snapped, grabbing the mistress's hair and telling her she was in no position to give her orders. But then she let her go and asked for another glass of the strong liquor popular in the empire. Adelaide decided to have a drink before bed, and a handmaiden immediately rushed to comply. Dion again realized the words were not meant for her, and the crown princess asked her again why she was here. The mistress explained that the future ruler didn't know all of the emperor's preferences, which was why she was here. So Adelaide guessed the girl just went around passing on people's preferences and such. Then she told her to tell Karl that she liked men who were direct. The crown princess also added that she had never compromised her principles and wasn't about to start now. She suggested the mistress could continue to bow and scrape for others if she liked. Dion realized she had come at the wrong time and apologized, but Adelaide told her she could leave now. Before leaving, the blonde girl still wished her a pleasant stay and said to call her if she needed anything. The mistress then instructed the servants to take good care of the crown princess, after which she bowed and left. Adelaide noted that with that phrase, the girl was trying to show that she was the one in charge here. The crown princess's head began to ache, and she couldn't believe she had run into the emperor's mistress as soon as she arrived. A few days later, the wedding day arrived, but until then, the emperor still hadn't bothered to meet his bride. Gossip spread throughout the empire, but the crown princess herself didn't care. However, she figured out that the woman named Dion de Poitiers basically ran the entire palace. Moreover, they made it seem as if Adelaide had just stumbled in here by chance. While changing for the ceremony, a handmaiden brought the crown princess a platinum tiara and asked her to try it on. Adelaide didn't refuse, and soon the item sat beautifully on her head, making her look majestic. The handmaiden could tell from her mistress's face that she didn't like it and asked if there was one in pure gold. She explained that she preferred gold to silver and took off the tiara, asking her to get another one. Meanwhile, the emperor went to visit Dion again, who was still sulking and shedding tears. The mistress once again begged the emperor to forgive her, which reminded him of another weak woman. Karl wanted to protect her from the empress, while ignoring that terrible woman, the very word of which made him shudder. Meanwhile, Dion said that Adelaide was very beautiful and elegant, just like her. However, she was worried that standing next to her, she would look like a common palace maid. The emperor was confused because she had said nothing happened between her and the crown princess. During their first meeting, Dion confirmed this, but explained that she couldn't muster the courage to tell Adelaide who she really was. This frustrated her, but she needed Karl to be with her and only her, even though she knew she was asking for too much. She was so agitated she could barely breathe, and the emperor was completely terrified for her. He started shouting for a doctor to be called immediately, but Dion just pleaded with him to never leave her. It was time for the wedding, and everyone had gathered, but the emperor didn't show up. Adelaide tried to figure out why, since it was his wedding, and she guessed that Poitiers woman was holding him up. People started whispering, and she knew they were all talking about her, standing alone at the altar. The crown princess felt the emperor was trying to humiliate her, but she wasn't going to stand for it. But she couldn't even find anyone to ask, feeling like she was on a battlefield. Unarmed, Adelaide remembered her wet nurse's words, the only person she could truly trust. Adelaide's honor and dignity were in her own hands, and she knew she had to hold on and not give up. Then she turned to a servant and ordered them to bring her a chair so she could sit down in the emperor's absence. The crown princess didn't understand why she had to stand when even the nobles present were seated. The chair was brought quickly, and people didn't understand why she did that and started whispering again. Adelaide decided to ignore them and intended to wait for her groom while seated, as she was the future empress. Just then, a knight shared his opinion with Lionel, thinking she was full of confidence and would absolutely do as she pleased. The princess scanned the crowd and noticed the man who had greeted her on the way to the palace. The young duke was also gazing at her, finding himself unable to look away. He also thought it was remarkable how this girl could turn that chair into her throne. In a moment, Duchess Elizabeth also felt she should greet the future empress. She approached the princess, introduced herself, and said she was delighted to meet Charles's bride. Following closely, another man came forward and introduced himself as August Ulrich de Spone. Adele didn't even know how to introduce herself to them, only hoping the wedding would end quickly so she could present herself with confidence. Despite this, she managed to say that she was Adelaide, the future Ulrich Ekmont. But the two corrected her, saying she was already the empress. Then, the princess invited Elizabeth and August to sit as well, so they could wait for the emperor together. The guests noticed that this girl was not as simple as she seemed, as she immediately told them where to sit, indicating with a single sentence who was in charge. Elizabeth even began to wonder what kind of expression her brother would have when he saw her. Just then, they announced the emperor's arrival, and everyone immediately stood up. As he walked towards the altar, he noticed his bride was still seated, which caught him completely off guard. But then, the princess stood up and ordered them to take the chair away. Karl saw the shadow of an empress in her. Regardless, he went forward and greeted her politely, and she returned the greeting. The princess carefully examined Karl Ulrich's delicate face, which was very different from his portrait. But despite the emperor's extraordinary handsomeness, he wore a very cold expression, even though he was the one who was late for the wedding. This upset the princess. Just then, they handed her the bridal bouquet, and everything was ready. Then they asked Karl to take the empress's hand and walk forward, as is done in a wedding ceremony. But suddenly, the emperor not only ignored them, but also turned and walked to the altar alone. The guests were stunned that he didn't want to take his future wife's hand and couldn't understand what was happening at all. The princess was the most shocked, as this showed how little respect her fiancé had for her. They reminded her again to take the bouquet, but she refused, deciding to show some backbone herself. When she caught up with her fiancé, he immediately told her not to have any expectations of him and to just keep walking. The princess didn't quite understand, and he explained that he had heard a rumor that she had treated Dion like a servant. Adelaide explained that the girl had entered her room, so she had simply asked a question. The emperor then explained that Dion was not a servant and that the princess should be more careful when speaking of her. As they approached the altar, Karl also told her there would be no wedding night and that she didn't have to wait for him. At that very moment, the priest asked the bride and groom to swear their allegiance to each other. Adele was surprised, as Karl was at the altar telling his bride that she would not become his woman. The priest continued reading and announced that Adelaide would henceforth bear the name of Ulrich Ekmont. The princess was furious but could do nothing about it. Nevertheless, she swore she would never let herself be pushed around. After a while, Dion asked the maids if the ceremony was over, and they confirmed it was. One maid kept pleading with her mistress to eat something, saying she hadn't eaten in days. But another maid quickly corrected her, explaining that the mistress wasn't doing it on purpose. She just couldn't eat. So the first maid apologized to the mistress, saying she didn't know. But Diane pretended not to be offended. Despite this, the pink-haired maid kept apologizing, even kneeling before her mistress. She explained that she was new, and Diane, in a calm tone, decided to explain where she had gone wrong. The maid had called the mistress my lady, but this was not some noble's mansion, and the mistress was no commoner. The girl explained that this was the imperial palace, and she was the mistress here. At that moment, Diane began to get angry, grabbing the terrified maid by the hair and starting to shout, scolding her for daring not to call her mistress. She started swearing she wouldn't do it again and begged for forgiveness. Dion pushed the maid aside, reiterating that she was the mistress of the imperial palace, so she should be addressed as such. The mistress also said there were many madmen here who were driving her crazy. Then she wanted to lie down. The maid asked if her mistress needed a doctor, and she agreed, also reminding her that she shouldn't have gotten out of bed in the first place. After the ceremony, Princess Adelaide returned to her room, realizing she couldn't trust anyone here and had to be careful even with the servants, as the two nations of Amon and Godharf had long been on bad terms. Moreover, a vast ocean separated the two countries, making it unnecessary to invade such a distant land, especially without needing to send spies to each other. And now, the girl understood that she needed intelligence. Then, the Empress remembered Karl's words that she shouldn't have any expectations of him, and this was after he had arrived late for the ceremony. Adelaide couldn't believe that, even on their wedding day, this man had the audacity to go see Diane de Poitiers. As night fell, the Emperor went to his mistress's chambers, only to learn from a maid that she was still sleeping. Entering the room, he saw her lying pale on the bed, the moonlight making her face look even more lifeless. Like that, she looked so much like his mother. For a moment, Karl thought he heard his mother calling his name, but it was the mistress who opened her eyes, pretending she had just woken up and noticed his wedding attire. Diane thought to herself that her fainting spell had ruined his wedding, and she even began to celebrate the idea secretly. Then Karl asked her how she was feeling, but she told him he shouldn't have come straight over right after the wedding ceremony. Then, the girls started apologizing again for constantly causing him trouble. The mistress then suggested that the Emperor should be with Her Majesty the Empress tonight. Karl instead told Diane to relax, explaining that he had already told the Empress he wouldn't be with her today. Then, the mistress revealed that she was the one who had chosen the dress, crown, bouquet, and everything else for Adele, while her own heart was breaking into pieces. The problem was, she knew she had to quit while she was ahead, or the Emperor would grow tired of her constant complaints. Then she once again caught that dead look in his eyes, and Karl told her that nothing would change, and everything would be as it was before. This made Diane very happy, but she didn't know how he was going to introduce her to the Empress now. I mean, Karl had a wife now. The nobles would openly gossip about the mistress, and he didn't know what to call her anymore either. Just then, the girl suggested he could introduce her to the Empress as his lover. Diane also realized that she could still use Karl's weakness to control him like a puppet. The Emperor agreed to call her that. Afterwards, the mistress asked him to hold her gently again. Subsequently, he lay down beside her, and she thought to herself that if she couldn't be the Empress, she would make sure no one else could take the place by his side. Soon, more rumors began to circulate, saying the Emperor went straight to the Ivory Palace after the wedding ceremony. This meant the Empress spent her wedding night alone, and they also said the reason Karl was late for the wedding was because he was at that palace. Some people were indeed worried for the new Empress, having heard she had forbidden anyone from entering her chambers. Other noble ladies said it wouldn't help her save face anyway, because she wasn't even mistress material. Just then, Adelaide herself walked into the courtyard where they were gossiping, and they immediately fell silent upon seeing her. They put on an extremely calm facade and immediately began to flatter Her Majesty the Empress. But she didn't even pay them any mind, simply walking straight past with her two maids. The ladies grew nervous, wondering if she had heard anything, and decided they had to be careful from now on. But Adelaide had actually heard everything, or at least enough to make her very angry. Back in her room, she knew she should have expected this, but it was much harsher than she had imagined. She had come here alone, without bringing anyone from her homeland, and it wasn't just because that was Ekman's condition. The princess simply felt that none of them should have to suffer the ordeal of exile with her. Adele knew she had to pull herself together, stop dwelling on the past, and deal with what she now had in Amani. The wedding banquet was usually held on the third day after the ceremony itself, and Dion was preparing for it. The maids kept calling her mistress and asking if there was anything else to be done, but she told them everything was ready. Sometimes, the mistress would remember losing her parents to the monster that descended from the tower, but she still obtained the status of a count's daughter and won the emperor's love through her efforts. So, some lucky star girl who became a princess had no right to be above her. Dion believed that after the Empress's wedding banquet and wedding night, the Empress would not be able to truly enjoy her position today. The mistress would be the real star of the show, because all of this was supposed to be hers. Meanwhile, Adelaide was trying on another dress, but it was too tight, which the maid blamed on the tailor's mistake. Then she asked why the wedding dress had fit so well, and the maid explained that it was made by a different tailor. So the Empress ordered them to alter it, and quickly, because she couldn't be late for the banquet. The maids weren't sure how to respond, but explained that it was really difficult to alter a dress that was too small. This girl, who had once destroyed towers and monsters, now felt like she couldn't even win a battle within the palace. She also realized she couldn't let her guard down in this castle, understanding that she was constantly at war. So now she saw only two options: either be late for the banquet or wear an ill-fitting dress. Then she learned from the maids that Patier had arranged her wedding and realized that the mistress wanted to show off how unshakable she was. But they had all underestimated her, and the Empress ordered them to bring her wedding dress and crown. Meanwhile, Diane was delighted that Adele might not show up, since she had nothing to wear, as the dresses were all too small. At this time, Auguste admitted to Lady Patier that the party was magnificent, thanks to her elegant taste. The maids also noticed that their mistress was wearing a brand new necklace and a matching set of earrings. Meanwhile, Elizabeth mentioned that the Emperor had spent his wedding night with his mistress. Many ladies were green with envy, but Diane just said she felt sorry for the Empress. She even claimed to have begged the Emperor to go to his wife, while the nobles constantly showered her with praise. Everyone continued to flatter her, even reporting that taxes could be lowered due to an excellent harvest, and her brother chimed in, saying that their mistress was acting very humble, but she was in complete control. Just then, they all heard the voice of the young Duke Valdora, saying that all their remarks could be considered treason. But Diane's brother retorted, what was the problem, since he was absolutely right? The mistress saw the tension between the two men and knew she had to stop them to avoid a fight. Valdor then decided to remind the guy of the real reason they were having a banquet here today. Then he advised him to mind his own business and watch what he said. After that, the Duke began to leave, and Dion's brother wanted to lunge at him, but she stopped him. Just then, they announced the arrival of Her Majesty the Empress, and everyone saw what she was wearing. Adelaide did not exude an air of joy. She simply walked straight to her throne. As she passed the Minister of Defense, Valdor, he found himself gazing at her again. The mistress couldn't believe the girl had decided to wear her wedding dress again. When Adele sat down, she calmly explained that she was a little late. Adelaide walked up the royal stairs, which only she could use, full of confidence. She looked around at the guests, noticed the atmosphere wasn't great, and asked Count D'Espone if he was enjoying the banquet. He explained that everything was fine now that the Empress had arrived, and admitted he had been waiting for her all evening. The other guests hesitated, unsure if they should greet the new ruler, but Adele just looked at them. Then, the young Duke came forward to greet her, and she immediately flashed back to their first meeting. Valdor bowed to her in respect, and the other nobles followed suit. The princess said she was truly happy to see him, and then asked for confirmation if he was from the Duchy of Valdor. As everyone else bowed, Diane noticed that the Empress didn't even glance at her. This really annoyed her, and the mistress swore to make the Empress look at no one but her next. Immediately after, she walked up to the Empress, and the guests were shocked that she dared to do so. The nobles thought it was because she had the Emperor backing her and felt it was a rather crazy development. Diane then greeted Her Majesty and made sure to state her full name again. Adelaide replied that she was also happy to see her, but she knew she was just putting on a show. The mistress then added that she had organized the wedding and this banquet, and asked if the Empress was enjoying it. At that moment, Adele wanted to lunge at this upstart, but she restrained herself and just said that she had indeed done an excellent job. She also told Diane not to be sad that she wasn't wearing the dress she had prepared. The Empress added that the dresses were very gorgeous, but unfortunately didn't fit, and told her she didn't have to apologize because everyone makes mistakes. With this, she implied that the mistress had done it on purpose, but their conversation was interrupted by the announcement of the Emperor's arrival. The guests noted that he had arrived at such a delicate moment and worried that the situation might escalate. Nevertheless, all eyes were on the Empress tonight, watching how she calmly dominated and ruled. It was as if not a single drop of blood would flow if you pricked this woman. Just then, the mistress decided to use her trick again and squeezed out a tear. Karl immediately rushed to her side, his face full of concern, realizing his beloved was upset about something. Diane looked at him with an extremely pitiful gaze, as if it were the last time she would see him. The emperor just glanced at his wife with a look of disapproval, but didn't say anything yet. Adelaide was no fool. She knew he thought she was the one who had made the girl cry. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Karl asked her why she was doing this to the mistress. The Empress explained that she had just said hello, but he couldn't figure out how that could make Dion suddenly burst into tears. Adelaide herself wondered why she was crying and suggested they ask her directly. Dion wiped her wet eyes and explained that she just wanted to greet the Empress. But Karl clearly didn't want to deal with this drama in front of everyone, so he just walked to his throne. He walked right past his wife without even looking at her, as if she didn't exist. Then he sat down and only then told the Empress not to bother Dion. Just then, music filled the hall, and the guests began to play games and dance to entertain themselves. The Emperor also told his wife that the mistress was his lover, so she should stay away from her. Then Charles added that he didn't care who Adelaide slept with. She didn't know if this was a good thing, but when she got angry, the first thing she did was smile. Now, she smiled and asked the Emperor to relay those words to his precious mistress himself. Adele also explained that she had already met the woman twice, and both times it was the mistress who had approached her. After that, they didn't speak for a while, just watching the guests. The Empress, for her part, was thinking about many things, knowing it wouldn't be easy, but she didn't show it. Lionel observed her from time to time, and one evening he noticed that even at this moment, she did not lose her composure. Duke Waldo agreed, admiring not just that she kept her cool, but that it was more like she was trying to calm herself. After the banquet, Adelaide returned to her room, wanting nothing more than to smash everything to pieces. She remembered the ill-fitting dress and the mistress's sneer, which felt like a hidden insult aimed directly at her. And now, due to the emotional outburst, the Empress's magic was surging too high. Moonlight streamed through the window, and she thought she could let her emotions run wild for a bit, but she immediately pulled herself together, realizing it was too soon for that. Then she decided to have some wine to calm down and temporarily forget about that Poitiers fellow. What she was really curious about was why. If Charles couldn't live without that girl, he didn't just make her Empress. She found it strange that he had brought her here and was now flaunting his attitude, as if his fetish was unrequited love. Adelaide also thought his claim that he didn't care about her lovers was complete nonsense. The girl remembered her father's words that she must act as if she owned everything, not be humble, because if word got out that she was only Empress in name and Charles didn't acknowledge her, they would tear her to pieces immediately. The next day, she asked the servants who managed the important affairs of the imperial palace. They explained that the position was currently vacant, but Dion Poitiers was acting in the role for the time being. The Empress then asked who had handled the affairs before and learned it was a countess named Hannah Giggs. Adelaide immediately ordered them to summon this woman at once, as she wanted to see her. She also asked them to bring her the latest edition of the Imperial Legal Code. There, she read that along with her title, she had also acquired an exclusive right. As Adele was poring over the law, a maid announced she had a visitor. This time, it was Duchess Elizabeth who had decided to visit her and reminded the Empress that they had already met. At the table, the guest noticed the servants constantly doing something in the room and requested to speak with Adele alone. The Duchess also noted that Adele was shorter than she had imagined, but she didn't find her weak. Elizabeth also noticed an extremely powerful aura about this Empress. She then admitted to hearing a rumor that Adelaide planned to meet with Hannah Giggs and confessed that Hannah was her former wet nurse. The Duchess also realized that if Adele had summoned her, it meant she planned to consolidate her position in the palace. Elizabeth added that it wouldn't be easy, as Diane de Poitiers had an advantage, the Emperor's love. On top of that, they had the support of Duke Despons, and everyone in this palace was loyal to them. At this point, Adelaide wondered how her taking over the palace management would affect Duchess Elizabeth. Knowing there was no need to beat around the bush, she confessed that Charles, due to Diane's influence and control, could not follow the true path of an emperor. So the Duchess wanted Adele to cut the strings that controlled her brother. If the Empress took control of the palace management, she could achieve this with the help of Hannah Giggs. Elizabeth also advised her sister-in-law to announce that she was looking for an aide. It was common for women to manage the palace and handle internal affairs, but it would be good to have a man as her advisor. The Duchess also confessed that whenever her father changed mistresses, her mother would find herself some aides. The Empress understood this advice to mean that if Charles had a lover, then she should have someone too. Elizabeth didn't mean for Adele to do it out of resentment, just that in their empire, one had to save face no matter what. If you do nothing after being slighted like that, people will look down on you and talk behind your back. The Duchess then advised her that if Duke Waldorf submitted an application, she should agree to him without hesitation. After meeting with Elizabeth, Adelaide waited for Hannah Giggs, who was also connected to the former Empress. She handled court affairs, was the Duchess's wet nurse, and had been in this position for a long time. But her normal life began to fall apart with the arrival of one person, and that was Diane Poitiers. That girl had caused the former Empress's misfortune and death, and she looked very much like Charles's late mother. The Emperor fell for her at first sight, and soon after, he entrusted all important matters to this mistress. Once Dion was in power, her first move was to drive Hannah Giggs out of the palace, and this dismissal felt very humiliation. Now, the old woman was invited back, and when she arrived, she stood before the new Empress, overwhelmed with nervousness. Hannah even apologized with tears in her eyes, saying she had been away from the palace for too long. Adele felt that the palace probably hadn't changed much since the time of the last Empress. The old woman noticed the sofa, remembering she had helped pick it out, but now it was clearly time for a new one. Then, the Empress announced that she wanted Hannah to return and take charge, but Hannah worried the Emperor wouldn't like it. Regardless, the old woman accepted the offer with excitement and returned to her post. The Empress was thrilled that everything was going according to plan. Just then, she received news that the dress she had ordered had been delivered, but the handmaiden was late in bringing it, and Hannah began to ask what the delay was. She explained that the palace's finance department couldn't cover the cost of the new Empress's dress. Adele was completely baffled, wondering what on earth was going on. She then asked Hannah if the merchants could be invited over so she could pay them herself. Hannah agreed. Extra gossip would only make things worse, so it was best to do it this way, and even give the sellers a tip to ensure everything was kept confidential. Also, Adele shouldn't meet them in person, and Hannah requested to handle it herself. The Empress agreed and ordered the handmaiden to bring the merchants over at once, while she went to get her gold bars. The girl hadn't expected to need the gold bars so soon, but if they wanted to pick a fight, she was ready for war at any moment. First, she wanted to check the quality of the dress, and Hannah also requested permission to use the full amount without needing change. Adele had no objection, and then asked her assistant how something like this could have happened. Hannah explained that the Empress's palace most likely had not been allocated a budget. Adele demanded an explanation. In Iront, they usually allocated the budget for the next year at the end of the previous one, and they might have completely forgotten about this palace. But we can also allocate funds through an emergency system for this kind of urgent situation. Hannah explained that only His Majesty the Emperor could control that budget. Adele realized she had to go see him in person. Just then, a handmaiden announced that the merchants had arrived. The Empress decided to let Hannah handle the merchants while she went to take care of her own business. The old woman asked where she was going, and she explained that she needed to go confront her enemy. Adele immediately went to the Emperor's location, but his servant told her he was in a central meeting. Nevertheless, she requested an audience. The servant asked her to wait in the drawing room, promising to see if it was possible. But the Empress demanded he escort her to the waiting room for the meeting, stating she would wait there. Meanwhile, Count Kelvin was pleading with Karl to dispatch an attack force to destroy the tower and the monsters. He explained that people were dying because flying monsters had started to appear and no one could stop them. The Emperor felt this guy had completely botched the situation analysis, like a country bumpkin fresh from the countryside. Lennox Poitiers also thought the Count was exaggerating, as they had a level 4 tower, after all. But the Count explained that the portal was expanding rapidly. Then, the young man interjected that sending the mages there would leave the palace defenseless if it were attacked. They were all speaking so loudly that Adele could hear almost every word. On the other hand, Duke Waldo believed they absolutely had to send reinforcements to Count Kelvin's territory as soon as possible. He explained that there were enough men and imperial mages in the palace, but Lennox wasn't buying it. Just then, the Emperor lost his patience with all the bickering, told them all to shut up, and promised the Count he would look into his request. With that, His Majesty decided to end the meeting and dismissed everyone. Afterward, a servant approached Karl and told him that Her Majesty the Empress was waiting for him. The Emperor had no idea what she wanted from him, but ordered the servant to escort her to the hall immediately after the meeting. Adele soon saw people leaving, but she knew very well that Karl would not be sending any mages. She also memorized the name of the count who had asked for help and decided she needed to see him. Just then, she heard the voice of Auguste Despont, who was overjoyed to see his niece-in-law. Everyone else was instantly terrified that this guy would actually call the Empress his niece-in-law. He saw her expression and knew he had struck a nerve, so he immediately apologized, saying he just wanted to be friendly as Karl's uncle. But Adele explained that there were other ways to show goodwill and asked him to be more careful in the future. Then, the Empress saw a young duke emerge from the hall, who immediately bowed to greet her. She was happy to see Waldo and immediately decided to ask him who this Count Kelvin was. But at that moment, the Count himself appeared. The Empress saw him and realized he was the one who had been talking about the flying monsters. She was also curious why no mages were protecting his territory and learned they had all been sent to the palace. Just then, Lennox Poitier appeared and introduced himself to the Empress as the vice-captain of the Mage Corps. Adele cut straight to the chase, asking him why the Count's tower was classified as a medium-level threat and why they weren't getting any help. The guy started reassuring Adele that she didn't have to worry because he would protect the palace and no monster would get through. Just then, a servant appeared to announce that the Emperor was ready to see her, and she headed straight for the hall. Lionel once again noticed her icy gaze and restrained demeanor, knowing she came from high society. Entering the hall, Adele met the Emperor's equally cold gaze, which clearly indicated he did not want to see her. But the girl sat down beside him anyway, and he asked what she needed. First, Adele decided to ask the Emperor why he had wanted to marry her in the first place. She was curious why she was suitable to be Empress, since he was the one who had proposed to her. Karl picked up a pen and explained that even if her existence was as light as a feather, her presence alone was enough. He told Adele to just be an ornament like the feather on a pen, not even the ink, just the feather. She still didn't understand why he would also ruin her reputation, but he swore he hadn't done anything. Adele felt he was just afraid she would somehow get in the way of Dion de Poitiers. She also admitted that they all wanted her to be the Empress of Iront. She was willing to fulfill her duties, but she also wanted Karl to support her in this matter. First, Adele needed an assistant, someone with whom she could discuss imperial affairs and from whom she could hear advice. But right now, that person was Dion de Poitiers, and the Empress couldn't really call her in for a small meeting. So she decided to choose Hannah Giggs for the position, who was also very knowledgeable. Adele had heard she was driven out of the palace before, and now she was asking the Emperor to bring the woman back. She added that she had no intention of putting her back in charge of anything. Next, Adele pointed out that her palace had no budget and requested the activation of the supplementary funding system. After that, Adele left the hall, and Karl's attention was drawn to her red dress, which asserted the Empress's authority. He remembered always wanting to reach for that dress, yet he could never even touch the hem of her skirt. His own mother would always comfort him, but also always said that the Empress would never acknowledge him. It only just hit him now that the Empress's palace budget had not been allocated. Realizing this, he immediately called for a servant and demanded that Dion de Poitiers be brought before him. Now, the royal favorite did not keep him waiting long. She appeared before the Emperor, almost hopeful. He had also asked her to bring the palace budget documents, and she had everything ready. Then Karl confronted her, wanting to know why the Empress's palace had not been allocated funds, as it should have been done upon her coronation. Dion immediately feigned a look of fear, swearing she had simply forgotten and thought she had already taken care of it. The girl kept apologizing, but Karl told her to stop the act and explained that she could make up for it now. Dion still wouldn't stop crying, wailing that the Empress must be so angry and that now she didn't know what to do. In that moment, the girl reminded him of his mother again, who had also cried, not knowing what to do next. Dion calmed down a bit and then asked what the Emperor wanted to talk to her about. He explained that the Empress's authority had been transferred to Her Highness and that she would now handle all internal affairs. Meanwhile, Waldo was sitting in a carriage with his assistant, who was suddenly reminded of Duke Despont's plan. Auguste had planned to place a puppet on the Empress's throne, so he chose the Princess of Gottroff. But it seemed he had miscalculated. Lionel agreed. The girl could change the entire atmosphere with just a look, and the assistant wondered why her mother had sent her here. The new emperor was only 14, and having such a strong-willed older sister by his side would seriously hinder him. But he then noticed that the young duke was lost in his own world, not listening to a word he was saying. He was contemplating how, since the day he met Adele, she hadn't left his mind for a second. Later, the Empress asked if her new dress had been paid for, and Hannah confirmed that it had. But Adele noticed something else was on her mind. Hannah wanted to know if Adele had picked out the dress she was wearing herself. Adele explained that the handmaidens had suggested it, and Giggs thought she should order a new set of clothes. The Empress didn't understand why, feeling that there was something about the dress that didn't fit the imperial style. Hannah explained that Adele, wearing that outfit, looked exactly like the previous Empress. She also said that it would provoke the Emperor, so it was best not to wear such dresses. Adele knew it was best to listen to Giggs on matters like this, and then asked her to summon Count Kelvin to the palace. That same evening, the favorite, Diane, was in her room, truly sobbing, unable to understand how Karl could strip her of her power. Now she hated Adele even more, unable to figure out what she had done to deserve all this. Diane felt the girl was just lucky, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, getting everything she wanted without any effort. The favorite thought it was complete nonsense. Then she walked to the window and tried to come up with a plan. She had the ivory palace, the very palace the Emperor's mother had always wanted, but he had given it to Diane instead. This girl would not let anyone take what was hers. Not her man, not this palace, not anything. She also couldn't shake the thought that she had to get that emergency budget approved as soon as possible. She called for her handmaiden and told her to bring the palace's financial records now. The favorite was certain she would make Adele realize that she was just an empty shell with the title of Empress. The next day, Count Kelvin arrived as ordered by the Empress and awaited her summons. Soon, he saw Her Majesty walk in, looking incredibly majestic, with Hannah Giggs following obediently behind. After taking her seat, Adele asked when exactly the tower he mentioned in the meeting was built. She also wanted to know when the flying monsters appeared and how big the tower actually was. He explained that it started expanding and he came straight here, but they had no one to protect the common people. They had barely been sent any mages, and the ones who were sent were weak, and it would take days for even a second-class mage to arrive. The girl realized these people were left to fend for themselves, and he was now begging the Empress for help. He began to ramble on about how their last warriors were wiped out, but Hannah stopped him from going into the gruesome details. But Adele understood perfectly well how lightly he was painting the picture of the living hell they were in now. She remembered being at home when her mother begged her to hold back, saying her daughter couldn't save everyone. But the girl felt her mother only said that because she hadn't seen what kind of torment people were going through. That day, her relationship with her mother fractured, and in the end, she was stripped of her title as heir to the throne. Now, the Count expressed his gratitude for Adele's concern, but he was also eager to return to his homeland. Before he left, however, she told him to evacuate everyone to a safe place, like a cave or an underground shelter. She also thought they needed to get the other counties involved, as they could provide some extra fighting power. Then Hannah handed him a bag, and the Count was astonished to see a pile of gold coins inside. He didn't understand why Adele was giving him this, so she explained it was to help him strike a deal with his neighbors. Meanwhile, Lionel was talking to his assistant about the Count's visit to the Empress, thinking it might be related to recent events. The assistant also thought the Emperor wouldn't refuse the Count's request for help, as he was very loyal to the royal family. But the Duke thought it was a joke, trying to figure out why a ruler would abandon his subjects when they needed help. Just then, Count Kelvin appeared, and Lionel worried that something had happened in the Empress's palace. But he handed the Duke a bag full of gold bars and confessed that Her Majesty had given it to him. He also told him about the advice to evacuate everyone, and after thanking the Duke, he hurried back to help his people. But then, the assistant handed him another bag full of gold and apologized that they couldn't offer personal assistance. Count Kelvin even broke down in tears, admitting he was deeply ashamed, and then he left. Lionel understood that it was the Empress who had provided the gold, so the guy could save his people. She was explaining to Hannah that the only thing she could do was give him a few gold bars. Giggs thought she was clever, but she knew the rule of this world was that the clever create while the wise conquer. She endured insults and shame, only able to give a little money to those in need. That was because she had no power, and to gain power in a foreign land, you have to think through your every move in advance. Hannah suggested she request an audience with the Emperor so she could also build a connection with His Majesty. Adele didn't argue, but decided to dress up a little, hoping it would help her get a positive outcome. She didn't know what kind of wise move would simplify her life in Iront. But first, she had to build a relationship with the Emperor. She arrived soon enough, and now he could see her golden eyes, porcelain skin, and that delicate collarbone. His Majesty thought to himself that Adele looked completely different from the last time he saw her. Nevertheless, he invited her to sit and asked what she wanted so late at night. Adele proposed they have a meal together if he hadn't eaten yet. Karl admitted that he wanted to talk to her as well. Then the Emperor asked his wife why she had summoned Count Kelvin, who had actually called her Empress. She admitted she was curious about what was happening in his territory, trying to make it sound like it was just out of idle curiosity. But Karl explained that the Count was dying because of a monster invasion, yet he had done nothing. He had simply sent the Count away, and now he wanted to know why Adele had called him back again. The Emperor had also heard that she gave him gold, and he didn't understand why Adele was suddenly acting so noble. The girl repeated again that she had summoned the Count only to learn about the situation in his territory. The Emperor walked up to her and told her that from now on, she needed to close her eyes and ears and only think happy thoughts. But Adele wasn't buying it because this was a matter of human decency, something she couldn't ignore. Karl took this to mean the Empress thought he wasn't even human, which he found somewhat amusing. Suddenly, she felt her hands start to tremble, and she knew she couldn't stay a second longer. Meanwhile, Karl noticed how fragile her bones looked, as if they would easily break with a little pressure. He also caught a pleasant scent coming from her, but then he noticed something was off about her complexion. Adele made a face, while Karl had thought she had come to seduce him and spend the night. He then blurted out that he was willing to make up for their missed wedding night if she wanted. Then the Emperor told his wife to close her eyes because he wanted to kiss her, but she stopped him. She almost slapped him, but he caught her hand and confessed that he had always known she was the crown princess of Gatrov. Karl also mentioned that her eyes were indeed fitting for someone of royal status, but Adele had better not forget who the Emperor was here. He added that he preferred obedient girls. He then ordered her not to meddle in his affairs and said she could leave. Adele returned to her quarters, feeling utterly disgusted. Just then, she heard the voice of a favorite who couldn't believe her eyes and asked what Adele was doing there. The last person the Empress wanted to see at that moment was Diane, but the favorite pestered her, asking why her hands were trembling. She also wanted to know what was wrong with Her Highness's face, saying she looked even more beautiful today. But Adele just told her to get out of the way. However, Diane didn't stop provoking her and kept giving her makeup advice. The favorite didn't stay by the Empress's side for long, though, and continued on her way. Adele also kept walking, but the feelings of anger and helplessness completely overwhelmed her. She tried to resist, but as she descended the steps, she felt herself losing her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Duke Waldo rushed over and caught her. The Empress was at a loss, completely flustered, and all she could say was his name. Their eyes met, and the impact of that moment seemed to stretch into infinity. Finally, Adele came to her senses, explained that she had tripped, and thanked him for his help. After that, she turned to go back, and Lionel watched her back for a long time. The Duke also noticed that something seemed off with the Empress, but he hoped she was all right. He couldn't help but recall the day they first met and how bright and genuine Adele's smile had been then. Now he stood there, gazing at the hand that had touched her shoulder, feeling as if it were on fire. When the Empress returned, Hannah was surprised she was back so soon, but the Empress didn't explain. She went straight to the bathroom, hoping a hot bath would calm her down and get her back on track. Adele had no idea what to do and then remembered the advice. Follow your instincts. She also knew very well that she needed to build her own power, with or without the Emperor. Right now, she felt like she was cursed, but she remembered the Mage's prophecy. Good fortune would always be with her. By morning, the Empress was feeling a little better, but her appetite was still poor. Hannah already knew that after seeing Karl, Adele had run into Diane, then slipped on the stairs, and Lionel had caught her. Giggs told her mistress to take it slow, hoping it would help her feel better. Just then, a servant appeared, announcing that the extra funds had been approved and sent for review. Hannah immediately took the documents to the Empress, who asked who had sent them. At first, she thought it was a form from the Emperor, but she was told it was from the Ivory Palace. The Empress was a bit surprised that the favorite would meddle in such matters and asked the servant to wait outside. She asked Hannah to find out the palace's total budget, and Hannah agreed to bring her all the necessary documents. After looking at the documents for a while, Adele began to notice something suspicious and pointed it out to Giggs. Her assistant was utterly stunned, now seeing with her own eyes that the amount of money couldn't even buy a single horse. Adele also realized that the funds allocated to the Ivory Palace should have belonged to her palace. Hannah completely agreed with the Empress, seeing that the budget was far beyond the limit. Soon, Diane received the returned report and was told she had to review it again. The favorite didn't delay long, and after making some changes, she hoped the amount would be enough for Adele. The servant was a bit surprised she finished so quickly, but she explained she wasn't going to spend all day on it. Adele also quickly received another response, which meant Diane was still controlling the budget. The servant went back with the documents, begging the favorite to revise it, because she thought Adele wanted to live like a queen. I mean, she had already given more than enough. This time, she sent the servant away and asked her handmaidens for a modest dress. And on top of that, she told them to let His Majesty know immediately that the Empress had called her to discuss the budget. The little vixen decided to start her own hunt for the dark-haired man, and she really hoped to win. Meanwhile, Adele found a loophole in the law stating that she had the sole decision-making power to purchase a palace residence. The Emperor could grant extra cash, and she realized this law was basically tailor-made for her situation. Hannah still told her mistress to be careful, but she wasn't about to beg a favorite for money. Adele also said that it was the Emperor who started this whole game, and so far, she was not happy at all, so the Empress asked her what needed to be done to make up for what had happened. She suggested retracting the documents and reissuing the order, while Adele decided that she should request permission to reside in the Diane de Poitiers Palace. The Empress pondered the true source of her power. Was it her confidants or the heir to the throne? Family was immediately ruled out. The heir didn't seem quite right either, so she decided to choose an advisor, someone who could help her grasp independent power. Just then, Adele once again felt that familiar throb, and she knew it must be the energy signal of the tower. She was also informed that Diane was waiting for an audience and ordered the visitor to be escorted to the drawing room. As soon as the Empress stepped into the room, the favorite concubine greeted her in a sickeningly sweet tone, acting as if she had done nothing wrong. Adele got straight to the point, asking if she had brought what she had requested through a servant, which the concubine confirmed. But Diane still didn't understand what Her Majesty the Empress was dissatisfied with, since she had followed the rules perfectly. Then, the documents she had requested were presented, and Adele gestured for the concubine to see for herself. She saw the budget allocated to the Ivory Palace, and realized Her Majesty the Empress was trying to make things difficult for her. Diane still didn't understand why the Empress was showing her this, so she asked why there was no expense report for the concubine's residence. Adele pointed out the expenses for materials and labor. All other institutions in the empire had those documents, but the Ivory Palace was the only one with no reports, only the allocated amount and the expenses. Next, the Empress tried to explain the reason for this mistake, but Diane didn't understand why she was interested in the palace's budget. Adele explained that she needed to reallocate the funds designated for the Ivory Palace to the Empress's own residence. Just then, a lady-in-waiting approached the Emperor, reporting with some fear that the Empress had summoned her mistress. She also explained that Diane had sent the document for the additional budget, but the Empress had returned them twice. The maid added that her mistress was trembling with fear on her way to see Adele, so she had decided to come to His Highness. Karl felt a pang in his heart. He remembered the former Empress's words, that he had to acknowledge her as a mother to become emperor. Meanwhile, Diane interpreted Adele's intentions as a conspiracy to seize her palace's funds and claim them as her own. Adele confirmed that the concubine had been handling matters that should have been the Empress's responsibility in receiving her budget. But now Empress Adele was in charge, and since she would be handling these matters, the budget should be allocated to her palace. Hearing this, the concubine was speechless, even though she knew Adele was right. Adele also assured her that since she had done such a good job, she wouldn't need an expensive defense report. Adele could handle that part herself. The concubine just needed to transfer the budget from the ivory palace to her palace. Even without a family or followers, this woman was still the empress, and Diane had no choice but to obey. She had managed this place with such confidence. Everything belonged to her, but Adele had come and taken it all away, and the concubine began to cry again. Now, the girl only prayed in her heart that Adele would renounce her succession and return the title of heir. At this moment, Diane's expression reminded the empress of her own days of disgrace. Nevertheless, she made it clear to the concubine that she shouldn't even think about taking power from her, because she wouldn't go down without a fight. And Diane shouldn't think Adele took anything from her, because nothing had belonged to her in the first place. The blonde girl was still obsessed with getting everything she thought she deserved, and she couldn't wait for Karl to appear. Just then, the door was thrown open, and the emperor immediately demanded to know what was going on. Seeing Diane crying, the concubine immediately fell to her knees before the empress, sobbing and begging for forgiveness. Adele was simply stunned. The chick was pulling the same old trick, try to frame her again. Meanwhile, Karl began to question his wife about what she had done to his sweetheart and how she had hurt her. But Adele simply ordered Diane to stand up and explain what was wrong with her. In the middle of their conversation, the emperor again challenged his wife, questioning what she was doing, while a maid rushed to the concubine. Karl ordered the girl to be taken back to her palace. He was going to have a good talk with the empress. He also dismissed everyone else, as he wanted to speak with Adele in private. It was then that he saw Hannah, somewhat surprised, while she admitted she was glad to see him again. Karl thought to himself that the old crone was lurking around the empress again, watching her oppress ordinary people. It seemed Hannah was even enjoying it, so Adele asked her to wait outside for a moment. But the emperor still wanted answers from this woman, and even began to argue with his wife about what she should be doing. Then they started bickering, saying Adele enjoyed watching the weak beg for mercy. Karl snapped that the empress had her priorities seriously mixed up, as he had seen it with his own eyes, and swore that no excuse would work. It was then that Adele confessed that the moment the door opened, the concubine had practically collapsed to her knees. As soon as the emperor entered the room, she began to beg for Adele's forgiveness, but he only saw it as a coincidence. He felt his wife was just jealous of the girl and wanted everything she had. The girl immediately retorted that Karl was going too far and told him to look at the palace budget. Adele knew the emperor hadn't seen it, as it had been kept from him, and pointed out that the amount couldn't even buy a nag. The empress also explained that she just wanted Diane to redo it and then come see her again. But Karl thought Adele had summoned her personally, realizing his mother, Empress Godorov, had lied to him. She had told him her daughter was docile and loyal, but he saw that even after being exiled from her own country, she still hadn't learned her lesson. The empress only explained that he didn't know the reason she left home and asked him not to bring it up again. At this moment, Karl, burning with anger, grabbed her. He reminded her to live like a feather on a pin and a flower in a vase. At that very moment, the empress once again felt that throb, the signal that the tower was appearing. She immediately broke free from the emperor's grip and went to the balcony to see if she was right. Just then, a wave of energy rushed to her face, and the sky instantly began to turn red. The people standing on the street also saw this strange phenomenon in the sky and understood that the tower was descending. Adele still couldn't believe Karl expected her to behave like a feather and a flower. She just couldn't do it. Just then, Hannah appeared, her face full of worry, asking if she was all right and saying the portal was descending right above them. Giggs was also begging Her Highness to hide in the cellar, but the girl wouldn't listen at all. As people screamed and scattered, yelling that monsters were about to attack, the tower itself became clearly visible in the sky. Knight Jakal judged it to be at least a level 4 tower, while Lionel was relieved that it was targeting the garden and not the palace. Then, he shouted to the other knights to get to their positions and prepare for battle. They had to stop the monsters as soon as the tower landed and hold them off until the mages appeared. But there was no telling when they would arrive, so the Duke ordered someone to be sent to their headquarters to drag them over. Lennox Poitiers was an experienced mage, but even he was surprised that they wanted him to come immediately. Jakal explained that it was an order from the Minister of Defense and that all mages were needed in the Rose Garden where the tower was descending. The guy said there was a problem now, because the order should come from the Emperor and he wasn't about to listen to the Duke. He also asked the knight if they were really behind on their salary this time. Lennox said he understood their situation and even offered him a gold button. But Jakal just told him to get ready, while Lennox told him not to talk to him like that because they needed help now. The knight then yelled that disaster had struck the palace and everyone would be held accountable. The kid was still convinced that even if others were punished, it wouldn't affect him and told Jakal not to bother him. Then, the young mage explained that he would only show up after all the little bugs were dead. The knight didn't know how to convince him, then bowed and began to plead for the mage's help. Meanwhile, in the garden, the tower was continuously descending, and the Duke was shouting to be careful of the updraft. The mages still hadn't arrived. Lionel knew they would be late again, but he had to protect all the soldiers. Then, he heard a familiar voice beside him and saw it was Adele, asking him why he was just standing here watching. The Duke was terrified that Her Majesty the Empress had appeared alone and began to plead with her to go hide. He then ordered Knight Repart to escort the Empress to safety. But she said, "Where are your mages? Why aren't they destroying that tower that's about to land?" Adele didn't understand why everyone was waiting for it to land, while Lionel just kept trying to get her to take cover. Just then, he saw a piece of debris flying towards them and told Her Majesty the Empress to get behind him. But suddenly, he saw some kind of magic activate, and the debris froze in midair in front of him. He thought the mages had finally arrived, but he was also annoyed at how late they were. Then he looked over and saw they were still far away, and he wondered who on earth had used the magic. Adele explained that it was just a level 4 tower and not that dangerous, so they didn't need to wait for backup. Then she drew her sword and prepared to charge ahead of the other knights to destroy the tower. Lionel was utterly horrified by her actions, but he was also afraid for her safety and pleaded with her to stop. He tried to hold her back, but Adele explained that if she went up, she might get swept away by the updraft. The Duke chased after her, trying to stop her, but just as he was about to touch her, something pushed his hand away. He then saw a protective shield around the girl, and she told Lionel not to worry about her and not to interfere. After that, the Empress leaped up, jumping directly towards the tower, leaving the Duke on the ground, scared out of his wits. The other knights who saw Adele also began to worry, and the Minister of Defense ordered them to pull themselves together and make sure she didn't fall. At this point, the mages also arrived, and Lennox, seeing the scene before him, thought Her Majesty the Empress had been swept away by the updraft. He ordered the other mages to create a protective shield around the tower, so the Empress wouldn't get hurt if she fell. They obeyed the order and quickly formed a circle directly under the tower, ready to react at any moment. Then, flashes and explosions began to appear at the top of the tower, and Lennox couldn't figure out what was happening up there. Lionel, who also saw this, began to realize it was all the Empress's doing. The other soldiers also realized the tower was on fire and that they couldn't let the fire spread. The Duke understood that Adele's special outfit and the sword on her back were the magic that had stopped him from holding her back. He then remembered her talking about the flying monsters in the county, and now he was beginning to understand what she meant. Suddenly, he saw Her Majesty the Empress falling from a great height, but her descent was so slow it was almost as if she were floating. After destroying the tower, she looked up at the clearing sky, which gave her the same thrill as always. The girl also remembered how people used to beg her to stop, but this was her specialty, and she was good at it. With that thought, Adele decided it was time to land, and she flipped over to see what was below. Then she saw the Duke pacing back and forth with his arms outstretched, trying to catch the Empress. The girl was a little surprised by his concern, but she continued to float slowly towards the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she praised Lionel for being wonderful for trying to help her, but she also knew he was a knight with a sword who could lose his hands for something like this. What really surprised her was that while countless people had wanted to pull her down, the Duke was the first to try and catch her. Adele smiled, thanked Lionel for his help, and made sure to praise him for what he did yesterday as well. The Duke himself just stood there, somewhat stunned, trying to figure out how she could smile when she had been so gloomy just yesterday. Meanwhile, the Empress walked past the mages, glanced at the dumbfounded Lennox, and told him to put his sword away. The girl made it clear that he no longer needed his weapon, implying that he had arrived too late. Then, Her Majesty the Empress continued towards the palace without looking back, but feeling her powerful aura in full effect. One of the mages even cursed, realizing she was a mage and that the girl had destroyed the tower all by herself. Adele returned to the palace and was met by Hannah, who had seen the whole thing from the window. Nevertheless, She scolded the Empress for appearing like that and making her worry. The girl had just said that she had cleared the tower when she felt her strength begin to drain. The next thing she knew, the Empress had fainted on the floor, unconscious, scaring Hannah even more. Meanwhile, rumors that Her Majesty the Empress had personally destroyed the tower spread throughout the empire, and everyone was buzzing about the details. People also realized that if the Empress was a mage and had such abilities, she was definitely much stronger than Lennox. And for the Duke, those moments during the attack now felt like a dream, and he replayed the Empress's every move and every word in his mind. He was also very aware that this girl's magic was far more powerful than any disaster that fell from the sky. The image that remained in Lionel's mind was that of Adele falling and the moment he tried to catch her. Meanwhile, Lennox was telling Augustus to Spain all the details of the Empress's battle, and he could hardly believe it. Now he understood that Her Majesty the Empress was not as simple as she seemed. Not only was she a mage, but a strike mage. Augustus was full of praise for her, thinking she was amazing, while Lennox was furious. He could have handled that tower himself. He had planned to show up only after the arrogant knights realized they were no match for it. But the Empress had ruined everything, so the kid decided to go cry to his sister. He burst into her room without even knocking, for which she scolded him, then asked if she was pregnant. The girl got angry again, explaining as usual that it takes two for that, but then Lennox practically pounced on her, demanding to know what she was going to do, saying the Empress was a strike mage. Diane was completely stunned, finally understanding who had destroyed the tower. Her brother confirmed it was Her Majesty the Empress, and the concubine fell into despair. She had hoped the Empress would be a puppet, but Adele had turned out to be a powerful mage. Meanwhile, Lennox was worried about himself, afraid that Augustus would no longer need him after praising Adele like that. But Diane explained that if the Duke were that useless, he wouldn't have taken her brother in the first place. The concubine then told him not to worry, as he was still considered the most powerful mage around. After that, she told Lennox to stop complaining, pull himself together, and that she would handle the Empress herself, especially since they had been through so much together. A small thing like this couldn't shake them. Meanwhile, Hannah thought the Empress's decision to take on the tower alone was simply reckless. She knew that when a tower disappears, the sudden influx of mana begins to drain, leading to exhaustion. Despite this, the knights were excited because the mage squad was late and they could have suffered heavy losses. Hannah wrote a letter and had a servant deliver it to the Grand Duchess immediately. Meanwhile, the Emperor was recalling the moment the tower fell. They had told him to hide, but he told them not to panic. He didn't think destroying a tower of that level would be too difficult, but he wanted it dealt with as soon as possible. Then Karl noticed the tower was on fire and thought the mage squad had arrived, but knew it was too early, so he ordered a servant to find out who did it as soon as possible, and they told him it was the Empress. Karl remembered that the only true information he had received from Godorov about the princess was her gender and name. Now he understood that the Empress of Godorov was not sure if she could handle her daughter, which was why she had sent her here. The Emperor then ordered a servant to travel to that region and learn as much as possible about Adele. The next morning, a worried Hannah came to see Her Highness and asked how she was feeling, but she was relieved to see that Adele was back to normal and even seemed happy. Meanwhile, Adele asked Hannah to post an advertisement for an assistant as soon as possible. It had to be an unmarried male over 20 with no marriage prospects. After that, she would make her choice after the interviews, and it would all depend on her will. News of the recruitment announcement spread like wildfire throughout the Amen Empire, and the Duchy of Valdor was no exception. Lionel's brother and his friend were baffled by how few requirements there were, but thought it was better than having too many. His brother tried to figure out what trick Adele was playing, guessing it might be a rebellion, or that she was just trying to consolidate her power. The Duke himself was silent for a moment, lost in thought, but eventually he agreed that both were possible. His friend Michael even suggested the idea that she was just bored and the announcement was just her way of expressing her preferences. After that, they all agreed that the matter should be entrusted to someone close to the Valdor family. This person had to be able to handle the inevitable rumors, as assistants so far had been the second or third sons of noble families. The The Duke turned to his assistant, who was also his brother, and remembered when Adele had given the Count gold bars. He felt the Emperor was worried about it, but the Empress had a different view of towers than other mages. Then Lionel announced that he had decided to become Her Majesty the Empress's assistant himself, knowing he was the best person for the job. His brother tried to talk him out of it, but the Duke knew they had no choice and no other candidates besides what he himself wanted. Nevertheless, he was worried that Lionel wouldn't be much help and that everyone would start whispering that he was Adele's lover. But the Duke felt his reputation had already hit rock bottom, and he was annoyed by Lennox Poitier's lack of cooperation. I mean, even though he was the Minister of Defense, he couldn't even complain about the Mage squad. They knew almost nothing about the Mage towers and monsters, and those were Aemon's weaknesses. Meanwhile, the Empress knows more about these things than all of us combined, and if he becomes her assistant, we can make progress. The brother was still angry, thinking of their late mother, who would never have allowed this to happen. Just then, their third friend chimed in, asking why those two were so sure the Empress would agree. But noticing their unspoken glance, he quickly brushed it off as a joke and also agreed that Lionel was a great candidate. Meanwhile, Diane came to visit the Emperor, but he was busy with his own affairs and didn't even speak to her. The concubine felt lost, especially since this was the first time they had met after the incident at the palace. Karl noticed she didn't look right and told her she didn't have to stay if she wasn't feeling well. But then Diane dropped a bombshell, saying that less than a month after the wedding, Adele was already looking for an aide. She also explained that she was just worried about His Majesty and hoped this wouldn't cause him any trouble. He assured her that she didn't have to worry about that. So Diane decided to take her leave and return to her own place. As she was leaving, the Emperor reminded her to handle the Empress's extra palace budget to avoid any problems. At that moment, the concubine even shivered. She realized that Karl Ulrich was both her greatest joy and her greatest sorrow. Later, the Emperor summoned a subordinate, who reported that 16 people had responded to Adele's ad. Karl was surprised, as she had only posted the ad that morning, and all the sons were flocking to it like bees to a hive. He then asked if anyone from the Duchy of Valdor was among them, and the servant said no, but that he would inform him if someone applied. The Emperor bet that the family wouldn't get involved directly and would just send a lackey. Meanwhile, Hannah was briefing the Empress on the key figures in Aemon's political scene. Now Adele understood why the former Empress had been so fond of this woman. Then, the girl took the list, pretended to consider it for a moment, and declared that the best candidate was from the Valdor family. After that, she began the interviews, and the first person immediately started to flatter her profusely, practically sucking up to her. Adele was surprised the guy called her an angel. Remembering how they called her a witch back in Gothroth, the second guy immediately started freaking out, saying this whole thing felt like a dream, and he was scared to wake up. The next few men also told the Empress about their talents, but they were clearly exaggerating, and she quickly grew tired of it. She thought to herself that it would have been better to just read their resumes, and she was also surprised that no one understood the true intention behind her announcement. Furthermore, no one from the Duchy of Wald had appeared yet, and she was even starting to get a headache, so Hannah placed a damp compress on her forehead. Hannah even suggested that if her ladyship was too tired, she should just send the rest of them home, but her ladyship was surprised that there were still people left. However, she let him in anyway, as she just wanted to get it over with and relax. Hannah took the list to the hallway and called for the next assistant candidate to come forward. Then, to the shocked gazes of everyone present, Duke Lionel Wald strode out confidently. The other applicants couldn't believe he was also applying for the position, but they knew he would never pass up such an opportunity. Hannah Giggs greeted him politely, while he worried that he had missed his interview. The old woman assured him that he was still in time, but that he would need to wait a moment. The last few candidates the Empress interviewed seemed overly mediocre, but she still hoped this was the last one, even though she felt it was a complete waste of time. But Hannah announced that there was one more young man who wanted to try his luck. She handed Adelaide a piece of paper with a name on it, and when she saw the name, she insisted on seeing him. A minute later, the Duke walked into the office and immediately greeted Her Majesty, the Queen, politely. The girl realized she was happy to see him, but she feigned composure and asked him to sit. She also explained that since she hadn't served tea to the other candidates, she couldn't offer any to Lionel either. Wald didn't argue, but he noticed her confident gaze, and now he understood that she wasn't doing this on a whim. He guessed that Adele wanted to balance the power and therefore needed supporters. He knew she had no one to trust or rely on in the palace, and he understood that she wanted to carve out a place for herself in a space that was already occupied. He then explained that no matter who she chose, it would be impossible to find a better candidate than him. Adele was surprised the Duke understood her intentions so well, and then she asked what she should call him. He said whatever she liked, and then she wondered why he had decided to get involved personally. I mean, he could have sent a subordinate, but Lionel admitted that he wanted intelligence that only she would know. Wald made it clear that what he wanted was anything related to the magic tower, and believed he could obtain that intelligence as her assistant. Then, Adelaide confessed that she wanted to build a power base that could truly challenge the existing power. She agreed to accept the Duke as her assistant, but he would have to play the role of her lover. The Empress even added that she would call him by his first name and act intimately with him. They would look like a pair of lovers, and if Lionel had no problem with that, then Adele was ready to accept him. The Duke agreed without hesitation, saying he didn't care in the slightest what others would say about him. The girl was in a good mood, realizing she had chosen the perfect advisor in Lionel. Meanwhile, the Emperor had already heard the news of the Duke applying for the position and was very surprised by it. He couldn't figure out why the Duke would respond to the Empress's recruitment notice. The attendant still didn't know if Her Majesty the Queen had agreed to accept the man, as she hadn't said a word about it yet. Later, Karl went out onto the balcony for some air and remembered the sweet fragrance his wife always carried. The scent lingered in the Emperor's mind, and her words echoed in his ears. The day Adelaide came to him, he was intoxicated by her scent, and if she had agreed then, it would be her by his side now, not Dion. He could also watch a woman born with a silver spoon slowly wither before him. Karl also wanted to see that arrogant gaze of hers gradually disappear, and he didn't understand why that was so difficult for her. He didn't understand why she didn't want to be like a feather on a pin or a flower in a vase. It would be such an easy life for her. But the Emperor also knew that the only way to tame a wild beast was to strip it of its ability to resist and pull out its fangs. That evening, the Empress was taking a bath, enjoying the feeling of the warm water washing away her fatigue. Just then, Henna came in and urged her to finish her bath quickly. She guessed something was wrong, and the old woman confessed that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. Adele was at a loss, thinking that the rumors about Lionel Wald being here must have reached his ears. She realized Karl probably wanted to talk about it and decided to find out the real reason for his visit. She quickly changed her clothes to meet him, apologizing for not being prepared for his sudden visit. Then she asked the Emperor why he had come, and he immediately started questioning her about who she planned to choose as her assistant. Adele explained that she hadn't decided yet, but she was also curious as to why he was so interested. Karl simply repeated his question, but in a harsher, angrier tone, demanding an answer from his wife. But no matter who she chose, it was her decision, so she asked her husband not to try and pry. His Majesty began to guess it was Lionel Wald and immediately demanded that she choose someone else. He explained that the Wald family was rebelling against the palace, and Adele could not appoint any of them as her assistant. Karl also said that the Empress would bring shame upon the royal family by doing this, and that she should not forget her duty. The girl was shocked by the man's audacity, but she also made it clear that she had no intention of living like a fancy pan. Adele realized that all the Emperor wanted in his life was an ornament to decorate it, and someone who would indulge all his selfish demands, and to simply exist quietly. The Emperor confirmed that the girl understood him completely, then stared at her again, waiting for her answer to his question. Then, Adelaide decided to admit to him that she had already chosen Lionel Wald, her voice sounding very proud. She also reminded him of what Karl had said, that he didn't care about her little pets as long as she didn't touch his sweetheart. After all, he had said it himself, and Adele didn't understand why he had forgotten, and now she was holding him to his word. The Emperor thought this was his wife's way of challenging him, but she retorted that it was not. For the past 4 days, she had carefully reviewed every single person, but not one of them had satisfied her. Karl was at it again, demanding his wife know her place, but Adelaide had no intention of being his property. Regarding fulfilling duties, She pointed out that he hadn't kept his promise either, having never treated her as an equal partner. The emperor, tired of arguing, decided to leave her room. Before leaving, he only asked that she come up with a wise solution to avoid regretting it later. In that moment, the girl remembered her own mother's advice, who had also told her to act wisely and consider the future consequences. In the hallway, His Majesty ran into Hannah and immediately asked her if her loyalty was to the person or to the position. He knew he had become emperor because he was the son of a humble handmaiden, and Hannah clearly held a grudge about it. Karl thought Hannah felt he had stolen Elizabeth's place, but the old woman began to assure him that wasn't the case at all. But he didn't believe her and told her to tell the Empress that if she wanted to survive in this empire, she had to strive to please him. Afterward, Hannah went to Adele and revealed that she had been appointed as the steward here by the former Empress. She was also Elizabeth Grande's wet nurse, but she had also cared for another child, though this matter was kept secret. Giggs confessed that the current emperor was that child, but Adelaide didn't understand why the old woman was telling her this. She explained that deep inside him, the child who longed for love but never received it still existed. Karl was a very sensitive child who had never experienced true love in his life. Meanwhile, the emperor went to his mistress, who immediately beamed with joy upon seeing him. But she noticed his worried and pensive expression and guessed that something serious had happened. Diana guessed that the Empress had annoyed him and felt it was related to her future assistant. Then, the mistress began to wonder how she could possibly need an assistant when she had him, His Majesty, right here. Suddenly, Karl leaned close to Diana's neck and began to sniff, but the scent was not the one that had once captivated him. She was confused by his behavior, and all he did was ask Diana to live like a feather on a pin or a flower in a vase. She immediately thought that if she were a feather, Karl would use her, and if she were a flower, he would just put her on display. The mistress agreed to this, fully accepting such an arrangement, as it meant she could be close to the emperor. She caught his gaze and knew it was only a matter of time before those violet eyes welled up with tears and turned bloodshot. Diana had thought he would stay with her now, but Karl turned and walked toward the exit without a word. The girl was completely at a loss. He always succumbed to her charms, so she couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Now, Hannah Giggs was telling a story of how the former Empress panicked when she discovered her handmaiden had a child with the Emperor. Much later, the Emperor forged some documents and declared the boy the crown prince. He was taken from his birth mother, and although Her Majesty the Queen did not agree, the prince lived in her palace. At 6, he discovered the Empress hated him for being an outsider. At 7, he finally met his birth mother, but she was already on her deathbed, and the poor child's inner strength completely shattered. Now Adelaide understood why Karl was so hostile. He saw the former Empress in her. She knew he still harbored regret and resentment for everything associated with the word Empress. Hannah explained that the Emperor's hostility was instinctive, but he didn't doubt the correctness of his actions. The man was the ruler of a vast empire. It wouldn't be normal if his instincts overrode his reason. Adele interpreted Giggs' words to mean that she must now cater to Karl's every whim and indulge his selfishness. She remembered the first day she arrived. Diana Poitiers visited and began telling her about the Emperor's preferences. Hannah couldn't believe a mistress would dare to do so, but Adele added that she even advised her on how to act around Karl. But the Empress also noted that Hannah's words now were hardly different from that girl's, and the most precious thing Adelaide had, the thing she wanted to protect most, was herself, her principles, her passion, her pride, and her honor. All of it belonged only to her, more important than the title of emperor. So she felt it was better to die than to become a puppet in someone else's hands, and she had no intention of satisfying someone else's whims. Adele was born a princess of Goslu, with blue blood and everything. Hannah knew she had overstepped and immediately apologized. Later, after the Empress had fallen asleep, Giggs left her room and ran into His Majesty in the hallway again. He began to ask if Adelaide was ready to spend the night with him, but Hannah didn't know how to answer, so she hesitated. But Karl took this as a sign that he still had a chance and immediately headed for his wife's room. Adelaide was still awake, sitting in bed, and the sight of the Emperor filled her with rage. How dare he? Karl explained that he wanted to spend time with her, and Adelaide knew the Emperor always got what he wanted. She glared at him as if ready to kill him at any moment and reminded him that they had already talked about this. Now she didn't understand why he was back, and Karl explained that she herself had asked to be recognized as his equal partner. He also made it clear that to achieve this, she needed to spend their wedding night with him. Karl didn't understand why his wife was looking for someone else if she wanted power and influence in the palace. He then made it clear that if she fulfilled her duty, he would give her anything she wanted. But she begged him to leave her alone, even though Adelaide knew that, whether she liked it or not, the Emperor was her husband, so it was perfectly normal for him to be here. Nevertheless, she felt utterly disgusted, and Karl could see that she couldn't accept it, that it repulsed her. He wondered who she would kneel to, but Adelaide believed she shouldn't have to kneel, not even before him. Just then, the Emperor grabbed her leg, and she was afraid he would do something terrible to her. But Karl simply brought her foot to his face and kissed it, leaving Adele completely stunned. His Majesty explained that by kissing her foot, he was submitting to her, then sat beside her, hoping she would be more compliant now. But the Empress still demanded that he not even think of touching her, which angered him again. Karl told her again that she didn't know her place, and that all she had was her pride. He walked to the door, saying Adele was just showing off her pride, baring her teeth like a beast. He then demanded again that she bow and submit to him, but the Empress said she would never do so. Then, His Majesty added in a threatening tone that she would soon regret it, and left her room. The girl felt awful, but was relieved that Karl had finally left. That night, she had a nightmare about the mistresses, Karl's words, and her mother's advice not to do anything. She would regret it. Waking up in the morning, the girl realized it was just a nightmare, and then she heard Hannah's voice. The Empress got up and asked why she was here so early, and she confessed that she brought bad news. Hannah explained that His Majesty the Emperor had canceled the extra budget allocated to her palace. Adelaide cursed in her mind, realizing he was really like a petty, whining brat. The news of the budget cut spread like wildfire, and shortly after, Adele issued an official statement announcing her formal appointment of Lionel Valdor as the Empress's advisor, a counterattack. The Duke was on his way to see the Empress, and his steward wondered why he had agreed to the position in the first place. Lionel explained that they were at a dead end, so he needed to explore every possibility. He also made it clear that this was his own decision and that his brother hadn't forced him at all. Meanwhile, Adelaide was lounging on the sofa, enjoying her free time and observing the servants. The maids were on edge, terrified by Her Majesty's constant surveillance. But Hannah thought that Adele handled even that overbearing aura well, and that she saw everything. Giggs entered the room and dismissed the other maids, and Adelaide asked if the intelligence leaks to the Ivory Palace had decreased. Hannah confirmed that none of them had been there for the past week, but Adele knew there was nothing to report except for what happened last night. Just then, the Empress was informed that Assistant Lionel Valdor had arrived, and she told them to let him in. The Duke entered and greeted Her Majesty, who bluntly admitted she had been waiting for him. Lionel noticed the smile that spread across her face, so he knew she was being sincere. Then Adele warmly invited her advisor for tea, which he did not refuse. She noted that rumors of their very close relationship would soon spread throughout the palace. The Empress also admitted that she quite liked having the Duke as an assistant, adding that she was relying on him. She then confessed that she didn't enjoy pretending they were close either and hoped for a response from him next time. Adele clarified that she didn't want the rumor to become the Empress is hopelessly in love with him. Lionel didn't argue and also hoped Her Majesty wouldn't regret choosing him. This pleased her, even though she wasn't being serious, while he had taken her joking request to heart. She then offered Lionel some gingerbread, explaining it was her favorite when she was in Iront. The Duke told her not to trouble herself, but Adele didn't mind offering sweets. It was just that she couldn't do it as elegantly here. She then asked if his duchy wanted a piece of the pie from the Mage Corps. He admitted it, adding that he wanted to change their approach to the tower, but the mages were hiding all the information. The girl realized the tower was about power, remembering her mother had said the same thing. If that power was used correctly, the royal family could become gods. That intelligence had to be obtained and kept under tight guard, and a rescue team of mages had to be established. Adele and the Duke agreed on this point, and she decided to use her status as a mage to solidify her position in Iront. Lionel also mentioned that the Duchy of Valdor would petition His Majesty for a budget increase. The Empress's spirits lifted at this, admitting it was the first decent thing she had heard all day. She didn't know if this subtle counterattack counted as revenge, but since Karl had slighted her, she would return the favor. She then handed the Duke a document and asked him to look it over, and he realized Her Majesty was out for revenge. Soon, a merchant approached the maids, announcing that Her Majesty could pick anything she liked. He also explained it was a gift, with all expenses paid by Lady Poitiers, and handed over an accompanying letter. Adelaide looked at the letter later, commenting that it only specified the amount for a single horse. Diana wanted Adele to pick something for herself within the amount she was originally allocated. Poitiers also mentioned that the national holiday was approaching, but the Empress saw this as a provocation. She had no intention of tolerating the mistress's antics any longer and was about to write an order telling Hannah to prepare the documents. At the same time, Adelaide realized she had lost her emotional control for a moment because of Diana. Now the Duke learned that the Empress planned to evict Mistress Poitiers from her palace. He explained that if Her Majesty kicked her out now, everyone would start to sympathize with her. Adelaide was at a loss in that moment, and Lionel decided to suggest another method to her. Diana had met with the merchant, pretending to be upset about the Emperor's actions, which was why she sent him there. She also wanted to know what the Empress was preparing for the celebration in a few months, Diana mentioned. The Emperor had told her to buy whatever she wanted, and the merchants began to cheer for her, saying Karl truly loved her. Others chimed in, but Diana told them to stop, saying they were embarrassing her. Lionel shared his idea with the Empress and asked if she liked the plan. Adelaide was surprised. She hadn't expected Wald to propose this plan to her with such a calm expression. She was certain he had volunteered to be her assistant out of personal ambition. He would also officially protest the cancellation of her extra budget. At today's meeting, the Empress liked the proposal and agreed to fight together from now on. Meanwhile, Dion sat by her jewels, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. She couldn't figure out how things had gone so wrong so quickly. Just a minute ago, she was picking out jewelry and enjoying the compliments. Then she suddenly remembered that last night, Karl had shown up without warning, then disappeared for a while, and came back, but he just went straight to sleep, without even touching her, and she couldn't figure out why. Diana saw the Emperor doing something he had never done before, and that's when it hit her. She called for Lorraine and ordered her to quietly bring a maid from the Empress's palace as soon as possible. Soon, the girl was brought to the Ivory Palace, and Diana interrogated her. Was the Emperor with Adele yesterday? The maid was too scared to even breathe, and the mistress, annoyed, demanded she answer. So she confessed that he had visited twice. The first time was after the Empress's bath, from which His Majesty emerged furious. But he returned an hour later, stayed in her room for a few minutes, and then left again. The mistress now understood that Karl had gone to Adele before coming to her, but then went back to Adele afterward. Dion remembered his excited eyes and rapid breathing, a look on his face that only she knew. Poitiers now understood what had happened, and she was devastated because the Emperor no longer belonged to her. The mistress went to the mirror, and upon closer inspection, she saw she had wrinkles, and her face had lost its glow. Karl loved her skin so much, and now she wasn't going to call for merchants, but for people who knew about self-care. The girl also thought she had gained weight, but after feeling herself, she was sure that wasn't the case. She was also very worried that she couldn't get pregnant, as both she and the Emperor were perfectly healthy. Meanwhile, Adele learned that a maid had been summoned to the Ivory Palace and realized Dion was curious about yesterday. Hannah asked if they should hire another one, and if so, she had a few trustworthy candidates. But Adele refused, explaining that no matter who she brought in, that person wouldn't be trustworthy. She thought it was better to let them know who was whose puppet. Now, she signed her first order as Empress. So the plan was to evacuate all residents of Kelvin County to the neighboring Baruzal County, and the Count of Baruzal and Viscount Orleans would intercept the monsters on the path near the tower. After level 3, during a meeting with the Emperor, Lennox questions who set the tower's level. He believes this person has never seen the extremely hard-to-catch gargoyles, nor realized how the people they're supposed to cope without mages. At this point, Night Jackal chimes in, asking him to contribute something instead of just sitting there worrying. Lennox is angry that he didn't go handle it himself, but Augustus Spone calms him down, reminding him that he is in His Majesty's presence. Meanwhile, Karl asks for the opinion of the Minister of Defense, Waldo, hoping for a wise answer. Lionel is really getting on his nerves. He has never liked him, but today he is even more annoying. But before answering, Waldo wants to ask the head of the magic squad a question. He then recalls that on the day the tower descended upon the palace, he and his knights were waiting for the mages to arrive. As the tower slowly descended, an unexpected person appeared, the Empress herself. Hearing the Duke dare to mention the Empress's name in his presence, the Emperor becomes even more furious. Lionel continues, saying that before the portal landed, Her Majesty the Empress flew up and blasted it to smithereens. Thanks to her, not a single monster got out. He then asks the mages why no one had thought of doing that before. Lennox decides to taunt the Duke, saying he is so well informed because he receives a great deal of love from the Empress. Lionel then says that according to Adelaide, the tower reaches level 3 when flying monsters appear. He also adds that it was the Empress who told the Count to evacuate the people, and that she also donated money to help him accomplish this. Now, the Duke once again questions why Iront just stood by and watched it all happen. As the Minister of Defense, he offers to help save those people, and to do so, they need to dispatch mages there as soon as possible. Then, his brother chimes in, adding that the Empress's actions deserve respect, and asks Karl to explain why her funds were cut. The Emperor is furious that the Duke has become so bold as to even become the Empress's advisor, but he casually remarks that a wife is supposed to support her husband. He then questions the Minister of Defense why he isn't pursuing leads when the situation is still unclear. The Duke's brother interjects again, saying the Emperor is going too far. Just then, a servant enters the room. He immediately announces that the Empress has revoked Dion de Poitier's residence permit for the Ivory Palace. The Emperor nearly loses control, not understanding how his wife could approve such an order. Looking at the document, he sees the Empress's seal, while the men of the Valdor family watch him the entire time. On the other hand, Lennox clearly expresses his anger, as the Emperor himself had granted his sister that permit. But according to palace law, Her Majesty the Empress has the authority to independently approve residence orders. The servant then adds that as a show of gratitude, Her Majesty the Empress will still allow Dion de Poitiers to continue residing in the palace. However, this is against the law, as she is not a member of the royal family and holds no specific title or position. Since Dion is the Count's daughter and wishes to remain in the palace, the Empress has granted her guest status. She can stay, but from now on, all of Dion's expenses will be covered by the Count's family. Lennox is stunned, as he knows he will be the one paying this huge sum. The Emperor is so angry that he decides to leave before he says something he'll regret and completely loses control. The council knows Adelaide is right, but she was still generous enough to let Dion stay, even if she has to pay for herself. All these words really annoy Lennox, so he decides to leave as well without a word. Lionel's brother is curious if this was his idea, but he says he knows him better than anyone, so he should know. The Duke is about to leave, but stops and turns to his brother as he has something to say to him. Meanwhile, the Emperor practically teleports to the Empress's palace, completely ignoring the maid's greetings. Karl is furious, ready to give his wife a piece of his mind, and she is waiting for him at the top of the stairs. She is dressed in a robe, and the Emperor wonders where she is going dressed like that. Adelaide simply walks down to him calmly and asks what brings him to her at this hour. His Majesty begins to demand that she revoke the order regarding the Ivory Palace residence. But she explains that she didn't kick Dion out at all. If she wants to stay, she can, but not for free. The Empress also explains that this is the perfect legal loophole to keep the girl here. Karl reiterates to his wife that she should cancel her order, but she asks him to resolve the current situation first. Adelaide also explains that the merchants sent by Dion came that day, so she could pick out things worth a single horse. Then she reminds him of the proverb, if someone points a sword at you, you'd better draw yours and face them head on. Adelaide knows the Emperor can't stop her now, nor can he take anything away, because he never gave her anything to begin with. The Empress then curtsies, but Karl stops her and questions her again about where she is going. The Empress simply says she is going for a walk in disguise and reminds him that this is well within her rights. She can also do so without the Emperor's permission and doesn't have to tell him where she is going or why. Karl realizes the girl has memorized the entire damn set of laws, and she confirms that is all she is willing to say. However, Adelaide does explain that she is interested in the lifestyle of commoners and that she doesn't think it's meaningless. The Empress also adds that her little trip will take about 3 days, and then she heads for the exit. Just then, the Emperor wants to put a chain around her neck and lock her up so she can't even breathe without his permission. He also wants to bury his face in her neck and take a deep breath of her scent, which is like spring flowers. Karl is so furious with the whole situation and his inability to do anything about it that he doesn't even notice his wife isn't heading for the royal carriage. Meanwhile, Adelaide has reached a carriage where the driver greets her, and she begins to climb in. Soon, Lionel and his brother appear, and he asks the driver if the Empress is inside. He tells the servant to act as if nothing has happened, and then he and his brother also head for the carriage. Adelaide is sitting inside, wearing a long, hooded cloak with the sunlight falling on her. The Duke is completely captivated by her, and when she pulls down her hood, she simply apologizes for jumping into his carriage without waiting for him. She also greets his brother and asks if he minds putting her up for 3 days. He is completely fine with it, especially since Lionel has already arranged everything with him. As they ride, the young Duke realizes it's been a long time since he's seen the Empress dressed like this. Paired with the boots she's now wearing, her perfect disguise will allow her to move around without being easily noticed. Meanwhile, the girl is observing the situation outside and asks if this is really how commoners live. Adelaide notices their clothes are neat and the houses look clean from the outside. The Empress realizes the people here live decent lives and thinks this represents a slightly above average crowd. She also says that in Gothruff, this would be considered a good day, and she's curious about the situation in Amot. His brother explains that it's the same here, adding that the middle class lives in this area, but 10 minutes to the north, across the river, are the slums where refugees who lost their homes to the towers live. He then asks the Empress why she summoned Count Kelvin in the first place. Adelaide explains that it was the least she could do for him, even though she knew it probably wouldn't change anything. Lionel then asks if Her Majesty participated in any rescue operations while living in Gothruff. She admits that she was the founder and leader of an organization in her hometown that resisted the towers. She then adds that this was 6 months ago, and she dedicated her entire life to this cause. She had to destroy the tower before it landed, or the monsters would destroy the entire population. People were always grateful to her for saving them, and she still remembers those feelings clearly. Her principle was to save everyone and leave no one behind, and she instilled this philosophy in her organization. After a while, they arrive in front of a very luxurious mansion, which the Empress already likes just from the outside. Lionel takes her comment as a compliment, but she assures him that it is indeed a wonderful building. They then go inside, and she asks if the Duchy of Lionel has any books. He explains that there is a large collection of books, and some people even collect them. His brother chimes in that she used his name, so they must have gotten close. Adelaide then discovers there is a library and explains that although there is one in the palace, she never had the chance to visit. She also asks the young Duke to recommend a book, and he decides to first find out what genre she prefers. Just then, the Empress remembers she needs to get permission from the library's owner, but notices he looks completely confused. She then realizes that he's only now figuring out that she didn't address Lionel formally. Still, she feels embarrassed to tell him that she was just trying to make it look like they were on a date. She approaches the man and casually suggests they call each other by their first names, which confuses him even more. At that moment, she realizes that's not what she meant to say. She had intended to ask if he could accompany her to the library, but he just explains that the library is on the 2nd floor and welcomes Adelaide to use it anytime. Just then, Lionel approaches the Empress and offers to escort her to the reading room if she'd like, and she agrees. On the way, the Duke notices the girl's ears have turned red, and now he is seeing a completely different side of her. Meanwhile, Hannah goes to see the mistress, Dion, and asks if she agrees to stay here as a guest. If not, she needs to return to her family estate as soon as possible. But the girl is still in shock from the news. Hannah also explains that this is Her Majesty's order and hands the mistress a document to review. Dion can't believe Adelaide is kicking her out of her own palace, but she knows the document is real because she sees the seal. Hannah also explains there is a good reason for this, but the mistress claims the Emperor himself allowed her to stay. Then Diane loudly questions how anyone could dare defy His Majesty's order. But Hannah interrupts her, asking in return how the mistress could possibly defy the Empress's order. After all, she should show respect to Her Majesty regardless. But the mistress just won't budge. The girl declares that she will not leave the palace unless she hears the order directly from the emperor. Hannah takes this to mean the mistress intends to rent the place and promises to calculate all the fees for her to be paid at the end of each month. Hannah again reminds them that, by law, the Empress can decide these matters and is fully entitled to do so without His Majesty's permission. Furthermore, all the maids of the Ivory Palace will soon be reassigned elsewhere. This infuriates Dion, who absolutely refuses to accept it, thinking it's complete garbage. But Hannah explains that the assignment of servants within the palace is also in Her Majesty's hands, and then she prepares to leave. The old woman can see that the mistress still doesn't understand that her foolish love is worthless in the face of the law. As she heads for the exit, Diane tells her to wait and tells Adelaide she will deeply regret treating her this way. Diane sees those contemptuous eyes again, telling her she's worthless, which is why she drove Hannah away in the first place. She's also sure the Emperor won't let this slide and insists that Hannah knows exactly why. But she just touches Diane's face and calmly points out that she's getting wrinkles, which leaves Dion completely stunned. Hannah also admits it's been a while, and now she can clearly see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She adds that they will soon multiply as her skin is thin and wrinkles appear quickly on a face like that. Furthermore, Hannah knows exactly what weapon the mistress uses to stay by the Emperor's side. She then whispers in her ear that Dion has absolutely nothing on that front, not even close. Just then, the girl shoves the old woman away, ordering her to shut up and stop hissing at her like a snake. But Hannah grabs her shoulders, asks if she knows when Lady Beatrice died, and adds that it was at 29. She also confesses that Beatrice looked very young, without a single wrinkle on her face, and to the Emperor, she will always be that woman, frozen at 29, never to grow old. But Diane's 29 will soon turn to 30, and then 40, and time will fly by for her. Hannah also suggests that instead of sending merchants, the mistress should worry about her own skin, since she is aging quickly. She also reminds her that the Empire is full of blonde, blue-eyed girls who are younger than her. Then Hannah leaves the mistress, who is trying to recover from shock and is furious about everything. Just then, she notices the castle's atmosphere. After all, this was all her masterpiece, and there wasn't a single corner she hadn't touched. The girl is furious that the new Empress now wants to kick her out of her own palace. Dion doesn't understand what's so special about that title and then imagines herself begging Karl to be his one and only love. She knows he would refuse, as the mere title of Empress makes any mistress seem pathetic and insignificant. The girl can't understand why she can't have that position, especially when it means so much to her. Suddenly snapping back to reality, the girl rushes to the mirror, realizing she can't cry or she'll get more wrinkles. She then calls for her maid, Lorraine, and orders her to find a skincare specialist immediately. Meanwhile, Adelaide is holding a book, enjoying the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the library. Soon, the Valdor brothers appear and invite her to dinner. The Empress readily agrees, especially since she is hungry too, and thanks them for the invitation. After dinner, his brother worries if she enjoyed the food, as it was a simple meal and they had to keep Adelaide's visit a secret. The girl is satisfied with everything and then tells them they can ask her anything they want. Lionel decides to cut straight to the chase and asks how to destroy the towers, as he knows she can handle them alone. He points out that last time Adelaide said the tower was level 4, but the energy level was only 5. She admits she can handle a level 5 tower on her own, but a larger portal is difficult for her to deal with alone. Lionel also mentions she destroyed the tower before it landed and realizes Gothruff is also using the same tactic. Adelaide stumbled upon that technique 5 years ago, and it's been the #1 rule ever since. But the problem is, not many mages can control updrafts, so they can only destroy about half of the portals that way. The other half have to be fought after they've already landed, and the Duke realizes the losses must be enormous. Just then, his brother asks the Empress for her opinion on the towers that have already landed. He wants to know if there's anything they can do, but Adelaide makes it clear that it's impossible. The man still presses, hoping she might remember something, but she just repeats that there is no way. Then, Lionel stands up and apologizes to everyone, saying he needs to leave for a moment. He returns with a scroll, then beckons them to the table and unrolls a huge map of the Amon Empire. At first, the Empress doesn't understand why he brought this, but then he starts placing small stones on it. After he has placed all the stones, Adelaide realizes the red ones represent all the existing towers. To be sure, she decides to confirm her suspicion and poses her question to Lionel out loud. He confirms that those are indeed the control portals, and Adelaide can't believe they were neglected and that someone tried to control them. She then points out that if all these stones mark the locations of towers, then Iront is no different from hell. The Minister of Defense confirms that the Empire has fallen into chaos, and now he is pleading for her help. Later, Dion is still staring at herself in the mirror when Lorraine announces that His Majesty has arrived. Hearing this, the mistress is instantly overjoyed, hoping their meeting will go well. She barely manages to hide her new earrings in a drawer before the Emperor walks into her room. She puts on a very sad, sickly act, but still manages to say hello. Karl notices she has gotten thinner, and her face and lips are colorless. Her neck looks like it could snap with the slightest movement, and she seems so fragile. Dion looks like she's about to die, and the Emperor suddenly feels like he can't breathe, as if he's falling into a bottomless, black ocean. The mistress can see that Karl is angry and assumes it's because the Empress wants to kick her out. She also thinks he feels sorry for her seeing her in this state and has come to comfort her. Thinking he is deeply infatuated with her, she immediately throws herself into his arms, but he doesn't respond warmly. Dion starts insisting she's fine and tells him not to worry too much, but she can feel it's not working. His Majesty asks directly if she was the one who sent those merchants to the Empress's palace. The girl freezes completely. She never expected him to ask this and doesn't know what to say. The Emperor repeats his question, this time louder, adding that she only priced a single horse. Dion then realizes he's not worried about her, but has come to interrogate her like a criminal. She explains that she felt sorry for the Empress because her extra budget was cut and she couldn't buy anything. The mistress then admits she was foolish, but she had no other way to help her. But Dion also insists that she didn't price it at one horse, but gave the merchants the original price. She reminds him that he personally gave her that money, that she acted on impulse, and begins to apologize. All this drama is giving Karl a headache, and he explains that there's no point in provoking Her Majesty. He then reminds the mistress that she used to be content with just his love, which she confirms. His Majesty tells her not to forget those words, and as long as she remembers, he can protect her. Karl then asks her to move out of the main palace, and the words make her heart sink to the floor. But the Emperor reassures her, explaining that he will place her somewhere the Empress can't boss her around. He also adds that if Dion doesn't like the idea, she can return to the Poitiers family estate. Just then, she throws herself at him, screaming that she can't and begging him not to abandon her. But Charles pulls his hand back, reminding her not to call him Your Majesty. The Emperor says that her voice is sounding more and more like his mother's. He then turns and leaves her room. The mistress is left alone, tormented by the knowledge that he is still merciful, but no longer as loving as before. Meanwhile, in Valdor County, Lionel's brother tells Adelaide that the butler will show her to her room. He also explains that if she has any questions, she can come to him anytime. They then say their good nights, and the Empress even says a rather friendly "sleep well" to Lionel. He returns the sentiment, wishing her sweet dreams, and then everyone returns to their rooms. The girl just can't sleep, her mind racing with thoughts. So much has happened since her arrival, and she still has many problems to solve. Honestly, how could she possibly sleep after hearing about the towers? Lionel is also wide awake and decides to go to the library to find something to read. He picks up a book, ready to immerse himself, but notices the light in Her Majesty's room is still on. Just as he's wondering why she's still awake, a small pebble suddenly hits the window. The Duke peeks out to find the Empress, trying to get his attention, and he immediately steps out onto the balcony. He guesses something is bothering her, but she just asks where she can find some alcohol. The two meet up shortly, and the girl asks Lionel why he's not asleep either, but he doesn't even know how to explain. The truth is, he can't stop thinking about the Empress, but he can't just say that. So he just asks her why she wants to drink, but she knows he's just changing the subject. Adelaide explains that she can't sleep, but the Duke advises her not to resort to alcohol every time. They walk into the living room, and she tells him to just bring the alcohol, and then he can leave. She'll handle the rest herself. Lionel asks what she wants, and she boldly declares she wants a straight whiskey. The Duke worries it might be too strong, but Adelaide insists it's fine. That's how she always drinks it. He keeps saying she might get sick because the whiskey is really potent, but she tells him to stop nagging. The young man finds it strange that the Empress is calling him a nag, but he doesn't argue. Adelaide also she invited him to drink with her, but Lionel decided not to, so she started drinking alone. When the Duke saw her down almost a full glass in one go, he was somewhat stunned. She just wiped the corner of her mouth with her finger and commented that the wine was refreshing. Afterwards, the Empress thanked her advisor and then decided to confess something to him. From the first day she arrived, she had been dealing with hostility without even knowing why, and now these towers were added to it. However, thanks to Lionel, the situation had eased a little, but she was already exhausted. Then Adelaide poured herself another glass and drank it all. Afterwards, she admitted that she decided to have a drink because she couldn't sleep with so much on her mind. Lionel commented that the Empress's way of handling problems was very wise, and he admired her for it. She poured another glass of wine, thanked the Duke for his kind words, and confessed that she felt much better. He was glad he could help her, even if just a little. Then, Adele noticed a painting on the wall, a picture of a family. The Empress guessed it was a family portrait, and Lionel was the youngest one in it. The boy in the painting seemed quite lively to her. The Duke admitted that, according to his father, he was a troublemaker. Apparently, he had a habit of frequently getting into minor trouble as a child, which annoyed his father even more. Adele even laughed, admitting that if she could go back in time, she would have been interested in getting to know him. She thought he was super cute as a child, while the Duke was glad he had met her now. He explained that if he were still a child, he couldn't have become her advisor, not even making the list of candidates. The girl laughed even harder, unable to imagine him even thinking about something like that, a child candidate. She assured him that even if he weren't her advisor, he would still be by her side, making her happy. Meanwhile, Lionel noticed her flushed cheeks and her eyes reflecting the moonlight, and he couldn't believe she was laughing over such a small thing. A small thing, because for as long as he had known her, she had been a cold empress, but now, in his eyes, she was just a beautiful woman. Adelaide noticed the Duke staring at her intently and gave him a questioning look. Lionel immediately realized he had been lost in thought about her and quickly turned his head away, not wanting to reveal his interest. She still noticed the Duke's blush, guessing it was due to the alcohol, but even so, he looked somewhat cute. Then she explained that he could ask her anything he didn't dare to ask the Empress. So Lionel wanted to know why Adele had agreed to marry so far from home when she was in charge of destroying the towers in her homeland. Adele pointed out that the Duke was asking some big questions, and he immediately apologized if she found him rude. But she confessed anyway that in Gotharov Palace, there was a portrait of her family filled with love and harmony. However, her father died suddenly from an illness, and the empire fell into chaos, so her mother advised her to marry. Even Adelaide's organization wasn't enough to change her mother's mind, and she couldn't refuse herself. The girl explained that it was also her fault. Seeing her grim expression, the Duke realized something terrible had happened. Lionel didn't understand what the Empress was trying to say, but he decided not to press further. Adele also understood the conversation was over and suggested they return to their respective rooms. She walked ahead with the Duke following behind. It was then he noticed that her highness didn't seem so petite before. Meanwhile, the Emperor also decided to drown his sorrows in alcohol, drinking alone and lost in thought. He remembered when he was a child, on the day of his coronation, everyone congratulated him. Uncle August had explained to him then that he was now the most respected nobleman in the country. He also promised the little boy that he would lay the world at his feet and that he would have everything he wanted. Now, Charles couldn't figure out why he remembered those times so clearly on a day like this. He was also bothered about where the Empress had gone, guessing she was just angry about the budget cuts. The servant also explained that no lady-in-waiting was available to escort her, and Hannah knew nothing about it. The Emperor was furious that he had no idea where his wife was, but then he thought about it, and the answer seemed obvious. Adelaide was a foreigner, after all, and knew no one in Elmont except for one person. Realizing this cruel fact, His Majesty flew into a rage and slammed his glass on the table. The glass shattered. The Emperor was furious when he realized his wife was staying in Valdor's territory. When the Duke woke up, the memories of last night were seared into his mind as if they had just happened, keeping him awake for a long time. Lionel couldn't shake the Empress's vibrant, sincere laughter, which still echoed in his ears. Later, he went downstairs to the living room with his brother, where Her Majesty was already waiting. She immediately told Lionel that thanks to him, she had slept like a baby and asked how he had slept. He said he had slept well too. As he walked ahead with her, his brother was trying to figure out what had happened. He noticed the atmosphere between the two had completely changed. Something must have happened last night. Then he asked the Empress what she wanted to do today, and she admitted there was indeed something. But she needed help and requested a few trustworthy knights familiar with the area to be assigned to her. Lionel decided to ask what she needed them for, and Adele confessed that she planned to visit the slums. She wanted to see it from the inside, as she couldn't get the information she needed just from the surface. It was then that Lionel stated flatly that he would escort her personally, in a tone that brooked no argument. Shortly after they set off, Adele asked if she was taking up his time, but he confessed that he was free today. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the river and had to put on masks to avoid being recognized, and also because the stench was unbearable. The Duke explained that the slums began just across this river, which itself was called the Niagara River. The name was meant to mean cold and clean, but now there wasn't a single living thing in the river. Adelaide realized something was wrong with the water source switch here, as there was almost no water. She asked about the toilets, and Lionel explained that people relieved themselves indoors and then just threw it outside. Now the girl understood why it smelled so bad here, and besides that, there was a smell of something burning, like cremating bodies. Lionel confirmed that was the case, as there wasn't even enough space for the living, let alone the dead. Adele finally took off her mask, saying that no one would recognize her here anyway. They were all too focused on their next meal. She also found out that such areas were everywhere, with about 10 larger slums and countless smaller ones. Further in, people spotted them and immediately started begging for a coin or even just a small piece of bread. The Empress felt as if she had walked straight into the gates of hell. After passing through the area, the Duke wondered what Adele was thinking, but just asked if she had learned what she wanted to know. He was also curious about how she would handle it if the Emperor opposed whatever she planned to do. The girl didn't understand why he would oppose it, and Lionel explained that His Majesty had long known about the existence of these slums. Then he asked how Adele would react if Karl turned a blind eye to it and publicly spoke out against her plan. But the Empress simply said that if His Majesty turned a blind eye to this, he couldn't be called human. She didn't understand what he was even doing to let the country get like this, and thought the nobles were brainless. Adele was furious that the portal was opening right in front of them, growing bigger day by day, while they only cared about themselves. What really infuriated her was that they had blocked the roads with soldiers, and there wasn't even a hospital, school, or water supply system here. She couldn't believe they could just ignore it, and then asked what the Minister of Defense had been doing all this time. Lionel didn't know what to say, as he knew he was partly responsible, but then Adele apologized for taking her anger out on him. But he secretly wished someone would get angry about this, and Adele's words sounded so sincere that he felt she was closer to him. The Duke felt his heart race, and then declared that whatever she did, he would help her. Back at the palace, Dion had returned to the room she lived in before getting the ivory palace. Her lady-in-waiting asked where to put things, as there was too much luggage and the servants didn't know where to store it. The favorite ordered her to send everything to Poutier County and realized her room was still so small. As night fell, she waited for the Emperor, but he didn't show up, and she began to think he wouldn't come. But she couldn't just sit and wait, so she decided to go see His Majesty herself. A servant stopped her on the way, but she demanded an explanation for why she was being blocked. He explained that she was currently a guest at the palace, but Dion cut him off, saying she wanted to see the Emperor. When she entered Karl's room, she saw him drinking, and he didn't even acknowledge her. It wasn't until she asked why he wasn't asleep yet that the Emperor turned his head towards her. Dion also noticed he looked troubled, and she knew he was suffering because of Her Majesty. She also voiced her opinion that the Empress was probably in the Duchy of Valdor, as she had nowhere else to go. The favorite also hinted that she was most likely with Duke Lionel right now. Karl told her to shut up, but she declared that she was the only one by his side now, and always would be. Even so, the Emperor's face was now like a demon's, and his commanding voice sounded like an evil echo. But Dion still had no intention of sharing him with anyone, and she insisted again that only she could truly understand him. In her heart, she begged Karl not to be distracted by Adele anymore. His body and soul should belong to her. Meanwhile, in the duchy, Lionel was searching everywhere for the Empress, who had not yet returned. She was still in the reading room, so the Duke decided it was best to go there himself. After knocking, ring. He immediately announced his name, but only saw an empty chair. Adelaide was nowhere to be seen. Lionel tried to guess where she might be, first thinking she was talking to his brother. But then he remembered that at this time, she liked to sneak a drink, so he guessed where she might be. He headed to that room and, sure enough, found her there, having already poured herself a drink. When he saw her, the Duke's whole expression changed as if in relief, and he let out a big sigh. Adele immediately admitted she was caught red-handed, drinking alone without permission, and invited him to join. Lionel guessed she was staying up late again, but the Empress just said she was thirsty and wanted a drink. The Duke was a little worried she was drinking too much and told her it would harm her body, but Adelaide just told him to pour some more, otherwise she couldn't quench her thirst. She also didn't want the Duke telling her how much to drink and said she just wanted to get drunk tonight. Then she explained that it took a few drinks for her to really feel the alcohol. The atmosphere in the room was quite nice, and the Duke soon found himself lost in thought about her again. Adele noticed and wondered why he had that look on his face again. She also admitted she had noticed that look on him before, like he was a little sad and thoughtful. He just explained that he thought the position of assistant wasn't as honorable as people said. The Empress then told him not to worry and promised she would definitely defend his honor. She also mentioned that on the day he stepped down, she would issue an official statement. Adelaide admitted that there was nothing between them besides official business, no personal affection at all. Adelaide wasn't sure if this would help clear his name, but it was better than staying silent, right? Then she told him to stop looking at her like that, or his handsome face would get wrinkles. Just then, she saw the Duke pour himself a glass of straight whiskey, which surprised her since he always said to drink it with water. But Lionel said nothing and downed the entire glass as if it were water. Then he explained to the Empress that if he were worried about his honor, he wouldn't have become her advisor. This guy was well aware of the roles they were playing. I mean, he was born in Egmont. Then Adelaide suddenly understood that the Duke of Valdor actually wanted to be her lover. But Lionel immediately corrected himself, saying he meant she shouldn't worry too much about his honor. So she suggested that to avoid people thinking their relationship was frivolous, they needed to show each other respect and reverence. Meanwhile, the Empress realized she was a bit drunk and her speech was starting to slur, and she asked for a glass of water. Adele 起身想去窗边，但她踉跄了一下，差点摔倒，幸好公爵扶住了她。她担心地问他是否还好。She looked at him and noticed his intense gaze, as if he were trying to see right through her. For a moment, she too was lost in thought, but then she pulled away from him, explaining that they shouldn't drink anymore tonight. She also believed he didn't intend to be her lover, but then she remembered his promise that he would do anything for her, and right now he was being a wonderful supporter, so she wouldn't betray Lionel. The Duke took her hand and swore that he would never betray Her Majesty either. Meanwhile, in the palace, Dion kept pleading with His Majesty the Emperor. The words that the Empress was with the Duke of Valdor kept echoing in his mind. Then he stood up, leaving the favorite sitting on the floor, walked aside, and after a moment told her to leave. Dion felt his words break her heart again, but there was nothing she could do about it now. In the morning, Karl was woken by a worried-looking servant, and the Emperor guessed something was wrong. The man simply reported that Her Majesty had returned, which was why he dared to wake him at this hour. Meanwhile, Adelaide was returning to her palace, where the servants greeted her and immediately offered to prepare a hot bath for her. The Empress sensed a different atmosphere in the air now and began to suspect that Dion Putier had moved out of the Ivory Palace. Just then, Hannah appeared and reported that the favorite had moved into the guest quarters. Her status in the palace had also changed, and Adelaide realized she had played her cards beautifully. Then she asked for other news, and Giggs reported that nothing major had happened, only that one of the Emperor's servants had been persistently asking about Adele's whereabouts. Just then, the Emperor himself appeared, which she was not happy about, but she knew exactly why he was here. She thought he would bring up the matter of Diane to Poitier's palace again, but Charles just wanted to know where she had been. Adelaide said she had already answered that, but the Emperor pressed on, asking if she was with Lionel Valdor. The Empress was a bit surprised, and he repeated the question, his tone more menacing now that Hannah had left. So she told him that even if she was, it was none of his business. This really infuriated him, and he yelled that Adele must bear him an heir. That's why he was worried she would get pregnant with Valdor's child. See, he would never accept another man's child. She thought his words were pure nonsense. He called his own affairs romance, while hers were just meaningless flirtations. She also told him that he couldn't control her, and if he wanted to punish her, he would have to give up those cheap tricks. Adele even suggested he try to seduce her, and maybe if he actually succeeded, she would let her guard down. She also provoked him, telling him to try and put a collar on her, so skillfully that she wouldn't even notice. Karl knew she was just teasing him and wasn't serious, so he stopped yelling. The Emperor just told her to rest well for now, and he would come to see her later. Adelaide couldn't believe His Majesty just left like that, and now she couldn't figure him out at all. Soon, the merchant appeared at the palace again, but the ladies-in-waiting swore they hadn't called for anyone this time either. The merchant explained that His Majesty had sent him, and he hoped this would clarify everything. The ladies-in-waiting were surprised, and then Hannah went to report what had happened to the Empress. After hearing it, Adelaide said she didn't need anything, so the merchant should be sent back. She also said the Emperor had seemed very angry last time, but Hannah countered that he had left calmly. The Empress still didn't understand his motives, as nothing had happened between them that could have calmed him down. And it hadn't even been a week since he cut the budget, and she felt this was his way of teasing her. So Hannah suggested using the money to buy gold for the Empress, and the girl was interested in the idea. Then they brought her a box of gold bars, worth more than the approved extra budget. The accompanying note said that Karl could have given her the budget, but he decided to send a gift instead. Meanwhile, the Duke was worried about whether the Empress had arrived safely, and he knew everything had gone according to plan. But at the same time, he felt very frustrated, and Lionel couldn't figure out why he felt this way. Valdor couldn't figure out what he wanted now and walked towards the room where they had once drunk together. He immediately remembered that night when Adele asked if he wanted to be her lover. For a moment, he thought she was sitting there again asking him that question, but he snapped out of it, thinking he was going crazy. He also didn't understand why he had decided to apply himself when Her Majesty announced she was looking for an assistant. Lionel hadn't even considered sending someone else. He went himself as soon as he heard the news. The Duke was just deceiving himself, making excuses, but the truth was he had been captivated by her from the moment they met. At the same time, he knew his desires would only tarnish Her Majesty's honor, so he had to bury these feelings deep inside. The only thing he was sure of now was that he absolutely could not betray the Empress. The next day, Adelaide saw a group of servants and guards arriving outside her window, all sent by the Emperor. She was now convinced he wouldn't budge on her budget, and Hannah asked what to do with these people. Adele wasn't sure if sending them back was the right move, but then she told Giggs to make sure they weren't assigned any tasks. There were also too many guards sent, so at least half had to go back, and the servants would work with the remaining ones. Then the old woman also reported that August Desponi had sent someone to request an audience. Adele didn't understand why he would do that, but decided to agree to meet with him at his convenience. Shortly after, Duke Desponi was already in her office, and after greeting her, he asked how Her Majesty was doing. Later, over tea, he praised her as an extraordinary mage, admitting he was completely stunned. August also suggested the Empress could visit the Mage Corps when she had time, but Adelaide was hesitant because mages in Elmont receive a rank upon inauguration. Now she wondered if she would get a rank when she started, and she really wanted that captain's position. August understood, and then immediately asked why she was so close to Duke Valdor. He implied that the Empress hadn't considered him and had chosen a more difficult path instead. Desponi explained that he was from the Ulrich royal bloodline and was a member of His Majesty's family. He was also well aware of the trouble Adele was facing now and declared that he would get rid of Diane Poitiers, even if it was late. He added that people who don't know their place are hard to eliminate, and then the Empress decided to ask something else. The girl was curious why this guy was turning a blind eye to the towers, and she was asking as the Empress. Adelaide wanted to know why he had just given up on the towers and demanded he explain what he needed them for. She also added that she had no intention of building her reputation through the Emperor's love and attention, so he could leave Diane de Poitiers alone. What interested the Empress was the center of all power in this empire. August thought for a moment and offered Her Majesty the chance to become the master of the towers, as magic was a power bestowed upon them by the heavens. He also explained that owning a tower doesn't bring political power, but they do grant divine power, making Adele a goddess. After that, Duke Despone bowed and promised to visit Her Majesty the Empress again later. At that moment, the girl felt terrible. Everything irritated and nauseated her. She felt so unwell that she even sat down on the floor, and Hannah in a panic, immediately rushed to her side. Realizing the Empress was unwell, the old woman immediately started shouting for someone to get a doctor. They helped Adelaide to bed, but her body was burning up and even medicine wasn't working. The doctor couldn't find any poison either, and Hannah had no idea what had happened to Her Majesty, as she had been fine in the morning. The Emperor was immediately informed of this, and he panicked because the Empress had fainted. The lady-in-waiting admitted that it was true, and the fact that she still hadn't woken up surprised even Karl. He had thought she was a woman as tough as nails, that not even a needle could pierce, but now he decided to go see her for himself. The Empress dreamed of her people, who begged her to do what she thought was right and said they would support her. They also pleaded with her not to leave, or at least to take one of them with her. Otherwise, they would sneak into Egmont. But Adelaide believed this was a path she was destined to walk alone, and that each of them had their own journey. They had much to do for Goddarp, and so could not leave the country, but they still begged her to stay. And now, she felt that she should have brought at least one person with her, so she could breathe a little easier from time to time. Also in her dream, the Empress once again heard the voice of Duke Wald, who promised to help her with all his might, no matter what she did. Even in her sleep, the girl began to cry, and just then, the Emperor arrived, unable to believe that she could shed tears. This woman was like a cold flame to him, but he still prayed that it was enough for her to simply exist, as long as she was still there. But if that wasn't enough, he would soothe her and put a smooth chain on her that she wouldn't even notice. And if Karl couldn't do that, he would build a frighteningly high wall for her, so she wouldn't realize she was trapped. Meanwhile, Lionel Wald also received news that Her Majesty the Queen had fainted, which shocked him greatly. The butler reported that 5 doctors were already on standby outside her room, but her condition had not improved. Then, the Duke began to press for details on the severity of her illness, when another servant announced that a messenger from the Empress's palace had just arrived. Just then, one of Adelaide's ladies-in-waiting came in and told Lionel that Her Majesty the Queen had urgently summoned him to her side. The Duke was now somewhat at a loss, not understanding why she needed him, but he immediately prepared to set off. Soon, he arrived at Adelaide's room, where she still lay in bed with her eyes closed. Lionel knelt by her side, explained that he had come, and begged her to wake up. Then, the girl's eyes fluttered open to see her advisor right in front of her, ready to listen. The Empress asked him to send someone to Goddarp and bring back at least one person. In this place, Adelaide could only say the Duke's name and could only make any request of him. The girl also mentioned the names of 3 of her compatriots, explaining that any one of them would come if summoned. But then Adelaide suddenly changed her mind and asked Lionel to forget everything she had just asked for. The Empress could not ask those people to abandon their country and families for her. Then she felt worse again. The Duke was terrified by her condition as she felt herself losing consciousness once more. Lionel's visit was quickly reported to the Emperor, who rushed over to see what he was doing. Just then, he saw the Duke sitting by her bed while she was slumped against him, eyes tightly shut. Rumors about her illness and the Emperor's frequent visits to her spread like wildfire. People were also talking about Dion de Poitiers, saying she couldn't hold on to her castle and that her time was over. Meanwhile, she was wondering where His Majesty had run off to again, and the servants explained that he had gone to visit the Empress's palace. They answered so coldly that Dion realized even they were now shunning her. Then, the mistress saw a lady-in-waiting she had never seen before coming out of the Emperor's bedroom. This maid was another blonde, blue-eyed girl, and she walked past Diane without a word. Back in the room, the Emperor was still demanding that the Duke explain why he was in the Empress's room. Just then, Hannah intervened, saying she would take care of Adelaide so the men could talk. Lionel stepped aside and explained that Her Majesty the Queen had invited him, but she had later felt dizzy and he had simply supported her. Hannah also announced that the Empress had fallen asleep again and confirmed that she had indeed sent for the Duke. For a moment, both men fell silent, just looking at Adelaide, both hoping she would get well soon. Lionel also knew that Karl had seen her at her most vulnerable. He desperately wanted to know what the Emperor was thinking when he saw her in that state, and to be honest, he wanted to gouge his eyes out. Karl, on the other hand, thought the Duke was coveting his Empress and vowed to let him know exactly who she belonged to. Then, Giggs approached the Duke and suggested he leave, but the Emperor stopped him on the spot. Karl knelt beside his wife, caressed her face, and ordered his minister to fetch a wet cloth. Lionel was clearly furious that he had to leave them alone, and Hannah noticed. She offered to go get whatever was needed herself, but the Emperor refused her. He explained that Duke Wald was the Empress's aide, so he was perfectly capable of doing it. Lionel didn't want to argue, as Adelaide's health was more important, and he soon returned with a wet cloth without a word. Karl simply took the towel and gently began to wipe his wife's face. He deliberately brushed past her lips as if by accident, just to show the Duke that she was his. Lionel saw this, and though he was burning with rage, he restrained himself, still hoping she would get well. Then Karl tossed the towel onto the tray the Duke was holding, as if showing off his imperial authority. After that, he stood up and ordered Lionel that from now on, when the Empress was sleeping, he must wait outside the door. Wald couldn't argue with him, at least not now, so he just left silently. He found a secluded spot, thinking about how it was him she had called for when she opened her eyes, not the Emperor. He also wondered if His Majesty knew that Adelaide considered this place a living hell. Lionel held back a scream, not wanting to show his feelings, but he felt his heart break all over again. Later, Karl called for the servant again, who admitted he was unable to get any details from inside the walled estate. The Emperor wanted to know if Adelaide and Lionel had been in the same room, but the servant thought they were in separate ones. He then reported that they had also gone to the slums across the Niagara River, just the two of them, she and the Duke. After that, the Emperor headed to his study, where his mistress was waiting, thrilled by his arrival. But he walked past her without a word, as if she didn't exist, and her joy vanished in an instant. Still, she stayed where she was, waiting for Karl to notice her. Eventually he did ask what she was doing there. Diane didn't know how best to tell him that she just missed him, that she understood the current situation, and that she saw the worried look on his face. Then that new blonde lady-in-waiting entered the study again, and the mistress desperately wanted to know who she was. She silently walked to the Emperor's desk and then explained that she had come to pick up some documents. The girl also reported that she had finished her work and asked if she should clear them away. The Emperor confirmed, then added without looking up that she had done an excellent job. Just then, Diane remembered Hannah saying that the Empire was full of blonde, blue-eyed girls younger than her. The new maid had already left the office, and Karl told Diane that if she had nothing to say, she could leave too. But she immediately interjected, pointing out that he had changed his maid, the one who helped him with his paperwork. Diane also commented that she was very meticulous and added that she had been short-staffed since moving, asking if she could have the new girl. The Emperor just told her coldly that if she wanted her, she could take her. Diane thanked him. After that, she went to her brother, reminding him again about her request to keep a close eye on the maids. But he explained that those were now the duties of the Empress and Hannah Giggs, so there was nothing he could do. Then Diane announced that the maid in charge of the Emperor's documents was to be transferred to her, and then Lennox could take care of her. Her brother thought she was crazy, explaining that it was the Emperor's staff and they would be finished if they messed up. But his sister clarified that she didn't need to kill her, just pay her off to keep quiet and send her to the capital. Lennox begged her to calm down, worried the Emperor might suddenly call for the girl. Diane cut him off, saying it would be too late by then, and demanded he take care of the maid as soon as possible. Soon, the blonde girl was sneaking out of the palace, trying not to be seen. This was also reported to Hannah Giggs, who was sure another maid would appear soon enough. Meanwhile, Diane was ecstatic about the sudden disappearance of another maid who wanted to be a Poitiers. But she didn't show it when Lorraine reported that the girl had simply packed her things and run away, putting on a sad face instead. Diane guessed she had gotten scared and added that she almost felt sorry for the maid. Lorraine advised her to take it easy so she could finally get pregnant. A little later, the Empress woke up and Hannah rushed over to ask how she was feeling. But Adelaide only asked how long she had been unconscious, and the old woman said she had been out for 2 days. She also wanted to know if, during that time, she had woken up and called for Lionel Wald. But the scene of her begging the Duke to bring someone from her homeland kept replaying in her mind. Hannah confirmed that she had done so, and the girl didn't know whether to be sad that it hadn't been a dream. Giggs also admitted that the Emperor had visited her and that he was clearly worried, asking about her condition every hour. Meanwhile, Diane was taking a walk through the palace and unexpectedly ran into His Majesty in the hallway. The mistress also noticed he was in a great hurry and didn't even acknowledge her. She tried to ask where he was rushing off to, but he wouldn't even let her take his arm. He hurried past. Immediately after, Diane saw his servant and guessed that the Empress had woken up, which the servant confirmed. She also learned that the servant had just told His Majesty the news and knew that was why he was in such a rush. The news made her legs go weak, and she couldn't understand how Karl could do this to her. She felt so sick and hurt that she wanted to throw up, but she managed to hold it in. The Emperor soon arrived at his wife's room, wanting to see for himself how she was doing. Adelaide already looked much better, completely back to her old self, and was now gazing out the window. Karl immediately asked how she was feeling, and she admitted she felt much better now. Still, she didn't understand why this guy was so worried about her and suspected he was planning something. Then they sat down at a small table, and His Majesty asked if she had ever lost consciousness when she was in Goddard. She shook her head, but Karl still promised to get her treatment and have doctors look after her constantly. Adelaide didn't argue with him and agreed to the treatment. In that moment, he found himself thinking she was stunningly beautiful. The Empress noticed his gaze, but didn't understand why he was looking at her that way, so she remained silent. Karl thought her eyes sparkled like sunbeams. Her dark hair was as smooth as silk, and her noble demeanor was the cherry on top. For some reason, the Emperor was suddenly reminded of his mother, and he realized the two women were polar opposites. He then confessed to his wife that on their wedding day, when he saw her on the throne, he had wanted to destroy her. But now he understood he was wrong, because if he had truly wanted that, he wouldn't have bowed to her. Then he added that he would never have smiled at her either. With that, he went over and kissed a lock of her hair. After that, Karl decided not to bother his wife any longer, wished her good health and rest, and headed for the door. Adelaide watched him leave in silence, completely baffled as to what was wrong with the Emperor. He had previously told her he would turn her into an empty shell of an Empress, and now his behavior was completely bizarre. Then she remembered hearing him speak in her sleep and immediately called for Hannah, wanting to know what Karl had said to her while she was asleep. Giggs apologized, saying she wasn't there at the time, but she too had noticed the Emperor's newfound affection for her mistress. But what Adelaide needed was not that, but power. Not the fragile power built on His Majesty's favor, but her own personal power. Then she remembered Lionel's advice to become an official mage, as that would give her a vote in the High Council. So she decided she needed to meet with Duke Despon again and asked Hannah to arrange everything. Meanwhile, news that the Empress had woken up also reached the Duchy of Wald. As soon as he heard the news, Lionel felt his blood boil, but his brother told him to calm down and get a grip. He explained that the atmosphere in the palace was tense now, and the relationship between the Emperor and Empress could change, and if that happened, Lionel needed to be ready to back down. But he had no intention of doing so. He said that if it was about his position as an aide, now was not the time to give up. Besides, they needed intelligence on those towers, and the Empress had other plans for Lionel. Just then, Diane's brother, Lennox, came to see her, asking how she was feeling and mentioning he had heard about her. But upon entering the room, he saw his sister in high spirits, as if she hadn't been sick at all. Just then, he saw her clutching her stomach and guessed she might finally be pregnant. Diane explained that the healers said her chances of being pregnant were high, but it was still too early to tell. She also said that her loss of appetite, nausea, and mood swings were all related to pregnancy. Lennox was thrilled to hear this, as he knew this child could be their salvation. He also believed that the child had not appeared until now in order to arrive at the most perfect moment. Now Diane just had to pray for a boy. She didn't argue, for she had thought she had fallen into the gates of hell, but it turned out to be heaven. Adelaide was getting ready to go out, but Hannah was worried, as she had only just recovered. The Empress explained it wouldn't take long, then ordered the maid to come with her as well, promising to be back soon. Her Majesty headed to her planned meeting with Duke Despon. There, she met the mage on duty and asked where the captain of the magic squad was. The mage explained that the captain was in his office and offered to escort the Empress there. As Adelaide walked down the long corridor, several people bowed to her, but she just kept moving forward. After she passed, the mages speculated that Her Majesty the Queen would be granted the status of an official mage and a service rank. The female mage had no doubt about it, because on the day the tower fell on the palace, Lennox had been slow to make a decision, and they had not dealt with the threat quickly. She had expected to see a mountain of dead knights upon arrival, but instead saw a burning tower and the Empress descending from the sky. She hadn't expected it at all, and no one had ever heard of Adelaide's methods before, so she was sure to get a rank. Her Majesty the Queen arrived at Despon's office, and he greeted her happily and warmly. Adelaide first apologized for coming unannounced, but he wasn't angry at all, offered her a seat, and then guessed she was there about his offer. August guessed the Empress had finally decided to become the master of the tower, and she confirmed that she liked to have everything. Despon told her that with her status, she could have everything, but with him, she could achieve even more. First, Adelaide needed to get an official title, and he explained that in Amanda, these titles were granted after a mage duel. Since she had destroyed the tower single-handedly, her most suitable opponent would be the vice-captain of the Mage Corps, Lennox Poitiers. She knew that until now. The Duke had been building a solid relationship with the Poitiers family, and now it seemed he was ready to cast them aside. She then asked what rank she would get if she won, but Despon explained that the rank could come later. He said getting the title was the priority, and Adelaide guessed he was having a hard time giving her a rank. August then explained that giving the Empress a rank in the squad was a bit tricky, as no one could give her orders. He then asked her to think about it, that she would soon be an official mage of the Amanda Empire. But Adelaide was already a mage and didn't see the point in bothering with some title. Still, she needed it so she could attend the High Council meetings. She also guessed they wouldn't let her join because of her aide, Lionel Valdor, but reminded them of their families. Now, August finally understood Her Majesty's purpose and realized that Goddard had sent a predator. Still, he promised to talk to the Emperor about it, and then Adelaide asked how they planned to deal with the other towers. Despon recalled that in Goddard, they destroyed the towers before they landed, but he claimed Adelaide knew nothing about the properties of the portals. He then explained that one tower would trigger another, which in turn would trigger the next, and when his plan came to fruition, all mages would be able to use their powers. Despon further explained that when that happened, their era would begin, and all who were not mages would become second-class citizens. The Empress left him a little dejected, as that short conversation had completely upset her. She didn't understand what properties of the towers August was talking about, but it was clear he planned to subjugate innocent people. Adelaide knew she had to stop him, but her thoughts were interrupted by a servant who thought she was sick again. Her Majesty the Queen assured her she was fine, and then she heard Duke Wald call her name. He immediately admitted he had heard she was awake, but didn't understand why she was in such a hurry to go out. But as soon as Lionel saw Adelaide, all the annoying thoughts in his head vanished. Now he felt a rush of happiness, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. Meanwhile, the Empress also greeted the Duke, giving him another smile. Lionel was still worried, though, as she looked a bit pale and suggested she get more rest. He then offered to escort her back to the palace, and she admitted that was exactly where she was going. Just then, Duke Wald took off his coat and draped it over the Empress's shoulders, which surprised her. He explained that she might catch a cold and told her to wear it until her own palace. Adelaide didn't argue, especially since she suddenly felt warm, as if someone was hugging her from behind. As they walked with Lionel in just his shirt, the Empress couldn't help but notice how well-built he was. She then asked if he was cold, but the Duke assured her he was fine. The Empress knew the wind was picking up and that Lionel was shielding her from it, so she admitted he was a very good aide. She also remembered him catching her when she fell from the sky and asked if he remembered. Adelaide confessed that she had never met anyone like him, neither in her homeland nor in Egmont. She then apologized for asking him to bring someone from Goddard, but Lionel didn't mind doing her a favor, and if Her Majesty allowed it, he would send someone there at once. He both wanted and didn't want to do it. His feelings were very mixed. But then Adelaide said not to bother. When they returned to the palace, she gave him back his uniform. She thanked the Duke for saving her from the cold and invited him in for tea. Lionel thought the Empress needed a rest, so he declined, and they said their goodbyes until next time. Just then, Hannah came out to greet her, bringing a cloak so she wouldn't catch a cold. Meanwhile, the Duke still watched her go, clutching the uniform she had just worn tightly in his hand. Back at the palace in Goddarp, the Emperor had finally returned after a long absence, having attended the funeral of the previous emperor. He immediately noticed his sister was missing, and the nanny explained that she had left a month after he did. Lucio realized that both Adelaide and the nanny had known about her marriage and questioned why no one had told him. The nanny explained that Her Highness the Princess had ordered them not to say anything and that she had also left him a letter. The young emperor took the envelope and immediately began to read his sister's letter, thinking what a fool she was for apologizing. Then their mother greeted him, and he immediately wanted to know why she had sent Adelaide to Ekmond without consulting him. She explained that the princess deserved more than to be just a mistress to some ordinary noble family, and now she was an empress. His mother apologized to her son for not warning him sooner, adding that Adelaide had gone there of her own free will. But Lucio didn't believe it, saying he knew what his mother had threatened his sister with to make her leave. Adelaide always apologized to her brother, and when he asked why, she would just smile. When she was 14, she decided to lead the resistance against the towers, against her mother's wishes. Adelaide's mother, as the Empress, acknowledged the organization, but said that the heir to the throne should prioritize their own safety, and the princess who created the resistance was putting herself in danger, so she should give her place to Lucio. Thus, Adelaide had to give up her succession to the throne, but this was basically a death sentence as well. Then some of her supporters decided to get rid of Lucio and presented her with a cruel solution. Although she rejected the idea, someone saw the doubt in her eyes triggered a series of events, and the weakness Adele showed them became a poison that almost killed her beloved younger brother. After that, all of her followers were annihilated and their bodies burned, and such a thing could happen again and again. In a letter, she asked her brother for forgiveness for her doubts and punished herself by leaving Gottrop. Lucio confessed to their mother that his sister knew nothing and that he himself had known everything from the beginning, but their mother still used it to threaten her afterward. Later, the young emperor found Cain Knox and ordered him to go to Ekmont. The man needed to find out how their Princess Adelaide was doing, whether she was happy there, and if she was miserable and didn't want to stay, Cain had to bring her back immediately. Lucio's seriousness was beyond his years, and he was even prepared to start a war in Ekmont if necessary. Emperor Karl was informed that Madame Poitiers wished to see him, but was unwell and could not come in person. Dion also asked to inform His Majesty that she had something important to discuss and begged him to go over at once. Karl didn't know what was happening, but just in case, he went to his favorite's place to see what was wrong. The girl greeted him again with her frail body and weak voice, which, to be honest, was starting to annoy him. He asked what had happened, and Dion told him to come closer, saying she wanted to show him something. Then she took his hand, placed it on her belly, and confessed that she had been told she was pregnant. She had been feeling unwell lately, and it turned out to be the symptoms of early pregnancy. Karl was completely speechless. Dion asked why His Majesty was so quiet, but then she noticed his very ugly expression, which frightened her terribly. She did understand why he would look at her that way at a time like this, especially since she had done nothing wrong. The emperor simply pulled his hand away from her and asked if the doctor had confirmed she was really pregnant. Diane admitted not yet, but she assured him that the symptoms indicated pregnancy, so she needed to be careful. She then added that the exact results will be known in about a month, and they just needed to wait a little longer. Hearing this, the emperor turned and walked towards the door, and Diane was again confused by his unusual behavior. The favorite found it strange that he would just leave like that and try to stop him, thinking he wasn't happy about it. His Majesty just said coldly that he was happy and told her to take care of herself, then left. She collapsed onto the floor again, desperate and confused, with 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. Diane also remembered the fate of Lady Beatrice, the mother of the great emperor, who was never recognized as the Empress Dowager after giving birth to the heir, and her child was immediately taken from her. After the child was born, she couldn't watch him grow up or be involved in his upbringing, but Karl had always felt sorry for his mother. Before this, the favorite had thought his attitude towards her would be completely different, and only now was she beginning to understand. After ascending the throne, despite having the power, he had not corrected all the records concerning Lady Beatrice. Now, the girl was terrified by a thought. His Majesty probably didn't want to have a child with her. Meanwhile, Karl summoned the doctor, who explained that a pregnancy was impossible because he had prescribed her medicine many times and it had always worked well, but now the emperor felt it was just a fluke. The royal physician apologized to him in person and then explained that the initial diagnosis might have been mistaken. The emperor was upset. He didn't know how Adele would react upon learning of this. He knew her already precarious position would become even worse, like walking on thin ice. But if it really happened, he would be her only support, and perhaps this was also his chance to change her opinion of him. Meanwhile, at the magician's headquarters, Auguste Despone summoned the squad's vice-captain, Lennox. He had the young man sit down, thinking to himself that if it weren't for him, those two would have lived completely different lives. 10 years ago, he had met the Poitiers siblings in an area where a tower needed to be destroyed. Fortunately, Auguste saw Lennox's awakened power and decided to adopt the two children who had lost their parents. The boy's magical skills were top-notch, and he played a huge role in controlling the magician corps. Diane, on the other hand, had successfully exploited the emperor's sensitive side, making him fall head over heels for her. But her usefulness was now diminishing, and His Majesty's infatuation with her was beginning to fade rapidly. Now Auguste wanted to send Diane out of the palace and persuade the Empress to return to her position. Just then, Despone asked Lennox if he could defeat Her Majesty the Empress in a one-on-one fight. The guy confidently said he could and was ready to fight her anytime, if Auguste ordered it. The Duke didn't understand why the boy was so confident, thinking it foolish, but it was actually to his advantage. Just then, Lennox dropped a bombshell, saying his sister was pregnant, which took Auguste by surprise. He thought it was good news and decided the boy no longer needed to fight the Empress. He then considered giving their lady a gift and suggested that returning the palace to her would be a good idea. Lennox fully agreed, explaining that the mother-to-be needed comfort, and that was all. So Despone would pay for everything, and the vice-captain had to go announce that he was renting the entire ivory palace. After he left, Auguste pondered the emperor's obsession with family lineage, knowing he probably wouldn't want a commoner's child. He also wondered if the proper medication had been discontinued, but Diane's pregnancy was actually a good thing now. Besides, it was also an excellent opportunity to put the Empress in her place. At that moment, the Empress noticed Hannah was silent, but didn't know why. Adele also felt fortunate to have met Lionel. Otherwise, her situation could have become much worse. In that moment, she remembered the warmth that had enveloped her then, and those reassuringly broad shoulders. They had shielded her from the cold wind, although she knew the word protection didn't really suit her. She had always been the one protecting others, never needing anyone's help. But now, it felt good to receive such care. For the first time in her life, the Empress thought that she wanted to rest her head on someone's shoulder. Then Hannah decided to speak up, asking where Her Majesty had been. She admitted she had gone to see Duke Despone. Giggs warned the Empress to be wary of this man, explaining that he had been taking care of the Poitiers orphans and funding them all along. Just then, a maid appeared with a document from the administration department. Hannah handed it directly to Adelaide and then asked what it was about, discovering they wanted to rent the Ivory Palace. They hadn't decided on the lease term, but they wanted to rent the entire palace as before, regardless of the cost. Hannah was stunned, as it was a huge sum of money, but Adelaide could only think of Lionel. Whenever things got tricky and problems arose, he would be there to help. So she asked Giggs to summon him. He wasted no time and came to see the Empress quickly, as if he had expected he would be needed soon. He immediately asked how Adelaide was feeling, as she apologized for summoning him so hastily. Lionel guessed at once that he had been summoned because Diane wanted to rent the entire Ivory Palace. Adelaide was surprised, as it had been less than an hour since the document arrived, and the Duke already knew. She did confirm it, even saying she wanted to rent it to Diane long-term, not just for a few months. The Empress didn't believe the favorite could afford that much money. Then Lionel guessed someone was helping her and mentioned that Lennox had gone to the finance department after meeting with Augustus. Now Valdor was certain that Duke Despone had allocated the funds to rent the Ivory Palace. He also knew Augustus would get that money back later, as he controlled the finance department. Adele still didn't understand why they were doing this now, and with secret funds at that. As she pondered, she met Lionel's eyes again, and his were filled with concern and kindness for her. Then it dawned on the Empress. She guessed that Diane Poirier might be pregnant. Lionel knew it too, and it made his heart ache for Adele, because when she was sick, Charles was with her, and he could do nothing. The Duke thought he probably couldn't do much this time either, feeling useless again. Valdor noticed the Empress looked sad, and asked if she was all right. She said she was fine, but in reality, she didn't want to appear panicked by the news. The Emperor soon learned about the whole palace rental, but he was more worried about whether Adele knew Diane was pregnant. The servant who brought him the news said she probably already knew everything, so Karl decided to go to her. On the way, he wondered if his wife was angry, though he knew it must have ruined her mood. He also didn't know who could help her through this, feeling that even Valdor, who had dragged her to the slums, would be of no help. In the end, he concluded that the only person who could support Her Majesty was himself. While heading to her palace, the Emperor also hoped Adele would understand this and accept his help. Meanwhile, Hannah was attending to her mistress, expecting the news would make her fall ill, but she was controlling her emotions well. Giggs was secretly relieved that the Empress wasn't taking the favorite's pregnancy too hard. Adelaide noticed the old woman was overly tense and told her to relax. She couldn't believe Hannah looked so dejected, as if something truly terrible had happened. Giggs apologized, but Adele didn't need her apology. She just wished she wouldn't worry about her. She knew she was just the ruler's wife and was not obligated to produce an heir. The Empress knew she shouldn't get so worked up over his favorite's pregnancy, especially since she knew it was inevitable and there was no need to panic. However, as the Empress, she couldn't escape the responsibility of bearing an heir for the Emperor, an obligation she could have fulfilled if their wedding night hadn't happened when she was in such a terrible state. She walked out onto the balcony, lost in thought about how things could have been different when the Emperor spotted her from below. He saw that even after learning of Diane's pregnancy, Adelaide remained resolute and strong. Karl noted her dignified demeanor, just as an empress should have, and then he called out to her again. Outside, Adele saw him, and although she wasn't exactly happy he was there, she invited him into her chambers. Over tea, she tried to figure out why he was staring at her so intently and what he was thinking. Then His Majesty asked the Empress to look at him and asked if she had heard the news. Afterward, Karl told her not to worry, as those rumors shouldn't bother her. The girl didn't quite understand what he meant, and then the Emperor stood up and walked towards her. Karl knelt before his wife and declared that only her child would be his heir and no one else's. After that, the Emperor took Adelaide's hand and asked her to try and mend their relationship. The girl was now completely shocked, not understanding the sudden change in him, and feeling that something must have happened with Diane. His Majesty also demanded that his wife get rid of Lionel Valdor and never again go to dreadful places like those slums. He explained that those were not places a noble lady should visit, even though he knew she wanted to see the people. As for the slums, the Emperor said they weren't inhabited by local residents, so she shouldn't be too disappointed. But Adelaide asked if he had ever been to those slums and declared they couldn't just be left as they were. Karl promised he would clear them out one day, but Adele explained that it was the towers he needed to deal with, not the slums. Those areas were where people who had lost their homes ended up, and if the towers were destroyed, they could return to where they came from. The Emperor then remembered the Minister of Defense's advice, who also believed destroying the towers was the way to eliminate the slums. Now he suspected it was the Duke who had put her up to saying these things to him, but the Empress was surprised by such a claim. Then she retorted and explained that she herself had expressed the desire to visit those grim places. She also described the conditions there in detail and again demanded they clear the towers. His Majesty only grew angrier, realizing this was all the influence of that Lionel Valdor. He had hated him since childhood because the former Empress had always praised him and held him up as an example for Karl. The Duke possessed a perfect lineage and amazing skills, and if she'd had a daughter, she would have married her to him. Back then, Auguste Despone had also doubted whether the nobles would bow to the future emperor, given his humble origins. His uncle had advised Karl to use the towers to keep everyone in line, and now His Majesty was telling his wife that the towers were the foundation of his power. He explained that without these portals, the nobles would not obey him, and Adele couldn't believe he actually thought that way. She tried to explain that the more poor people there were, the weaker his power would be, but he told her to be quiet and decided that was enough. Then the Empress took out a map and asked Karl if he knew what the markings on it were, then explained that it was the range of the towers. There were very few safe places left, and it was more like hell on earth. If the Emperor didn't destroy these towers, people would have nowhere to go, and he was basically sending them to their deaths. Adele insisted again on destroying the towers, because if Karl built his power on the lives of the people, it would backfire on him severely. She didn't want her dislike of him to turn into outright hatred, and was even willing to help him eliminate this threat. But the Emperor explained that if those towers were destroyed, she wouldn't be as safe as she was now. His Majesty also didn't understand why Adele was going through all this instead of just accepting his help. He then told her to stop worrying about such things, adding that she was better suited to be with flowers. Karl also doubted the Empress could help him with the towers, especially running around in those dangerous places with a face like hers. He understood that Adelaide had handled it herself last time, but that was just a mid-level tower, which Karl felt was no big deal. He felt she might have been spoiled in Gothrop, so going to a place like that was just a whim for her now. The Emperor then told her that the next time a tower descended, she should try to handle it alone again. The Emperor was so angry he wanted to send her straight to hell, so she would never say such things again. Meanwhile, at Gothroth Palace, the Empress learned that Cain Knox and Givlin Luhan had secretly arrived at the port. The maid also reported that His Majesty had sent them a letter, but she couldn't find out its contents. But she guessed Lucio wrote to tell his sister to come back if things got tough, because that's how much he loved her. She herself was not doing well, and after sending her daughter to who knows where, she regretted that the girl hadn't listened to her sooner. The thought that her mother could have been her loyal ally and solid support broke her heart. Adelaide was the beautiful heir to the throne. It was just that the position didn't suit her. The maid then guessed that the two men might bring the princess back, but her mother was sure it wouldn't happen, because before Adele left the palace, she had secretly obtained poison from the royal physician. Now the woman understood that she would never see her daughter alive again, as she would rather die than return home. Meanwhile, Cain and his companion were already on a ship that was moving away from the shore, and Givlin noticed he was in low spirits. He also told his friend that he should have confessed his feelings and begged the princess to stay. But Cain knew it wouldn't have changed anything anyway, and his companion suspected that Her Majesty the Empress would not be happy about their arrival. They then started brainstorming ways to make the Empress willing to come home, as she certainly wouldn't just listen to their advice. But then Cain had an idea that might work if she were overthrown, and Gavin was even ready to burn the whole of Ekman to the ground. For most of the journey, Knox just thought about seeing the girl again, the one for whom he had such strong feelings. Meanwhile, Adelaide decided to go for a walk, which she told Hannah about, and asked not to be followed as she wanted to be alone. Giggs was worried because it was almost dark, but the Empress assured her she wouldn't go far and would be back before nightfall. Later, watching Adele through the window, the old woman noticed how much she resembled Princess Elizabeth. This made Hannah feel even more pained as she remembered how Elizabeth's story had ended. Elizabeth had been in an arranged marriage with Lionel's older brother, but she later left him and they had to divorce. They had a good relationship before that, and it wasn't until later that the real reason for their breakup came alight. Duke Despone and the Emperor had tried to strip Elizabeth's husband of his political power through legal means. Upon hearing this, the princess did not hesitate to file for divorce and left the capital. Now no one knew what awaited Her Majesty the Empress, and perhaps she would use the towers as the foundation of her power. By proposing to destroy the portals, Karl was trying to control the nobles who came to him for help. The number of towers was still too large for there to be only one purpose, and Adele was curious about the other reason. The girl didn't know what would happen to the people who suffered because of that power. Then she saw a shadow approaching her, and Adelaide looked up to realize it was Duke Valdor coming to see her again. But he looked sad. She guessed he was about to leave, and just then, the Empress explained that she had also decided to come out for a walk. The girl also asked which way he was going and proposed they walk together. Lionel agreed, and Adele walked carefree down the path. The man thought she had finally found peace, but then he finally understood that Her Majesty the Empress was just desperately pretending that everything was fine. Just then, the Duke decided to remind her of the 3 friends she had mentioned in her memory when she was sick. Valdor made it clear that he was ready to go and get them at any time if the Empress wished. Meanwhile, Adele noticed that his kindness was like a warm blade, gently piercing your heart. That blade also exposed your most vulnerable spots, which made him extremely dangerous. But all Adele did was tell Lionel again that she had chosen a wonderful aide, someone who cared for her so much. The Duke then finally asked who these 3 people were, and Adele explained that they were the ones who dismantled the towers with her. Valdor also learned that they were in charge of the main building of the organization and admitted he had heard of the Knox family in Gothruff. Cain Knox was the only son in the family, and ever since he started destroying towers with Adele, his father had been coming to her nonstop. The man's father wanted Adelaide to kick his son out of her organization. The Empress even admitted that Cain was as good as she was at destroying those towers. Just then, she smiled, and Lionel realized he had been waiting for that moment. That's why he decided to pretend to be very interested and asked her about Gothroth. The Duke was also a little curious about how the Empress would react if she knew the truth. Then Adelaide asked him where the coat he had lent her last time was made and whether they made women's clothes. Valdor promised he would find out. Adele also wanted to know what cologne he used. She explained that his clothes had a very nice scent, but Lionel assured her he didn't use any cologne. The Empress didn't believe him, then moved closer to the Duke and started sniffing him. Lionel felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to react. Convinced that it really wasn't cologne, Adele straightened up and stepped back a little. Valdor even wondered if it was she who was wearing cologne and not him, and sniffed himself when she wasn't looking. Their shadows, elongated by the setting sun, made them look less like an empress and her aide and more like just a woman and a man. Meanwhile, Dion came to see the Emperor again, and he guessed something was wrong again. But the favorite explained with a happy face that she was returning to the Ivory Palace today. As she said this, she touched her belly, thinking that she didn't want her child to be a bastard. She then asked His Majesty to come and see her sometimes and talk to the little one. Dion added that it was very important for the child to hear both parents talking to them and giving them love. After that, the favorite put on a sad face and pleaded with the Emperor not to abandon her and the child. These words annoyed Karl a little again, and he even stood up from his desk and walked over to Dion. His Majesty told her that she kept begging him despite his warnings not to say such things. But she said, almost in tears, that begging was all she had left because she was worried. When the Emperor mentioned that Dion had once said she would be content with just his love, she immediately panicked, thinking he no longer loved her, and questioned where he had been when she was expelled from the palace. She also pointed out painfully that His Majesty had never set foot here to visit her. But then she softened her tone, asking him with a sorrowful expression what she had done wrong to deserve such treatment. Then Dion hugged the Emperor, hoping he would calm down and embrace her back as usual. However, His Majesty simply pushed her away and straightened the cloak she had disheveled. He then ordered the concubine to stay away from him, a phrase that struck more fear into Dion than ever before. Despite this, she did not argue and turned to walk towards the exit, only to bump into another blonde girl in the hallway. Dion couldn't believe they had sent another blonde, blue-eyed handmaiden. After she returned to the Elephant Palace, her brother immediately came to visit, asking how she felt about being back. Lennox also made it clear that this was all thanks to him and Duke Despone, as the Duke had paid a huge sum for the lease. But Dion knew that Snake only wanted to use them, squeeze them dry, and then cast them aside, so she couldn't let her guard down. Her brother was furious, saying she should at least say thank you, because if it weren't for Despone, they would probably be sleeping in a gutter by now. Dion still thought her brother was an idiot, and he, in turn, asked her why she had called him over in the first place. Then, Dion explained that she had run into that blonde, blue-eyed handmaiden again in the Emperor's palace. She demanded that her brother get rid of that person. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but it had to be used to make an example. Lennox did not argue with his sister. She then demanded that he get rid of the Empress as soon as he had the chance. Lennox was stunned by this, thinking his sister had probably gone completely mad from unrequited love. Meanwhile, in Marquis Viet's territory, children were playing hide-and-seek, and everything seemed peaceful. However, the skies suddenly turned blood red, and everyone realized the tower was descending. Right above them, the Marquis looked out the window, unable to believe this was happening in his own territory. He immediately ordered everyone to evacuate, open the city gates, and for all to prepare to fight the monsters from the tower. Next, he ordered the signal fires to be lit and carrier pigeons to be released so the capital would learn of the portal's arrival. Marquis Viet understood that they could only pray for reinforcements to arrive quickly and hold their ground for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Duke Despone went to see the Empress and made it clear that he understood her concerns about Miss Potier's pregnancy. Adelaide didn't explain much, simply thanking him for his concern and stating that she was fine. August could tell from her expression and tone that the girl was just forcing a smile, and she understood that since Despone had secretly paid the rent for the Elephant Palace, the Potier family was back in the game. Hearing the news of Diane's pregnancy, August decided to change his stance again. The Empress guessed that he was here to inform her that she had been excluded from the High Council, but she asked him when the next meeting would be held, adding that she hoped to get a formal seat by then. August couldn't let this woman decide the fate of the towers. Once she secured a position, the Valdor family would push for her to become the chief. Meanwhile, the Empress stated she was ready to take office at any time, while Despone explained that everything would be arranged soon. He added that, for convenience, he could waive the exam and grant her a formal title directly. The Empress thanked him verbally, but thought to herself, "Don't even think you can stop me from attending the meeting this way." Just then, Hannah walked in with a worried look, and Adelaide knew something was wrong. A soldier who came with gigs reported that news had arrived. A tower had descended upon Marquis Viet's territory. Hearing this news, Duke Despone's reaction was ambiguous. Adelaide couldn't tell if he was pleased or worried, but he quickly put on a sad face and told the Empress he had to go there personally at once. Adelaide couldn't understand why August had ignored Kelvin County, but decided to go to Viet's territory personally. Despone asked the soldier if the Mage Corps had been contacted and urged that they must hurry. Every minute was crucial, but the soldier interrupted him, saying that the Emperor's order for Her Majesty the Empress must be delivered first. August was surprised, while Adelaide immediately asked if the order was for her to join the battle. The attendant confirmed it, saying His Majesty ordered Her Majesty the Empress to go to the tower site. Despone was shocked that the Empress was to go to the battlefield herself. He thought it was utter nonsense. He immediately objected, saying Her Majesty the Empress couldn't just waltz into hell, but she assured him she would be fine. August still tried to argue that it was too dangerous, but Adelaide guessed he had ulterior motives for not wanting her involved. Despone was a bit flustered, saying it wasn't like that, but inwardly he thought, Karl isn't trying to restrain her, he's opening doors for her. Soon, the troops received their orders and quickly prepared to destroy the massive Level 1 tower. They mobilized the 1st and 2nd Royal Guards, the 1st Assault Team, and the 1st Guardian Team. This was one of the Iront Empire's most elite forces, but the situation in Kelvin County was another matter entirely. As Her Majesty the Empress prepared to depart, Despone was still pleading with her to reconsider. He explained that finding lodging along the way would be a hassle, and surely the Empress had never camped in the wild. But she replied that she had experience and told August not to worry too much. She knew he just wanted her to stay. Despone added that carriages would be impassable and she would have to ride for days on end, but she again assured him it was no problem. At this, Lionel started to freak out, saying they would be riding without rest and worried if she could handle it. The Empress once again assured him everything would be fine, and Hannah also chimed in, telling her to be careful. Adelaide quickly reassured the old woman, promising she could handle everything and that she shouldn't worry too much. Then, Her Majesty the Empress swung herself gracefully onto her horse and gave the order to depart. Before this, Despone had decided to go and question the Emperor about why he was sending Adelaide to the battlefield, without so much as a greeting. Augustus was worried she would actually achieve something, so Karl told him to make sure that didn't happen. The Emperor also told Despone to think about why he had decided to send Lennox Potier and Duke Valdor there together. Karl wanted Adelaide to experience it all firsthand and finally realized that the safest place was by his side. Meanwhile, the group was preparing to leave, but Lionel was once again lost in his admiration of the Empress, and she had to urge him on. Duke Valdor realized he had been distracted and, after acknowledging her request to set off, prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Hannah understood that while the Empress had been through a lot in the palace, this was the first time she was seeing Her Majesty off to a battlefield. The old woman couldn't stop worrying if Her Majesty the Empress would be safe. Just then, a handmaiden approached her, saying that Miss Potier had arrived and was waiting for Hannah in the drawing room. Giggs couldn't figure out what she wanted from her. The handmaiden recalled how, when Dion appeared, she had immediately berated her because she felt a concubine who had lost her palace was worthless. Potier remembered that those servants had once served her, but as soon as her palace was taken away, they immediately switched their allegiance to the Empress. Soon, Hannah entered the drawing room and directly asked Potier why she had come to visit. The blonde woman explained that she just wanted to talk to the old woman face to face, which was why she had come in person. She invited Hannah to sit, but Hannah refused, reiterating that she only wanted to hear what Potier had to say. The concubine remembered how Giggs had said that Lady Beatrice died at the age of 29, but Dion was not her. Potier caressed her belly, reminding Hannah that she was about to give birth to an heir and couldn't possibly die so young. Meanwhile, she once again noticed Hannah Giggs' contemptuous and arrogant gaze. However, Dion believed that soon this old woman would no longer dare to meet her eyes, adding that she would soon be the mother of the crown prince. At that point, the concubine promised she would immediately have Hannah exiled from the palace again, and this time for good. Meanwhile, Adelaide was already galloping on horseback with the other knights and mages. Knight Jackal commented to Lionel that, in his opinion, Her Majesty the Empress was a very skilled rider. Duke Valdor was well aware of this, as he kept glancing in her direction, completely lost in his thoughts of her. After a while, they began to set up camp and had erected a separate, fully equipped, and comfortable tent just for the Empress. Lionel explained that it was all specially prepared for her, hoping she wouldn't feel any discomfort during the journey. He then wished her a good rest, assuming she must be tired. Adelaide knew he was just as exhausted and told him he was free for the day. After that, she entered her tent, and the Duke ordered an officer to increase security around it and asked if Her Majesty the Empress needed anything else. Meanwhile, Lennox called over a mercenary, explaining that he had an important mission for him. He explained that to the southwest was County Reuben V, and as soon as the soldier got there, he needed to go to the location marked on the paper. Then, Lennox handed him an envelope, which he had to deliver to the specified address before midnight tomorrow. The vice captain hadn't expected to introduce himself so soon, and he silently told Dion to thank him. He was already imagining the Empress, whom that Viet hated, lying in a coffin before she even reached his territory. Even better, all the blame would fall on Duke Lionel Valdor. Lennox thought it was a perfect plan. Meanwhile, in the Grande territory, Elizabeth was looking out at the horizon from her balcony, watching the endless stream of refugees pouring in due to the rumors that they were helping those in need. More and more people were arriving, and the territory was already overcrowded. She also knew that Duke Despone only cared about himself and his wealth, not the country. Moreover, August didn't want the burden of the throne, but he still wanted power equal to the emperor's. And the puppet of that terrible man was none other than His Majesty Karl, Ulrich himself. It was then that Elizabeth decided to go to the capital and ordered her servants to prepare everything for the trip. She also realized that the Empress was a mage capable of destroying a tower single-handedly. The mages preparing to fight the threat felt a surge of energy, and Adelaide explained that they had entered the magic radius. She also explained that it was an area of influence, like the tower's power radiating outwards, which her mages could tap into upon entering. Furthermore, this area matched the territory where monsters could survive, as they could only exist where there was magic. But the sense of freedom you feel when stepping into the magic circle also makes you feel guilty. Later, in her tent, Lionel Valdor knocked on the door, asking if he could come in. When the Empress gave her permission, he asked if she was comfortable, and she admitted it was as comfortable as being in the palace. The Duke then said he would be nearby and that Her Majesty the Empress could call him if she needed anything. Sometime later, at midnight, the girl felt her limbs lock up, completely unable to move. Adelaide knew it wasn't sleep paralysis, but a force pressing down on her, preventing her from even moving a finger. The Empress knew it was magic, but now she was also curious about who was casting the spell. She also didn't know what he intended to do, and just then, she saw a man with a dagger walk in. His face was twisted with rage, but fear was also visible in his eyes, and at the same time, he was thinking about how to get this over with quickly. He swung the dagger to stab her, but the blade hit an invisible magical shield. Then the Empress felt her hand become free and immediately grabbed the guy by the throat. He was terrified because he had been told she wouldn't even be able to make a sound. But Adelaide told him that if they wanted her dead, they should have found a better mage. Then she began to question him about who had sent him. Before the guy could explain anything to the Empress, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, even though she hadn't done anything to him. Upon inspection, the girl found that he had swallowed poison hidden in his mouth, and she also knew he had an accomplice. She knew that only a very powerful mage could bind someone's limbs from out of sight, and decided to discuss it with Lionel. Duke Valdor was already dozing in his tent, and the Empress watched him, noticing how proper his posture was even in sleep. Adelaide was so captivated that she realized she even felt embarrassed to wake him. She had to talk to him, so she gently tapped his shoulder, but he woke up with a start and pinned her to the ground. He instinctively grabbed her hands, pinning them down as well, but then he realized it was Her Majesty the Empress. At first, Lionel even thought he was dreaming, because the Empress shouldn't be here. Then he gazed at her sun-gold eyes, her straight nose, and her lips, thinking this couldn't be real. If this was a dream, the Duke decided to do something he would never allow himself to do in reality, and leaned closer to Adelaide. But the Empress was there to stop him, explaining that it was her and apologizing for sneaking up on him like that. In that moment, Lionel knew it wasn't a dream and even felt disappointed, but he asked her why she was there. She apologized again for scaring him and then asked if he could let her go. Valdor immediately released her and began to apologize for his actions, now berating himself for what he had done. But Adelaide wasn't angry, explaining that it was her fault for coming unannounced. Then Lionel realized something had happened to Her Majesty the Empress, and she admitted that an assassin had broken into her tent. After that, they both rushed there, but by then the body was gone. However, the Empress found traces of blood, and it was clear someone had tried to clean up the scene. She also pointed out that not just anyone would have enough power to subdue her like that. The Duke commented that these guys were audacious, because if they had messed up, their names would have gone straight to the top of the suspect list. But the Empress thought the guy must have been confident he could kill her, and began to rack her brain. Who fit the bill? Right then and there, Her Majesty the Empress realized that only Lennox Potier and Auguste Despoins could possibly possess that kind of magical power. Valdor interjected that he knew the Duke well and was sure he wouldn't do something so reckless. He also added that they were supposed to destroy the tower in Marquis Viette's territory together, which meant it must have been Lennox. Adelaide also knew that since the key evidence, the body, was gone, it would be difficult to press charges. Just then, Lionel began to apologize to the Empress for the lax security. Adelaide assured him she didn't blame him for anything, but Valdor insisted he still had to report the assassination attempt. He thought it would make it harder for them to attack next time, but the Empress felt it was unnecessary. She also knew Duke Despoin might blame Lionel for it, but he still felt her safety was the top priority. Adelaide then asked Valdor not to tell anyone about it, assuring him that almost no one could harm her within her magic radius. She believed they wouldn't attack again anytime soon, but regretted not asking for help with the body, giving the villains a chance to remove it. Afterward, the Empress told the Duke to get some rest, but he decided to stay outside and guard her himself. The girl glanced at him, recalling the moment he had pinned her down when he first woke up. She wondered what would have happened if she hadn't stopped him by calling his name. The Empress could clearly see that he was looking at her with a loving gaze at that moment. At that moment, Adelaide's mind was racing, and she suddenly felt a wave of heat, trying to calm herself down. Meanwhile, Lennox noticed that everything was quiet outside and realized Her Majesty the Empress wasn't going to tell anyone. He was glad that the mercenary had decided to kill himself immediately. It would have been a huge problem if they had captured him alive. Potier also realized that Adelaide had managed to resist the magic of the Iront Empire's top striker, himself. The guy realized that the Empress was not only a high-level striker, but also a top-level guardian. Lennox felt a chill of fear, knowing that Her Majesty the Empress was extremely dangerous and that he had to get rid of her. Meanwhile, the red-haired mage girl noticed the increased security around the Empress and felt something was off. The girl, named Brunhilde Alexa, even suspected that Duke Despoin had started to make his move. She was also the second strongest striker, but her reaction time to towers was considered the worst. She also advocated for every region of the empire to have a mage, but despite her talent, she was seen as just an orphan from the slums. Alexa had been biding her time, gathering intelligence, and forming a small team of mages who didn't believe Despone's nonsense. Just as Brunhild was racking her brain on how to use this information, she felt a burst of the Empress's power. Alexa saw her as someone who would devour the decay and clear a path for something new. Meanwhile, Despone was washing up, complaining about how much he hated these trips and why the tower had to descend on Viet's territory of all places. He knew he had to play the long game. Then he began to study the map of the towers, with black dots marking the current locations and red dots showing where they would appear next. Once these towers were in place, magic would be available anywhere in the Empire, and Ekmon would become the first magical empire. Despone saw the towers as miracles. Their power enhanced existing portals and would even affect future ones. Meanwhile, he knew they didn't need Viet's tower, or the entire territory could be at risk. This was how closely he was monitoring the towers. Then he began to think about where the next one should land. After a moment of thought, Duke Despone realized that it would appear over the capital, just as he had planned. He knew this was the only way to use magic in the heart of the Iront Empire. Meanwhile, monsters were pouring out of Viet's tower, attacking anyone who hadn't escaped or was fighting back. The knights were starting to give up, but the Marquis explained that the mages were on their way from the capital, and they just had to hold on a little longer. Although he couldn't understand why they were taking so long at such a critical moment, as if they were waiting for everyone to be slaughtered. Then he noticed a winged monster descending from the sky, which they called a wyvern. The Marquis immediately shouted for everyone to retreat, knowing no one could survive, and prayed to God for a miracle. At that very moment, a powerful blast of magic appeared out of nowhere and struck the wyvern. Then the winged monster fell to the ground, dead, and the Marquis tried to figure out what had just happened. Then he realized it was the mages and announced to everyone that reinforcements had finally arrived from the capital. Just then, a dark-haired girl walked up to him and asked if he was Marquis Viet. He asked who she was, and she introduced herself as Adelaide Ulrich Ekmond. The Marquis now realized it was the Empress herself, and though surprised, he was glad they had come to help. While everyone else was cheering for the reinforcements, Lionel was already shouting orders to his knights. They still needed the mage's help, but they weren't moving, so Brunhild asked August why they weren't doing anything. Alexa pointed out that Her Majesty the Empress was helping the knights, so they needed to do something too. He just told her not to shout and explained that they would proceed as usual. As the monsters kept coming, Duke Valdi yelled at his men to hold the line, but when a large group of ogres started coming down, he ordered them to scatter. At that moment, Adelaide rode up to August and asked him why he was just standing there watching instead of helping the knights. But he explained that everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. The knights had to clear a path for them, and then they would destroy the portal. The Empress screamed that the monsters kept coming while the mages were just letting the knights die to clear a path for them. Despone explained to her again that he didn't know how they did things in Gothroth, but Ekmon had its own strategy for killing monsters. The girl didn't care about their ridiculous strategy. She was more worried about the knights being slaughtered, and she could clearly see that August had never really intended to destroy the tower and the monsters from the start. Then Her Majesty the Empress yelled at him to watch closely and see how mages and knights should fight together. After that, the girl dismounted her horse, and seeing this, Lionel immediately pleaded with her to get back on, as it was too dangerous. But Adelaide just explained to him that she would hold back the monsters, and he needed to deal with them and clear a path to the tower. Then, knowing that this would come at a great cost to her, and she decided to use a secret art, plunging her sword forcefully into the ground. She couldn't bear to watch the number of casualties continue to climb, so she had to give it her all. Then, a strange change began to occur, and the mages realized that the Empress was absorbing the tower's magic into her own body. She accomplished this process through a charged sword, and subsequently, Her Majesty's magic seeped into the ground, surging towards the monsters. Soon, the knights saw the monsters stop moving, and Sir Jackal requested that Waldo give the order. Lionel understood that Her Majesty was holding the monsters in check, and he immediately began ordering the knights into position. Once everything was ready, the warriors began to eliminate the monsters, clearing a path to the tower. Brunhilde saw that they were finishing rather quickly and was even surprised by the strategy. Meanwhile, Duke Despone shouted to the other mages that it was time to act. Adelaide felt she had reached her limit, but she needed to hold on a little longer. Lionel noticed Her Highness's face was starting to look terribly pale and was terrified for her. Just then, the tower was destroyed, and Lennox rejoiced as if it were his own victory. At the same time, Valdor had already rushed to the Empress, pleading with her to hold on, and then reported to her that it was all over. But Adelaide began to tremble and apologized to everyone, explaining that she just wanted to save them all. She also tried to explain what would have happened if she had acted too hastily, but just then, blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Lionel immediately rushed to her, catching her in his arms to prevent her from falling, and walked towards Duke Despan. He told the Duke that Her Majesty had used too much power, and he suspected she had internal bleeding. By this time, Adele had already fainted. While Despan was thinking, Alexa spoke up, saying they needed to take her to the Marcus Manor. Valdor held the Empress tightly, carefully and gently, but did not slow his pace. The other knights were very worried, asking Jackal if Her Majesty would be all right, since she had coughed up blood. Others, who had survived because of her, were grateful, saying they wouldn't be here now if it weren't for the Empress. They also marveled at how she had destroyed the wyvern in a single blow, saying they had never seen anyone with such immense power. Meanwhile, Dupont stood there with a grim face, like a dark cloud hanging overhead, replaying Adelaide's teachings on strategy in his mind. He finally realized he had suffered a major setback this time. He had never thought his puppet plan would backfire like this. After returning to the manor, Lionel gently placed the Empress on the bed, but she remained unconscious. The Duke stood by her side, praying for her safety and recovery while waiting for aid to arrive. Brunhild rushed into the room, and Lionel asked her if Adele would be all right. Brunhild hoped no serious damage had been done. Then she explained that she needed to begin treatment and asked Duke Valdor to wait outside. Marquis Viet approached him there and asked about Her Majesty's condition, only to learn that she was receiving treatment. The Marquis suggested the Duke should also get some rest and admitted that a room had been prepared for him, but the Duke decided to stay here. Also, when Viet heard that Waldo had become the Empress's aide, he had thought their family was being pushed into a corner, but now he realized he was wrong. Soon, another healer arrived, and Brunhild explained that the Empress could only eat light food and get plenty of rest. The healer also promised to prescribe her special recovery medicine, and Alexa told them to contact her if they needed anything. Then, the doctor saw Duke Valdor enter the room, his face dark and furious. He immediately asked about Her Majesty's condition, but the physician was too frightened to even speak. He eventually explained that she had some internal injuries, but was not in life-threatening danger and would recover soon. Lionel pressed him for specific details and learned that they just needed to monitor her condition, but that was all the doctor could say. Then he quickly left the room, and Waldo stayed to watch Her Majesty sleep. But he was soon disturbed again as Marchioness Viet approached him, also suggesting the Duke rest and reminding him of the room and clothes prepared for him. Lionel thanked her, but explained that he would stay here to guard the Empress until his second-in-command arrived. The Marchioness had heard that the Duke had become an aide merely to achieve political goals, but now she saw that was not the case. After a while, the Marchioness ordered a maid to bring everything needed and follow her. As they left the Empress's room, they saw several knights had already gathered there. The warriors were asking about Her Majesty's condition, and the Marchioness explained that she needed rest and a clean environment. She allowed a few knights to stay and sent the rest to wash up. Then she also explained that a hearty dinner and warm beds had been prepared for them as well, but first they needed to go to their designated posts. The Marchioness tried to figure out what had happened, why so many people were worried about her, and when the Empress had won their trust. August was furious. All the knights were on Adele's side, and all the nobles who feared the tower would also support her and Valdor. Despina decided he couldn't just sit back and wait, and immediately ordered Lennox to be brought before him. He appeared shortly after, and judging from August's expression, he realized he was in a bad mood. Despina told him to come closer and whispered that they needed to kill the Empress. Then he handed the man an envelope, explaining that there were slums in the northwest, and they needed to send someone there. The Empress was weak now, and the tower was destroyed, so she couldn't use her magic, which meant an assassin should be able to handle it. Lennox agreed, although he knew that after the last screw-up, Adele and her partner would be prepared for another attack. Moreover, the guy couldn't reveal what happened last night, because if the Duke found out, he would take his anger out on him. August was sure they would succeed this time. They had to ensure Her Majesty could not recover from her injuries and would perish. Then he demanded Lennox send someone as soon as possible, as they didn't know when Adele would wake up, and every minute was crucial. At dinner, The knights were talking about how the Empress had taken down that Verena fellow in a single blow, leaving her on the ground. They also mentioned that Adele said she wanted to save everyone, and someone noticed she had tears in her eyes. Just then, Duke Walter walked into the dining hall and began to select people to guard the Empress's room. Everyone immediately raised their hands, indicating they wanted to guard Her Majesty. Then Lionel told Henry Jacala to pick those in good physical condition and deploy them around the room and in the corridors. He also needed to find out who was currently at the Marcus Manor and detain anyone who looked suspicious. Lionel knew that while Adelaide was unconscious, anyone who wanted to kill her would seize the opportunity to strike again. Later, a maid was on her way to change shifts when she suddenly smelled something like blood. Then she saw a figure leaning over the head maid's body, who warned her not to scream, or she would be next. The girl trembled like a leaf, realizing the head maid was dead, but she was too scared to make a sound. The hooded figure asked if she was on her way to see Her Majesty, and she just nodded in agreement. Later, she approached the Empress's room with another maid who was pushing a cart full of ointments and medicine. Duke Walter was guarding the door and thought the two maids were there to change shifts. They immediately confirmed they were ready to start work, but Lionel wanted to know where the head maid was. Moreover, the Duke had never seen the new girl with the cart before, even though he had checked all the servants. The maid he did recognize didn't look well, and Lionel noticed this, but she insisted everything was fine, so the girls asked to be let in. After they entered the room, Waldo decided to check for himself if there were any problems. The maid repeated that everything was fine, but the Duke noticed her hands were trembling. As she spoke, he walked over to the Empress and listened closely, confirming her breathing was steady and she seemed fine overall. He didn't find any complications, but he still couldn't shake the strange feeling of danger. Just then, the new maid explained they needed to change Her Majesty's clothes and asked him to wait outside. The Duke headed for the exit, but on his way out, he kept looking back at them. Meanwhile, the maid remembered the newcomer's warning that she would be finished if she screamed, and that if she wanted to live, she had to cooperate and obey her every command. The villainess had prepared a poison that would cause a fever once it entered the body and slowly kill the person from inside. At the same time, Lionel asked Jackal about the head maid's location, but he had no answer. However, a knight ran in, out of breath, saying they had found a body that might be the missing maid. Just then, the Duke understood what the ominous feeling was about, and he instantly kicked the door open. The new girl had already brought the poisonous medicine to the Empress's lips, and Lionel realized she was about to do something irreversible. He immediately shouted at the knights to seize her, while the maid yelled that she was the one who killed the senior servant. The new girl knew she was exposed and immediately jumped out the window, hoping to escape. But as soon as she was outside, she was surrounded by other knights who had been guarding the perimeter. She knew there would be guards, but she didn't expect them to cut off her escape route as if they were specifically waiting for her. She had nowhere to run, and moreover, Duke Walter appeared before her again, ordering her not to move. He caught the culprit on the spot, even though she was a girl, and began to interrogate her about who sent her. She knew they would torture her to death. Meanwhile, Lionel was asking if the Empress had already swallowed the poison. Before collapsing and dying, the girl managed to cry out that she was too late. Markievicz and his wife, drawn by the noise, rushed over, and he began to realize someone had tried to assassinate Her Majesty. Just then, the Marchioness caught the Duke's gaze, a look that stirred unimaginable fear. Now, Lionel wondered, who would dare attempt to take the life of the Empress of Egmont? Soon, Augustus Bone appeared, pretending to know nothing, and pointed out that the attacker's clothes belonged to a servant here. The Marchioness reported to him that although she even swore to guarantee it, but August declared that her word was meaningless in this situation. Then he turned to the minister, announcing that as the eldest member of the royal family, he could not stand by and do nothing about this matter. He believed he needed the authority to investigate and couldn't let Valdor dig up information. A tearful maid who had been held hostage ran over and confessed to her mistress that the head maid had been murdered. The Marchioness felt sick upon hearing the news. That head maid was someone she had brought from her own estate, almost like family. The Marquis immediately explained that they didn't know the Empress was coming and they would never kill a servant in their own home. August knew he was just panicking and told him to shut up. Then he demanded the minister hand over his authority, but he stated that he was the Empress's aide and responsible for her safety on this trip. So Waldo decided to personally interrogate everyone and find out who was behind this assassination attempt. An exasperated despot found Lennox and started berating him for not getting rid of the unconscious girl. A terrified Lennox explained that Waldo had tightened security and that luckily the villain had killed herself without giving them up. August also didn't know that Lionel would recognize all the servants' faces, as if he had anticipated someone would try to take her out. Then he asked Lennox if he himself had secretly tried to harm Her Majesty, and he even hinted that Diane might have put him up to it, but the guy wouldn't admit his crime. Despina also reminded him that if Diane's words meant more to him than his mentors, it would be considered treason. Afterward, August began to wonder how they were going to get out of this mess, knowing that all the knights and nobles would now be on the Empress's side. Meanwhile, Duke Valdor went to Her Majesty's room to check on her and stay with her for a while. After confirming her breathing was still steady, he sat down in a chair beside her and silently prayed for her recovery. At the same time, he saw the Empress as a raging river that would start to drift away as soon as he was nearby to hold his raft. Lionel didn't know if he should resign from his position as aide. Just then, he noticed she was sweating. He remembered the Emperor wiping her forehead and thought that as an aide, he had no right to do so. But the Duke also wondered if Karl could occupy the spot by her side, simply because of his title. Just then, the Duke heard Her Majesty softly call his name, and then he saw her open her eyes. Adelaide even sat up slightly and asked her aide to sit closer to her. Before this, she had dreamt she was lost in some empty chaos, calling for Lionel, but only hearing her own echo. Adelaide looked for him everywhere, but couldn't find him. She didn't know where he had gone or why he wasn't answering. She remembered again that he was the only one she could turn to, and the next moment, she woke with a start. The Empress saw Waldo sitting in a chair, lost in thought, and this time, she called out to him with her voice. She asked him to come closer, having always known in her heart that he would come running whenever she called. At that thought, Her Majesty's heart skipped a beat with anxiety, and then began to pound wildly. Seeing Adelaide awake, a maid hurried over, but Her Majesty asked her to leave her alone with the Duke for a moment. Then she asked Lionel how long she had been unconscious this time, and he explained it was less than a day. Adele paused to think, but also noticed Lionel was staring at her again, as if she were some rare flower. She asked him why he was looking at her like that, and he asked in return why she had used such powerful magic. He mentioned that the Empress had suffered internal injuries because of it, but she thought it was worth it. After all, it helped save lives, and Adele believed Lionel would have done the same, pointing out that he was always on the front lines. Then she learned that 10 people had died and 23 were injured, but this didn't include the casualties from Viet's territory. Now Her Majesty understood she should have intervened sooner, but Valdor explained that they had done well. She still kept blaming herself, saying she shouldn't have hesitated, as she could have saved more lives. Meanwhile, it was starting to get light out, and Adelaide realized the Duke hadn't slept all night. He confirmed it and explained that there had been another attempt on Her Majesty's life, and he still believed Lennox was behind the last one. This time, Lionel was even more certain that Auguste Despone was also involved, and Adele asked if they had caught the mercenary. Valdor confirmed it, but admitted she had killed herself, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Empress also knew that if Despone was guilty, it would be difficult to find conclusive evidence. So the girl thanked Lionel for intervening and stopping the assassination attempt. Meanwhile, in his office, the Emperor was thinking that he had expected the Empress to be very emotional on the day she left. I mean, yes, she was a mage, but she was born a princess, and now there was a glint in her eye. Karl couldn't figure out why Her Majesty was so calm. Then he remembered she had been staring at Valdor. Now, he was angry that the Duke dared to look at Adelaide with the same eyes as him. Then His Majesty began to wonder who would help the Empress in that place with no servants. He was also sure that Valdor would be by her side no matter what, because he was her aide and would follow her everywhere. Just then, a servant told the Emperor that Lady Poirier wished to see him, and he told them to let her in. The concubine walked in with a smile, but he just asked her what she wanted. At this, Diane confessed she couldn't sleep, then sat next to him and asked if she could spend the night with him. The girl knew His Majesty had personally sent Adele on that errand, so she thought the Emperor didn't love her after all. Karl thought that he now completely understood the previous emperor, and he remembered the day his mother died, the day that woman left this world, leaving her son all alone. He clearly remembered the look on his father's face. He looked as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. At the time, Karl thought his father was a cruel bastard, but now his majesty was in the same position, and he didn't know what to do or how to handle it. Meanwhile, Dion kept begging him to let her stay the night, but Karl just told her not to bother him. The concubine couldn't believe he was kicking her out again, and she started to ask why, but he demanded she leave. On her way back, Dion tried to recall how she had won his love in the first place, what she had done back then. From a very beginning, from a moment they fell in love, her feelings hadn't changed. Then she took out a locket with a picture of Karl's mother inside, and the concubine tried to figure out what exactly she had done wrong. The girl knew things had gotten very bad, and she racked her brain for her next move. She ran into the blonde maid in the hallway again, and Dion noticed the girl had a light step. Then the concubine remembered what Hannah had said, that there were countless blondes in the empire much younger than her. Dion also remembered that the emperor's mother, Beatrice, had died at 29, which was exactly her age now. It dawned on her that the emperor was abandoning her for this reason, looking for new girls, but she still couldn't understand why he was doing this to her. Dion had no intention of dying at 29, so she called for Lorraine and ordered her to bring the blonde girl to her palace. A short while later, the blonde maid was sitting in an empty basement. She was tied to a chair. The maid was terrified, thinking she had done something wrong, and begged for an explanation, promising to do better. But then Dion walked in, and the maid grew even more fearful, while Dion just looked at her with contempt. The concubine was already in a terrible mood, and now she let out all her anger, slapping the maid across the face. Then she tried to explain that the mistress was the one who should be talking, but the terrified maid didn't quite understand. So Jin leaned in close and spelled it out. She was to be called mistress and nothing else. Just then, a servant came to visit Hannah, who asked him what he wanted so late. She already suspected a maid was missing from the imperial palace, and he confirmed she was being held in the ivory palace. Giggs decided to take action and went straight to the emperor, who was also surprised by the late-night visit. She pleaded with his majesty to save the poor girl, saying only he could do it, which was why Hannah had come to him. But Karl told her to first explain what happened, and she confessed that the maid had been taken to the ivory palace and locked in the basement. The emperor was shocked, and Hannah continued, saying that even if she were guilty, she should be punished according to the rules. Now she asked the emperor for permission to search the ivory palace, and he fell into deep thought. Giggs knew his feelings for his mother were just pity, but that feeling could disappear due to greed and ruthlessness, as only truly strong people take responsibility for those they pity until the very end. But the emperor was not that kind of person, and Hannah knew he would find an excuse to shed his burden. Nevertheless, he told the old woman that if the search of the palace turned up nothing, she would bear the consequences. Giggs agreed, and then his majesty ordered her to follow him to the ivory palace. Meanwhile, Dion was still taking out his anger on the nearly fainted maid. She begged the concubine to stop and let her go, promising never to appear before her again. Just then, Dion decided to ask if she had spent the night with his majesty, but she didn't understand what he was asking. The concubine insisted she knew why this maid was always around him and repeated her question. The exhausted maid began to swear that it hadn't happened, but then Poitiers noticed her hair. Then she ordered Lorraine to bring a knife, and upon receiving it, began to cut the maid's hair, saying that next time it would be her neck. Lorraine was terrified and said the emperor was on his way. Dion panicked too and ordered the lights to be extinguished immediately. She scrambled into bed, but was trembling like a leaf, feeling the worst was about to happen. Lorraine was spinning in circles, equally scared, and when the emperor asked, she blurted out that Dion was asleep. Then his majesty ordered a lamp to be brought in, and the maid couldn't refuse. Just then, he discovered the hair on the floor. Karl immediately called the concubine's name, and she got up and asked, "What brings you here so late?" At that moment, she also noticed Nezuko standing behind the emperor, and she panicked even more. Then his majesty explained, a lady-in-waiting goes missing from the palace, and he begins to question the concubine about her whereabouts. The girl pretends not to understand, saying she has been sleeping, but Karl notices she isn't wearing a nightgown. He then takes out the lock of cut hair, asserts that it is definitely not her hair, and begins to interrogate her about whose hair it really is. Dion begins to beg him to explain what he suspects her of and why he is doing this to her, repeating that she was asleep. Just then, Karl reminds her that he has recently stripped her of the power he himself had bestowed upon her. Then, the Emperor confesses that he is fully aware she has been abusing those powers behind his back, but now, His Majesty has decided not to remain silent any longer. After ordering her to remember this, he throws the lock of hair at her. Afterward, the Emperor silently turns and walks toward the exit, leaving her alone to reflect on her actions. Meanwhile, the situation in the Marquise, which had been turned upside down, begins to stabilize. The Marchioness expresses her relief that the Empress is safe and asks for forgiveness for the situation getting out of control. Adele forgives them, and Lionel then suggests she stay one more day to rest well. But she feels that the Viet family can't sleep at night because of her, as people of higher status are always unwelcome guests. Valdor falls into thought, and Adele assumes he is tacitly agreeing that she is unwelcome because he doesn't deny it. But he starts a protest, saying she wasn't speaking to him, but just muttering to herself, which makes Adele laugh. However, she is still annoyed that Lennox and Despone have perfectly covered their tracks due to a lack of evidence. But this whole mess has given her something much more valuable, the trust of the knights. As they prepare to leave, a knight worries that she hasn't fully recovered, so she shouldn't just jump onto her horse. He tells her to use a mounting block, and another even offers to prepare a carriage for her. Adele knows they are warriors, but at this moment, they look like puppies wagging their tails frantically. So the Empress decides to ask Lionel what's gotten into the knights, but he doesn't know how to explain. So Her Majesty figures she might as well play along and ask them how they knew what she wanted right now. Adelaide also says that thanks to them, she will recover faster, and the knights' hearts melt at her praise. Meanwhile, Duchess Elizabeth arrives at the Valdor estate, where the first person she meets is the butler. She even jokes that he's happier since she left, saying he's practically glowing now. Then she runs into Lionel's older brother, and the two exchange polite greetings. He can't help but notice her curly golden hair and that confident expression, as well as that cold smile. The man realizes that she hasn't changed a bit since the day she announced their divorce and walked out of this house. The Duke also admits that after not seeing her for so long, he is happy to see her again and then invites her to the tea table. Over tea, Elizabeth confesses that she has already heard the news of Lionel becoming the Empress's aide-de-camp. She explains that she always found him a bit odd, but she never thought he would accept a job like that. The Duke thinks that his younger brother has indeed taken the Duchess by surprise, and she also admits that she can no longer stand by and do nothing. Elizabeth explains that she feels like she's trying to fill a water jug with a hole in the bottom. She has done her best, but as long as no one deals with the root of the problem, this vicious cycle will continue. The girl also dares not imagine what is happening in the other territories. Now she has had enough, so she dropped everything and ran. Confronting Karl and Despone was a real test for her, but she has nowhere left to run. Fires are lit everywhere in the forest, started by refugees to keep warm in the cold. But Elizabeth thinks it's pointless to punish them, because they don't care if they die for punishment or from the cold. The Duke realizes she doesn't plan to run anymore, and she confirms that there is nowhere in this country to hide from all the problems. The man realizes that her divorcing him was also a form of escape, and Elizabeth doesn't even want to see Karl, let alone confront him, as if she's trying to maintain an invisible wall between them, but he hopes she will eventually break it. Now he explains to his guest that she must still face His Majesty, to which she has no objection. Then the Duke decides to explain to Elizabeth that she will have to take center stage. Just then, the butler knocks on the door and announces that the master has received a letter. It's from the minister. He immediately begins to read it, and then lets Elizabeth see the contents of the letter as well. The Duchess reads in the letter that Her Majesty has blunted her uncle's edge and guesses that August must be fuming right now. She also knows that he has no idea he will soon have to face his beloved niece's face again. Despone is furious about everything at this moment, especially the way Adelaide was being chummy with the knights right in front of him. He thinks the Empress is a cunning woman, currying favor with the knights who come from powerful families. He also remembers how Elizabeth constantly caused trouble for him by joining forces with Valdor. But August thinks the main problem is that Adele is twice as dangerous as his niece and Valdor combined. Just then, the Empress asks Lionel to check if something was wrong with her face. Or what? The girl doesn't understand how he can keep staring at her for so long and knows she must act carefully. Hearing this, Lionel assures her that he will post more guards around her palace, so she won't have to worry so much. He then hands her a stack of papers and tells her take them, and Adele wonders what they are. The Duke explains that they are poison detection strips that the Empress should carry with her, just in case. Lionel also promises to get her a new stack when she runs out, and Adele thanks him for it. The Empress understands that this is a good thing and that she will definitely have use for it. Meanwhile, the Emperor also receives a letter, which informs him that a criminal broke into the Empress's chambers. The attacker even tried to kill Her Majesty, but committed suicide after failing. Charles is furious upon hearing this news. This is not what he wanted. Now he wants to know who dared to do such a thing. The Emperor is also curious about her security and how the assassin managed to get into her room. He then asks the messenger if there is any other news and where the Empress is now. Just then, another servant approaches and reports that Her Majesty has passed the second fortress. The Emperor is very happy to hear this, realizing his wife is finally returning to him. Meanwhile, rumors about what happened at the Viet estate and the role the Empress played in it are spreading like wildfire throughout the empire. People are also saying that the Grand Duchess has returned, so it must be true, and they're all speculating about when Her Majesty will return. Soon, the city gates begin to open, and the waiting crowd sees a contingent of mages and knights returning. The people immediately begin to shout praises for them, and then they see Adelaide riding side by side with Lionel. Duke d'Espone looks quite pleased at this moment, and the Empress decides to join in as well, personally greeting the crowd. Adele notices Valdor's serious expression, tells him to smile, and explains that everyone is watching them. He doesn't argue with her, and even rides closer to her, making their prearranged relationship look more convincing. Suddenly, August's expression changes drastically, and he becomes furious when he spots his niece in the crowd. Lionel's older brother is standing next to her, and he notices that August has changed a lot. He has never seen him look like that before. The Emperor isn't idle either. He walks out onto the balcony to await his wife's return. From there, he sees the mages lined up below. Then Adelaide appears, but Karl also notices who is the object of her genuine smile. His Majesty takes a closer look and sees that the person is none other than Lionel Valdor, which makes him furious. Karl is burning with rage at this moment. He wants Adelaide to smile only for him because she is his Empress. When he steps out, the mages bow to him and report that they have successfully completed their mission. The Emperor commends their work, and then Auguste d'Espone approaches him, deciding to tell him about his side of the story. His Majesty now sees up close that his wife and her aide-de-camp look very happy together, but he still goes with Auguste to his office, where he recounts how his mages destroyed Viet's monster tower, and then Karl admits he heard about the attempt on the Empress's life and asks d'Espone who he suspects. He explains that it almost became a huge problem, and it was all because she went with them. Auguste also confesses that at the estate, Lionel didn't leave Her Majesty's side for a second and even spent the night in her room, which infuriates Karl. Late that night, the Empress wakes up, realizing she had meant to rest for a bit, but fell asleep. She sits up and sees Hannah entering the room, as if she had been waiting by the door for Her Majesty to wake up. The girl feels something is wrong, and Giggs reports that the Emperor himself has come. Before Adelaide can even compose herself, he bursts into her room, and she asks what's going on. Charles just stands there, recalling how Adelaide played a huge role in destroying the monster tower and winning the knight's support. The Empress tells him she isn't properly dressed and asks Charles to wait outside. He takes another look at her slender neck and snow-white skin, realizing this must be how Valdor saw her. Then he tells her there's nothing wrong with her looking like this, explaining that he is still her husband. Adele then dismisses all the servants and asks Charles what brings him to her so late at night. She thought he was about to start complaining, but he unexpectedly kneels before her. Then he asks, very calmly, if her aide-de-camp had served her in her room while at Viet. Adelaide is stunned by the question, but the Emperor just doubles down and asks again if it's true. However, she needs to know why Karl is asking this. Didn't they agree not to interfere in each other's private lives? Just then, His Majesty realizes his own words are being used against him. But he doesn't care. He has a plan. He He then confesses to his wife that he has already kicked Dion out of the palace, if that's what Adele wishes. But the Empress clarifies that she is not interested in his mistress and doesn't care what he does with her. Adele then explains that if Karl wants to please her, he shouldn't show up uninvited at night. She also suggests he get to know what kind of person she is and what she likes, repeating that this is what he should be working on. His Majesty asks what she wants, and the Empress repeats that she will not be just a pretty vase. The Emperor doesn't answer right away, and then Adele says she is tired and asks him to return to his own chambers. The next morning, Lionel goes to see his older brother as requested, who then asks if working for the Empress is a hassle. The young Duke doesn't understand where this is coming from, but he assures his brother that he is fine and has no complaints. His brother then confesses that he has noticed the knights have become unusually close to Her Majesty. Lionel explains that their losses were reduced thanks to her, adding that Adele always keeps her public and private affairs separate. He also makes it clear that her way of doing things is the complete opposite of Duke Despoin's. His brother then confesses that Duchess Elizabeth herself recently paid them a visit and has agreed to take on a leading role. He then adds that the Duchess and Her Majesty should join forces as soon as possible so they can achieve their goal. His brother then explains that because of all this, Lionel can resign from his post as the Empress's aide-de-camp. The young Duke is lost in thought. He knows that once he leaves this position, he and Adelaide will become strangers. He doesn't want that. It's the only bond connecting them. Just then, his brother notices that he has already developed feelings for her. He tries to explain to Lionel that he will only get burned, even though he knows that being her aide also means being her lover. He then reminds him of how those who harbor feelings they shouldn't end up. But Lionel insists his brother is mistaken, so his brother explains that feelings always show, no matter how hard you try to hide them. His brother also says he's noticed the way Lionel looks at her, as if she were the only light in his life. He understands that perhaps he hasn't realized it himself yet, but he doesn't want him to walk toward a destined tragic end. Lionel doesn't want to talk about it anymore and leaves the room, but as soon as he's outside, he starts to think about it. He remembers his brother asking if the Empress knew about his feelings for her, but he himself doesn't know. His brother also suggested he forget those feelings as soon as possible, but now Lionel can't forget all the moments they spent together, especially in the cabin when he grabbed her hand and the Empress looked at him vulnerably. The Duke once again recalls her beautiful face, imagines their breaths mingling, and worries if she feels the same way. Lionel feels like a complete fool, finally realizing he has been ignoring his feelings, just hoping they would go away on their own. Now, the image of Her Majesty constantly replays in his mind, and he knows that everything he has felt before is love. Upon this realization, Lionel Valdor even feels a pang of guilt for daring to love the Empress. The next morning, Lady Elizabeth arrives at the Empress's palace, where she is met by Hannah. The old woman asks what brings her here so early, and she explains that she wants to see Her Majesty. Giggs asks her to wait in the drawing room, but just then Adelaide herself comes out, telling Hannah not to bother. The Duchess immediately apologizes for coming unannounced, but the Empress assures her it's fine. She then invites her into the drawing room, where Elizabeth confesses that she has heard about Adele's grand plan. Her ex-husband told her, and the Duchess admits she was surprised to hear it. Her Majesty humbly explains that it wasn't all her doing, and then Elizabeth decides to ask if it's true that someone tried to kill Adele. The Empress makes a point of saying that the Minister of Defense strengthened security in time, so she was unharmed. The Duchess then interjects that after things had stalled, it was Adelaide who got everything moving again. Next, she asks Her Majesty if she would be willing to cooperate, and the Empress is interested. The guest drops the bombshell that she is the daughter of the former Emperor and the ex-wife of the long-divorced Duke of Valdor. Now she just wants to end Despoin's tyranny, the guy who manipulates everything from behind the Emperor's back. She also wants to steer politics in the right direction, and for that, she needs the Empress's help. Adelaide still can't figure out why the Duchess wants to work with her. She explains that she had run away hoping to find peace, but it was a mistake, and she realized there was nowhere left to run. She also confesses that she knows how Adele became the leader of the resistance against the monster towers, at great personal sacrifice. Even though she came to Ekmont, she still wants to destroy those monster towers, so she accepts the Duchess's offer. That same morning, Lennox is on his way to see Diane, complaining that she hasn't seen her brother or even asked about his trip. He almost got into big trouble because of her, and the ivory palace is back in her hands. All thanks to him. As he's about to arrive, a lady-in-waiting from the palace stops him, and he asks what's the matter. The girl explains that His Majesty wants to see him, and the guy doesn't keep him waiting and goes right over. After being invited to sit, Lennox asks, somewhat fearfully, the reason for his summons. The Emperor doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point, wanting to know if he tried to kill the Empress. Poitiers remembers Augustus's instructions that if His Majesty wanted to reopen the investigation, he would handle it personally. Lennox just had to do as he was told. Now, he stammers, try to answer His Majesty, who repeats his question. Hearing this, the vice-captain falls to his knees and swears it wasn't him and that he had nothing to do with it. Just then, Karl concludes that it was Despone's doing. He knows only two people could benefit from the Empress's death, Duke Despone and Diane Poitiers. Whoever it was, they used Lennox as a tool, and now he tells the guy that this woman belongs to him. The Emperor then orders Lennox not to even touch her, and the guy, trembling with fear, agrees. Karl makes it clear that he will not forgive anyone who dares to harm her, and after that, the young mage rushes out to see his sister. He is surprised when he sees her, not understanding why she isn't fulfilling her duties, as if the Empress had stripped her of all her power. Dion says she has no time for him now and tells him to leave, but he begins to explain everything he has been through because of her. At this, she gets angry, not understanding why her brother thinks everything he does is for her. She is angry that he always blames her, and whenever things don't go well, Lennox always shifts the blame onto her. Now the vice-captain himself gets angry, reminding her of his warning that love fades with time. He wants to know where she was when the Emperor fell in love with the Empress. Now he threatens that Dion must give birth to a boy. Lennox also says that otherwise, they are both finished, and then he decides to explain why he blames everything on her. Years ago, when that monster tower fell on their estate, their parents died going back for a doll they had forgotten to take. They spent that winter with nothing, and Lionel had no one but his sister. He held her hand then, but secretly he despised her because their parents died because of her, so it was all her fault, and now she must bear a son. Meanwhile, His Majesty the Emperor calls another meeting, and as Lionel walks in, Karl glares at him. Lady Elizabeth and Lionel's brother also join, and once everyone is present, the meeting begins. August speaks first, saying that their mages destroyed the monster tower and dealt with the monsters, and if they hadn't reacted quickly, the losses could have been enormous. But the Duchess interrupts him, asking why he always talks about the magic core, and adding that the Empress also made a huge contribution. Despone agrees that Her Majesty and the knights played a role, but they cannot be compared to the mages who destroyed the monster tower in one go. Elizabeth points out that thanks to Adele, the losses were reduced and asks the minister for his opinion. He tells it as it is, adding that Adelaide possesses information that the mages of Ekmont cannot comprehend. This infuriates Lennox, who claims the minister is downplaying the mage's achievements, but the Emperor tells him to shut up. He then asks Lionel to explain what he meant by that, and Lionel begins by requesting that Her Majesty also be included in the meeting. The Emperor finds this quite bold, but Elizabeth says she completely agrees with the Minister of Defense. Then his brother chimes in, adding that the Valdor family requests that Her Majesty be included in the High Council. Seeing so many nobles siding with his wife and her aide-de-camp, Karl agrees to the request, but Despone objects, explaining that Adele and Valdor will team up and then oppose every decision they make. But His Majesty sees no other way. Then August reminds him that he had requested not to send the Empress to Viet. At this, Karl explodes, starting to question him about what he was doing while Her Majesty was dealing with the monster tower alone and taking all the credit. The Emperor then also wants to know if Duke Despone was involved in the attempted murder of his wife. Despone feigns surprise, but Karl still threatens him, telling him not to touch her without his order. His Majesty makes it clear that Adelaide will be the mother of the future emperor, and he will be the child's father. Karl also thinks that no matter who she hooks up with, she will always come back to him in the end. August catches the Emperor's possessive gaze and knows something must be done about it. He then explains that he would not harm a mother of the Empire, but Adelaide will still cling to Valdor. Despone again reminds him how close they became on their journey and how the Empress called for Lionel as soon as she woke up. The Duke then swears his loyalty to the Ulrich family, so they can trust him without suspicion. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and her ex-husband head to Adelaide, who knows the meeting is over. The Duke gives Her Majesty the good news that she will be a member of the High Council starting from the next meeting, which makes her very happy. The two guests then ask how she is feeling and tell her she still needs to take care of herself. The Duke then hands her a packet of papers for detecting different poisons and says to use them before eating or drinking. Adelaide thanks him, mentioning that Lionel had already given her a packet, but she accepts his gift as well. His brother seems a bit surprised that the minister has already taken care of it, and then asks to speak with Adele alone, without the Duchess present. After she leaves, the Empress asks what he wants to talk about, and the Duke first apologizes for his. The girl admitted she values honesty in people and asked him to speak his mind without beating around the bush. He went on to explain that the notes he had given her were only accessible to members of the Valdor family. This was top secret information, and as a representative of the duchy, he was entrusting them to Her Majesty as a sign of trust. Adele understood and promised not to tell anyone. But the Duke had another reason for bringing it up. He was somewhat hesitant, and the girl couldn't understand why he was so troubled. He explained that even though Lionel becoming her aide was for their mutual benefit, he would not have given her something like that if he didn't trust the Queen. He then added that the position of aide would not last forever, and one day, the need to keep an advisor by her side would disappear. Even if Lionel were no longer in his current position, the Valdor family would always be on Her Majesty's side. Therefore, as Lionel's older brother, he was now asking her to protect his honor and reputation. He then bowed and left, while the Queen was still pondering his words. To preserve Valdor's honor, she needed to let him go at the right time. The girl understood the Duke's meaning, but couldn't comprehend why he had come to ask her instead of Lionel himself. She wondered why the aide had looked at her with that expression the other day and then started to approach her. She also wanted to know why her eyes met his every time she looked back. Just as she was thinking, the minister called out to her, noticing that Her Majesty seemed a bit nervous. Lionel asked her what was wrong, but she assured him everything was fine and admitted that his brother and Elizabeth had already told her about the meeting. The Duke then explained that he hadn't gone with them because he was at the official residence at the time, but he realized she already knew she had been included in the council. The Queen also shared that she intended to bring up the topic of the Earl of Kelvin's territory at the next council meeting. Lionel smiled and promised to have all the documents ready, explaining that he had looked away because she didn't like his serious expression. He then noticed the notes in her hand, guessing they were the ones he had given her and that she had already looked into something, but she swore that wasn't the case. The Duke of Valdor had told her not to show them to anyone. Lionel realized it was his brother who had given her the notes. Adele told her aide that he should have reminded her not to disturb her in front of others, but he explained that he was worried his warning would confuse her and she would refuse to accept anything at all. At that moment, Adelaide realized it would be too selfish to keep Lionel by her side any longer. She then told him that everything she had wanted when she confirmed him as her aide had now been achieved. She hoped he had also benefited from it and thought it was now the right time for him to step down from this position. These words sent a shiver down Lionel's spine, and the Queen added that if he left now, the damage to his reputation would be less. But the minister would rather ruin his reputation in exchange for the chance to stay by Her Majesty's side. He needed to think of a reason to stay, so he declared that Adele had not yet gotten what she wanted. He reminded her that she had once considered the slums to be hell, and he could not leave her until they had made progress on the matter. Lionel was hiding his feelings, but he had always hoped she would need him. However, he said that once she achieved her goal, he could leave. After bidding the Queen farewell, Lionel realized that a single word from her could turn his soul upside down. But she couldn't know about this. She was already going through enough, and he needed to show loyalty, not love, to be useful. Lionel began to think about what else he could do to make Adele stronger and decided it was time for a new approach. He then went to see his brother and announced that he finally wanted his own marquis title, and his brother wondered why now. The minister explained that he would not resign his aid, although he knew and understood that this day would eventually come. His shocked brother then explained that even if he resigned, the duchy would still support the Queen. He had also thought it was Her Majesty who had dissuaded Lionel, but he explained that it was actually she who had asked him to resign. The minister believed this would not bring shame to the family, and was also convinced that he was right where he was needed. Recalling all of Adele's words and plans, Lionel realized it made his heart race, and that was why he wanted to stay by her side. So he turned to his brother again and asked him to grant him the title of Marquis, and this time his brother did not object. According to the laws of Iront, a duke could grant such titles to relatives without the emperor's permission, and now Lionel had received it. His brother performed the procedure, transferring the title and lands of Marquis Herbert to the Minister of Defense. The news soon reached the Queen, and Hannah explained that he had been planning it for some time. A while later, Adelaide was walking in a clearing when she saw Lionel offering her a bouquet of wildflowers. When he got very close to her, he picked her up and began to spin, bathing her in the sunlight. The next moment, the Queen opened her eyes to the walls of her bedroom, sadly realizing it was just a dream. That day, Adele was scheduled to attend the Supreme Council, and she asked Hannah to pick out a neat outfit for her. The old woman noticed the Queen was not looking well and guessed she hadn't slept well the previous night. Adelaide looked exquisite and elegant, and when she arrived at the council chamber, everyone else was already there. Elizabeth asked Adele how she had slept, and she admitted she had slept well and thanked them for being by her side. Then, Lionel, now known as Marquis Herbert, approached them, and Her Majesty congratulated him. He thanked her, and then Adelaide invited everyone to enter the meeting room if they were all ready. As the girl walked in, August and Lennox noted that she was as majestic as ever. The Queen greeted everyone, and just then, His Majesty Emperor Ulrich entered the hall and immediately noticed his wife. His gaze then fell on the Grand Duchess and the Duke of Valdor, who silently bowed to him in greeting. Afterwards, Karl approached Marquis Lionel Herbert, recalling August's explanation as to why his brother had advised him to resign. As an aide, he believed they had achieved their goal, and now that Lionel had a title, he would not have to rely on the duchy's opinion. Therefore, he could stay by the Queen's side based on his own will, which greatly annoyed the Emperor. After everyone was seated, Her Majesty first asked how things were in Kelvin County. The Marchioness explained that they were containing the monsters, but gargoyles had appeared, and the tower was now level 3. Lennox interjected that even novice mages could spot gargoyles and thought they were lying to get attention and reinforcements. But Adelaide decided to speak, saying that after arriving in Egmont, what shocked her most were the slums spread throughout the empire. She then pointed out that the only way to solve this problem was to clear all the towers. The Emperor was inwardly furious that she had brought this up, but the Marchioness supported the Queen's proposal. Karl then announced that the towers would be dismantled in a strict order, but the Duke of Valdor said this was a lie. He explained that there was no order at all, as Kelvin County was being ignored while they rushed to Viet's territory. August started shouting that the tower was just particularly huge, but Lionel's brother disagreed with him. He also hinted that August had a secret strategy, but Despone denied it. Then Duchess Elizabeth stood up and said that we need to get rid of the portals as soon as possible, but the mage's methods were not working. The Emperor took this as a criticism of his decision, and the Duchess doubled down, confirming his suspicions. She then demanded that Despone stop hiding behind the Emperor and manipulating him for his own selfish interests. Karl thought Adele wanted to humiliate him in public, but she explained that she was just raising a critical issue that needed to be addressed. His Majesty the Emperor still thought she looked down on him, but Adele simply wished he would govern the empire well. The Queen then announced that she could personally destroy all the towers within 2 years, and everyone was shocked, thinking it was impossible. His Majesty the Emperor asked if Adelaide was prepared to take responsibility for her words, and she confirmed it. Back in her homeland, she had brought all the mages in the empire under her control and deployed them based on local intelligence. By the time she left, not a single tower remained, and Adele saw no reason to leave one in Kelvin County. Lionel Valdor and Elizabeth agreed to help her, and the balance of power began to shift. Karl finally understood that Adelaide was playing him for a fool to seize all the power. Just then, a servant came with an urgent message for His Majesty from the Earl of Kelvin. He was going to completely abandon his territory. Adelaide was angry, as she had hoped he would hold out a little longer, but August had his own opinion on the matter. He thought the Earl had done them a huge favor, and now they just needed to lead the Emperor by the nose. After the meeting, Karl met with Despone and suggested they start dismantling the towers in earnest. He also remembered that the Queen wanted to clear the portals and knew that the entire aristocracy would soon be on her side. August reminded him that he was keeping the towers for complete control and pointed out that Karl's situation had changed since that light had appeared. He then added that they needed those towers to bring the nobles to their knees, which he had been saying from the beginning. August now insisted that everything was going smoothly before the queen appeared, and even let it slip that she must be killed. Despone continued that it was thanks to her magical knowledge and Elizabeth's status that they were in their current situation, but if she were gone, everything would fall apart. The emperor finally decided to find another way and threateningly declared that if he did anything without his knowledge, he would never forgive him. August then agreed, but reminded him that he must act quickly and remembered that today was a national holiday. He suggested that Karl take Dion as his partner for the banquet, especially since she was pregnant. Adelaide returned from the council meeting exhausted and shared with Hannah that the Earl of Kelvin was going to abandon his territory. This was tantamount to giving up his title, and the girl concluded that he was being cornered because of the tower and asked about his relationship with Karl. Hannah admitted that the Earl had always been loyal to the royal family, and now Her Majesty couldn't understand why he had been denied help. She then remembered August's explanation about the power of the towers and realized that it was necessary for him to keep the tower in that location. Just then, Hannah brought her a catalog of holiday dresses, but Adele didn't see the point in celebrating when the empire was on the verge of collapse. The day was to celebrate the founding of the Aemon Empire, and for the past 3 years, Dion had been in charge of preparing the banquet. During the celebrations, Poitiers always acted like the hostess, and tonight she was also choosing a dress for herself. The new catalog said that she had to list her preferences and rate each design. They used to attach notes to prevent duplicate designs, but in the past, Diane had always been able to pick whatever she wanted. Now, upon receiving this letter, the mistress realized that other people's tastes were more important than hers. Poitiers lost control for a moment, not understanding how they could sideline her like this, and she threw the catalog to the ground. Then she felt the baby move, and suddenly she was happy. She just needed him, and then she could make everything go her way. Meanwhile, a ship from Godthorpe arrived at the port, and Cain and Givelin prepared to disembark. While Cain's friend was recovering from seasickness, Nyx was dreaming of seeing Her Majesty the Queen soon. Adelaide was informed that Baroness Alexa Brunium wanted a secret meeting, and the Queen asked what she needed. The Mage girl had heard that Her Majesty could level the towers in 2 years, and that she had founded that organization in her homeland. Alexa also knew she was in a fierce struggle with Duke Despone, but the Queen told her to get straight to the point. So Brunhild asked for a map of Iront and pointed out to the Queen that a high-level tower was descending at the intersection of the magic radii. And the moment it landed, the lower-level portals would disappear on their own, which meant Despone was deliberately controlling their descent. Adele wondered what August was up to, and Alexa pointed to a spot on the map, explaining that he was waiting for the tower to land there. If that happened, the entire empire would be within the magic radius, and his plan would become a reality. The Queen also realized that he wanted to unleash monsters throughout the empire so that he could use magic anytime, anywhere. If that happened, he would have more power than the Emperor. But now Adele also suspected whether Brunhild was trustworthy, as she was also a mage. She confessed that she came to Her Majesty because she could no longer turn a blind eye to all the horrors the Duke was committing. He had to be stopped before he turned this place into a living hell. Adele asked if she had any other supporters, and she confirmed she did. Later, Adele chose an outfit for herself, and Hannah decided to send the design sketch to His Majesty so their outfits could match. The Queen also knew that after all this, it was unlikely Karl would go to the banquet with her, and she shared this thought with Hannah. She was sure he would go with Diane, so Hannah decided to send the sketch to Marquis Herbert. If Adele didn't have a male partner, she would need an aide to protect her reputation. The girl remembered that she had just asked him to retire, but felt she had to write him a letter now. Lionel's butler thought he was lonely in the huge mansion and comforted him by saying he would soon have a family and more people around him. Then the Marquis went for a walk in the garden, imagining what it would be like to stroll there with Adelaide. He imagined them sitting under a beautiful tree, talking about everyday things, and then returning to the estate after sunset. Lionel would share delicious food with her, and then they would sleep in a comfortable bed, under a warm blanket. At the same time, he thought these were ridiculous dreams because he wanted to remain loyal to her and realized how much he loved her. Then he received a letter from Adele, asking him to be her partner at the ball and to help her choose a suitable dress. The Marquis was well aware that, She was making this request for political reasons, but his heart still skipped a beat. Duke Despoin appeared at Mrs. Poyet's residence with gifts, but she didn't know why he was there. He explained that they were top-quality products and herbs for pregnant women. Auguste knew he had to get on her good side and sever the connection between the Emperor and the Queen. He then asked if Diane had already chosen her dress, but she was in no hurry. Despoin confessed that he had brought a private designer. The mistress was delighted that she would be attending the ball with Karl, and if their outfits matched, everyone would see them as a couple. Meanwhile, Adelaide recalled her mother's words that one day she would meet a man who would make her heart flutter, but if she just played with emotions, the affection would immediately begin to fade, turning the color of falling autumn leaves. Her mother had advised Adele to see such a moment as a midsummer night's dream, but to never forget her duty as a queen. Thinking of this, Adelaide remembered the dream where Lionel gave her a bouquet of flowers, and in that moment, she felt true love. At the same time, Her Majesty understood that she could not hurt the Marquis, and for that man's sake, she would never forget her duty. Now, Her Majesty had to rid the palace of Duke Despoin and deal with him immediately after the celebration. Just as Adele was lost in thought, Marquis Herbert approached, and the sunlight suddenly seemed to grow brighter. Her heart fluttered like a butterfly, but she didn't even dare to admit it to herself. Lionel noticed her state and thought she was a little unwell, but Adelaide insisted she was fine. The Marquis then took off his cloak, draped it over her shoulders, and told her it was cold outside and to wrap up warmly. Afterwards, he suggested a walk, and the Queen confessed that she was embarrassed to ask for his help after telling him to leave. She also hoped Lionel wouldn't mind escorting her to the national holiday banquet. She really wanted him to be her partner, feeling her heart melt and drip like a candle. Then they ran into his brother and the Duchess, who were discussing that the first priority was to get rid of Duke d'Espany. Adele knew the Emperor was also involved, but they couldn't touch him without inciting a rebellion. They also studied a map marked with magic radii and tower landing points. They knew that the Duke's ultimate goal was to gain complete control of the Empire through magic. Elizabeth was furious, calling the guy a madman, while the Duke of Valdor wondered if His Majesty knew about these magic radii. Adele confessed that Karl had mentioned it and explained that it was his way of maintaining power. The Marquis asked if there was any evidence and learned that Brunhilde was supposed to have everything ready. He then suggested exposing the truth immediately after the banquet, and everyone agreed that Despoin and Poitiers must pay the price. Afterwards, Adele would take over the magic squad, so the Marquis planned to investigate Brunhilde's inner circle more deeply. Meanwhile, a doctor came to see Diane, and she asked him when her belly would start to show, admitting she could feel the baby move. Diane knew all the signs pointed to pregnancy, but she didn't understand why the doctor was delaying the diagnosis. He explained to the mistress that he needed to wait at least another month to confirm it, but she snapped that he had said the same thing last time. But honestly, at this point, the diagnosis didn't matter to her anymore. She could clearly feel the baby herself. She then called for Lorraine and ordered her to get everything ready because she was going to the Queen's palace. Adelaide was a little surprised that Diane had come to see her, and Hannah explained that she didn't have to meet her and was prepared to send her away. However, the Queen agreed, and soon she walked into her office, where Her Majesty noticed how thin the mistress had become. Meanwhile, Diane hoped the Queen would be jealous of her for having something Her Majesty did not. The mistress then apologized for not being able to help with the banquet preparations due to her pregnancy. She then added that she would accompany His Majesty, but she couldn't stand for long, so she had come to request that a seat be prepared for her. Diane thought the Queen would be furious at her request, but noticed she was looking at her with a completely indifferent gaze. Adelaide simply explained that she had already prepared everything and that she could go to the banquet hall herself to check the seating arrangement. Diane understood that everything was going as she wished, but at the same time, she couldn't shake the feeling of having lost to the Queen. Afterwards, Her Majesty announced that she could leave, but added that she had noticed how thin she had become. Adelaide guessed it was just severe morning sickness, but the mistress couldn't understand why she was so concerned. The Queen also knew she couldn't eat certain foods and promised to take care of it. Dion felt it was very strange. Not even the Emperor was this considerate, and she didn't understand why Adele was doing this. On her way back, she thought the Queen was completely mad, and now she didn't know what to expect from her. As Elizabeth walked through the palace, she remembered how Karl used to call the former queen Mother, but she would always get angry and tell him he had to call her Queen. She hated the clingy little boy and was much nicer to Elizabeth because she knew how much it hurt him. The princess saw it but remained silent, and whenever she went to visit him, his uncle was always there. He would always comfort Karl and talk about his future power, and the lady still remembered the cunning look in his eyes towards the emperor. Even so, she still couldn't confront Despanny out of guilt, but she also decided to try to persuade Karl. One last time, she hoped she wasn't too late and came to His Majesty, who asked her what was the matter. Elizabeth wanted to talk to him as a sister, explaining that even if the towers disappeared, he would not lose his title. She also added that his power would remain unchanged and asked him to be realistic. But Karl disagreed, reminding her that their mother used to say that without the towers, no one would acknowledge his authority. But Elizabeth insisted the former queen was wrong, though the emperor declared he was already destroying the towers anyway. The girl realized she had left him alone for too long and now didn't know what to do or how to handle things. Karl believed the towers couldn't be destroyed and wondered how to stop the queen without hurting her. Just then, a servant brought him a report on Her Majesty's life when she was still the Princess of Gothroth. From the documents, he learned that she herself had been preparing to be sent away, and although she could have avoided it, Adele had agreed. The emperor also realized that she would never return to her homeland, but he didn't understand what the source of her confidence was in Ekmet. His Majesty began to suspect that her power came from the title of queen and decided to see what she would do if he stripped her of it. Meanwhile, Adele was saving money and sacrificing her own budget to help the people in the slums. The day before the National Day, necessities were also sent there, which annoyed Despanny. August explained to the emperor that since she had barely decorated the banquet hall, it might damage His Majesty's reputation. Next, Karl was curious about what Despanny, as a member of the royal family, would do if he lost his power and wealth. He confessed that if that were to happen, he would use every means possible to take back everything that was his. Everything that was his. At this time, the Duchess found Waldo and explained that the capital was in chaos due to the humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, she couldn't understand why Her Majesty the Empress would agree to this marriage, since she loved her home country so much and had influence there. The Duke had read all about her deeds in Gothroth and reminded her that she had destroyed the tower there and saved the people. Apparently, Adele believed her presence could influence the Emperor's power, which was precisely why she agreed to the marriage. So Elizabeth finally understood that this girl was fully prepared to stand up for the country. The Duchess herself could not become the Empress because she was a woman, and she had also withdrawn because she hated her brother. But she could no longer stand by and watch. Now she had to make a decision, not as a sister, but as the Duchess of this country. Shortly after, Brunhild appeared at Her Majesty the Empress's residence, bringing intelligence she and other like-minded mages had gathered. Adele thanked her, but Brunhild blamed herself for staying silent all this time, watching as innocent people were slaughtered. As soon as the celebration was over, the Empress planned to interrogate Despanny and the magic squad, while Alex was told to wait patiently. It was time for the banquet, and they grandly announced the arrival of His Majesty the King and Lady Diane de Poitiers. The crowd speculated that this meant the Empress would likely appear at the banquet with Marquis Herbert. Just before, when Diane was ready, Karl had not yet arrived, but she received a message that he was waiting for her in his palace. The girl was horrified that he didn't even come to pick her up, and just then, her brother noticed her pale face. He also noticed his sister had lost weight, but she just brushed past him and snapped at him for not caring about her health. Diane also realized that the first time she had heard such words was from the Empress herself during a previous visit. Next, she went to meet His Majesty and noticed he looked as charming as ever. He was breathtakingly handsome, but his cold eyes were like a wolf's, and that was precisely what made her love him more. Meanwhile, the Emperor noticed his mistress's gaze, which even made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he needed her to test something, so he ordered her to follow him. Just then, the girl decided to ask if he was curious why she had lost so much weight during her pregnancy. He just told her coldly that if she was unwell, she should call a doctor, and then continued walking without waiting for her. When they entered the banquet hall, People noticed that Lady Poirier looked unwell and that their relationship was clearly not what it used to be. Then Adelaide and an aide walked into the hall, and everyone noticed how well matched they were together. The Empress placed her hand on the marquise, and the Emperor saw this, which clearly angered him. Dion noticed his bad mood and suggested they go take their seats in the banquet hall. On the way, they ran into Despone, who immediately began to flatter them, saying how well matched they were. He also said that he understood it must be difficult for Lady Poirier being pregnant. Next, Augustus overheard people talking about how Adele had destroyed the tower and wanted to destroy the rest within 2 years. The nobles were proud of this and planned to give her a warm welcome to show her their friendly side. When Karl ascended the throne, Despone began to suck up to him, saying that it was just a drizzle now, but could turn into a great hurricane. The Duke insisted they could not delay any longer, and His Majesty placated him, assuring him that he would not sit idly by. Karl also saw that, even standing alone, Adele was radiant, and he was overwhelmed by a desire to possess her completely. He knew he had to be careful not to push her into a corner, and didn't know how to make her reach out to him on her own. Just then, Elizabeth and the Duke strolled over to Adelaide and couldn't help but notice that everyone was acting very friendly. The Duchess then invited her to the palace tomorrow, saying she had something to show her and wanted to talk. Just then, a servant approached Adele and announced that His Majesty wanted to speak with her and was waiting for her on the terrace. The Empress had the servant escort her to the Emperor and, noticing the Marquis's worried expression, promised she would be right back and that everything would be fine. After she left, Lionel blamed himself for not stopping her, for not even saying anything, just watching her walk away. As she reached the balcony, she overheard him accusing her of plotting to get rid of Despone and turn His Majesty into her puppet. He went on to say that even if the nobles submitted and swore fealty, she would not succeed. Then Karl explained that the only reason she was still the Empress of Egmont was because of his connection to her. But now Adelaide was cutting that cord with her own hands. Adele retorted that she did not destroy the towers for power. However, the Emperor declared that this was his final warning. He wanted her to officially renounce her plan to destroy the towers, and also, she should no longer act as a mage. But she refused, saying she would not force her goals upon His Majesty. She even added that if he started destroying the towers himself, the nobles would see him in a completely different light. So Karl felt that she was ignoring her primary duty as the Empress of Iront and disregarding his warning. The Emperor then summoned a servant and ordered them to bring the priest from the temple, the one who had officiated their wedding. He also had them bring the Chief Justice, all while wondering what Adele would do after losing her title. The girl herself had never forgotten that responsibility, but today, that unbearable burden felt exceptionally heavy. As she was contemplating alone on the balcony, Marquis Herbert approached her. Seeing her so dejected, Lionel guessed something was wrong, while she realized she had just shown a moment of weakness in front of him. Adelaide had always hated appearing vulnerable in front of others, but when she was with him, she just wanted to cry her heart out. Her Majesty the Empress admitted to the Marquis that she was in a difficult situation, and just then, he asked how he could help her. But she didn't know how to share her problems with anyone, as her title had been with her since birth. When the priest came before the Emperor, he summoned Despone and confessed that he was going to depose the Empress. The Duke was surprised, but explained that without a good reason, it would be extremely difficult. But the High Priest confirmed they had the right to strip Adelaide of her title on the grounds that she had refused the wedding night. Karl added that the Empress must produce an heir, but she had refused and had a servant enter the room. Then, Augustus, as a royal elder, stated that he agreed this matter could not be ignored. He then suggested the trial be held today, and His Majesty understood that his wife had brought this upon herself. Karl agreed, but to avoid tarnishing the Empress's honor, the proceedings had to be conducted in secret. Augustus was only happy to finally be rid of Her Majesty the Empress, and thought the Emperor had come up with a brilliant plan. The priest also added that refusing the wedding night was not a serious crime. So Adelaide would lose the title of Empress of Egmont simply for not fulfilling her duties. Karl wondered what would happen if she promised to resume her duties and learned that she could regain her title. Meanwhile, Elizabeth told Waldo that as soon as Karl and August left the hall, everyone else had dispersed. But today, all the nobles had stayed, which meant they sensed that something had seriously changed. Now all they had to do was to corner Despone. Just then, they saw the Empress and the Marquis return to the hall. Just as the Duchess and the Duke were about to approach her, judges from the palace walked in, causing a stir among everyone. They walked up to the Empress and explained that His Majesty had ordered an immediate trial. Lionel demanded an explanation, and the judge said that out of respect, the trial would be informal, so no prior warning was necessary. Elizabeth thought this was utter nonsense, but the judge also explained that she was invited as a witness. Adelaide realized the Emperor had filed charges against her and remembered him talking about her failure to fulfill her obligations. As it turned out, she was fully prepared and asked the judges to escort her to His Majesty. Marquis Herbert tried to stop the Empress, but seeing her confident expression, he simply offered to escort her there. But she refused. Lionel saw once again that even though she looked like she was about to be crushed by the weight on her shoulders, she still wouldn't let anyone share it. Even so, the Marquis still wanted to stay by her side, but for now, all he could do was wait for her to return. Afterward, the guests were informed that the banquet was canceled due to an urgent trial within the royal family and were asked to leave the palace. Meanwhile, Elizabeth comforted Lionel, telling him not to worry because she would be with Adelaide. The Marquis still didn't understand what she would be accused of and was certain the Emperor should also be held responsible for failing to fulfill his duties. He then approached his brother and asked him to gather all the nobles, explaining that they had to do something. In the Iront Empire, all citizens were tried by law, but the royal family was an exception, with trials held inside the palace. Soon, Her Majesty the Empress stood before the judges of the court, while His Majesty just sneered. The judges asked the Empress to be seated, but she directly claimed her innocence, so she would not sit in that chair. But August told her that he had learned something extremely important. He also admitted that he himself had pushed for this trial, adding that Adele had committed an unforgivable sin. But at this point, Elizabeth stepped forward and said that Adele was the Empress now, and Despone needed to mind his manners. The Emperor, however, demanded silence and began the trial. Afterwards, the judge explained why they were gathered here today. He stated that Her Majesty the Empress was accused of failing to fulfill her marital duties, and so the high priest would also be present at the trial. But Elizabeth began to argue that Adelaide had destroyed the Viet Tower and had even cared for the common people during the National Day festival. She declared that the Empress was a role model and had fulfilled her duties perfectly. Despone countered that dealing with the towers was the mage's job, and that His Majesty would have taken the people into consideration anyway. After that, the judge bluntly explained to Her Majesty the Empress that the reason she was standing here was that she had refused the wedding night. Adelaide was stunned, thinking Karl was an absolute scumbag, but he just kept sneering. He saw himself as the one who could send her straight to hell, and also the only one who could pull her out. Now he hoped the Empress would beg him for mercy. Just then, Hannah Giggs was called as a witness. When the old woman came in, they asked her to state whether the Empress had refused His Majesty's wedding night. She explained that when the Emperor came in with his request, they had a big fight, so there was no question of a wedding night. Then Giggs added that on the day of the actual wedding, it was the Emperor who had refused Her Majesty the Empress's wedding night. But the judge in August kept demanding that Hannah only answer the specific question about Adelaide. The girl felt like she was suffocating, her mind constantly flashing with images of the towers, the dying people, and the slums. But just wanting to save them wasn't enough. She was exhausted and didn't even want to fight anymore. Hannah started to explain again that it couldn't be entirely Her Majesty the Empress's fault, but at that point Adele told her to stop. The old woman was sad and didn't want to abandon her, but the Empress herself wanted to end it all. The Emperor was thrilled, waiting for Adele to let go of her pride and submit to him, but she simply confessed to her crime. The girl explained that she really couldn't spend the night with His Majesty, which stunned the judges. Her reaction was not what Karl had expected. He thought she would be panicked and furious at being cornered. But now, as Adelaide confessed her crime, her face was a blank slate, revealing nothing. The Empress then asked what her punishment would be and was told she would be deposed. Elizabeth was absolutely furious and told the high priest that this whole thing was complete nonsense. But he explained that it was her duty, and since she had not fulfilled it, she would lose her title. Just then, the Emperor interjected, saying that if she begged for his forgiveness at once, he would give her a chance to make amends. Now Karl realized things were not going according to plan, and he pleaded with her again to promise she would fulfill her duties. Adelaide was the only one who refused. She then proudly asked the judge to confirm her punishment. It was then that the emperor himself felt a sense of despair, as he had been hoping she would finally do as he wished. And Duke Despond was secretly celebrating that things were going his way, as this would eliminate the problem. The judge then announced that Adelaide Ulrich, for failing to fulfill her obligations, will be stripped of her title. In the Duchy of Valdor, a secret meeting was underway, and Lionel suggested they all look at a map. The nobles saw that the map showed the location of every tower, and the Marquis also explained the meaning of the colors. He then added that the red marks indicated where they planned to destroy the towers next. The nobles didn't understand who he was referring to, and Lionel clarified that it was the Emperor and Duke Despond, after which the entire empire would be controlled by the towers. The Marquis further explained that after that, they would be able to use their power anywhere, and monsters would be free to roam. They also found out that it was Her Majesty the Empress who had given him these documents, which meant the accusation was just a plot to get rid of her. The men were ready to rush to the palace at once, but the Marquis told them to calm down first. Lionel explained that the deliberation was in progress, and they didn't know how Her Majesty the Empress was faring. Moreover, the Empress needed to prepare evidence they could use, and from now on, they would no longer remain silent and watch. After that, the nobles dispersed, and Lionel's brother suspected he was hiding something. But he explained that the Duchess of Gran was first in line to the throne, which his brother didn't quite understand. Just then, the butler rushed in a panic, announcing that Her Majesty the Empress had been stripped of her title. When Lionel heard the news, he was horrified, as if the end of the world was descending upon the empire. Meanwhile, Dion's brother came to see her, worried that the Emperor's love for her might be fading, as he hadn't visited once since then. Lennox worried that if things continued this way, Karl would take the child after she gave birth and then kick his sister to the curb. He was also bothered that Dion's pregnancy had not been officially confirmed and thought Karl didn't want the news to get out. These talks only irritated the mistress more, and she once again told her brother to shut up. She was already beginning to think the Emperor was doing it on purpose when he asked her to keep the pregnancy a secret. Just then, Dion felt that familiar pain in her lower abdomen, a pain that was getting worse day by day. But then she suddenly realized what this pain might mean, and she was terrified. She immediately called for Lorraine and ordered her to find a midwife. The mistress also demanded that they find an experienced one, and it had to be done as soon as possible. Alone, and suspecting the worst, Diane went to the fireplace, wishing the whole place would burn to ashes. Shortly after the trial, a team of messengers was formed to deliver the news of the Empress's deposition to Gothroth. Karl knew that being stripped of a title on such grounds would surely go down in history, and he promised Spony he would convey this to the messengers. Then a hooded man entered the Emperor's study, and the Emperor ordered him to board the ship, along with the messengers. After that, the hooded man was supposed to kill them all, thinking it would be easy to destroy the evidence on the high seas. Karl explained his orders by saying that he didn't want Gortov to know about the Empress's deposition. Moreover, this mercenary could not be caught and had to do exactly as His Majesty instructed. Karl also didn't understand how things had come to this, as he only wanted to push the Empress into the depths of despair, but now he himself had fallen in and was struggling, not knowing what to do or how to fix things. Although Adele was stripped of her title, it did not make her a sinner, so as a sign of respect, the judge allowed her to remain in the palace. This was permitted until the people from Gothroth arrived, during which time she would be treated like any other noble. The girl thought for a long time about what was happening, and then Hannah came in and, knowing she was tired, suggested she get some sleep. Adelaide told her not to be so sad, but the old woman couldn't hold back her tears and asked her why she was standing alone by the window. The princess then explained that she couldn't find her place in such a large room, so she didn't know where to go. Just then, the Duchess of Gran appeared and told Adelaide she shouldn't have confessed her crime. She said that if she had just stalled for time, they could have found another way out, but she didn't understand why she had just given up. Adelaide explained that she was just tired and apologized to Elizabeth for all the trouble. The girl then took out the documents she had promised to prepare, explaining that this evidence would expose Despone's true colors. She also asked the Duchess not to reveal where she got the documents from. The Duchess knew that Augustus would not spare the informant, but she still wanted to know why she had surrendered. Adele explained that it was a heavy burden, and she finally just wanted to be free of it. But Elizabeth still didn't believe it, as she had sacrificed herself for her country and agreed to this marriage. The Duchess also wondered if Adele had ever lived for herself, if she had ever done anything for herself. Later, Hannah brought her mistress news that the messengers had already left for Gothroth, and she knew she had to go back now. Just then, a maid came in to announce that the Emperor had arrived, surprising both Adelaide and Hannah. As soon as he walked in, the old woman announced that even if Adele had lost her title, she was still the Princess of Gotharth. But Karl just wanted to know, since when Hannah had become a noble of Gotharth and told her to step aside. Giggs still thought this was unacceptable, so he had the maid escort Hannah out of the room. When they were alone, His Majesty approached Adelaide and asked her to look at him, but she told him not to call her by her name, and he wanted to explain why he had to do what he did. The Emperor then knelt before her, hoping she would finally understand his actions. Karl now realized that he had fallen in love with her the day he first met her. He also remembered his desire to possess her completely and now understood that it was love, and he confessed it to her. Karl explained that this was the very reason he did what he did, just to keep her by his side. But to Adele, words of love from His Majesty sounded disgusting, and she asked him why he was only telling her this now. Karl admitted he regretted all the moments he had belittled her and made her suffer, but said he was just trying to help her. He also claimed that she had rejected all his offers, which forced him to take the measures he took. Just then, she had to interject and point out that he had asked her to act like a feather on a pin, just to protect his title. She then reminded him that she had already confessed her crime and had nothing more to say, and told him to get out. But Karl warned her that she would not be able to bear the humiliation once she was deposed. He, the Emperor of Iront, had knelt and confessed his love, and Adele was still unmoved, which angered him. His Majesty then declared that if she changed her mind and promised to fulfill her duties, he would immediately revoke the sentence. Alone, the girl thought about the Duchess's question about what she had ever done for herself. But Adelaide didn't know what it meant to live for herself, as she had only ever cared about destroying the towers and saving the people. That was living for herself, and if she went back, she would make the same damn choice. Adelaide couldn't shake the memory of the Emperor declaring his love for her and wanting to keep her by his side. She still couldn't understand how such a twisted display of selfishness could be called love. Then she thought of Lionel, who had always cared for her and promised to support her in everything she did. Adelaide recalled his concerned voice and loving eyes, all while knowing she deserved to be deposed. She then took out the box of poison she had brought from Gothroth and decided it was all meaningless. She didn't understand what she was, even since she had no place for her either here or in Gossaru. She had nothing left to ask for, and even if she died, she would lose nothing. A few hours ago, Elizabeth arrived at the Waldo Manor to ask if Marquis Herbert had appeared yet. Walking into the room, she saw for the first time such a grim expression on Lionel's face, and he immediately demanded to know why the Empress had been deposed. A dangerous fire burned in the Marquis's eyes, and he was like a river about to burst its banks. The Duchess still explained that the reason for the verdict was her refusal of the wedding night, adding that Adele herself wanted to end it all. Then, the Duchess handed them the documents, explaining that there was enough evidence to file a lawsuit against Despondent and the Emperor. Their problem remained that the mages answered to August, and the Empress had been stripped of her title. So Lionel suggested spreading rumors before bringing charges to the High Council. They would bring the matter up after everyone knew about the conspiracy, and by then even the Emperor would not be able to cover it up. Elizabeth also proposed to inform not only the capital, but the entire country, and decided to take on this responsibility herself. Lionel asked her what she meant by taking full responsibility, and he also wanted to know what Elizabeth would do if Karl denied everything and made no attempt to make amends. The Duchess declared that anyone who resisted and dragged the country into the abyss of hell was not worthy of the throne. After that, Marquis Herbert jumped on his horse without hesitation and went to see the Empress. Despite the order forbidding him from entering the imperial palace, he listened to no one. Lionel practically burst into Adelaide's room, where she was sitting in a chair with a box of poison in front of her. She immediately began to explain that if she had known things would turn out this way, she would have relieved him of his duties as her aide sooner. After that, there was silence in the room, and time seemed to stand still for the two of them. Lionel said nothing, but his body was screaming, desperate to know if Adele was all right. The girl understood that her life and death were in her own hands, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The reason she hadn't drunk the poison was hidden in the way the Marquis looked at her. Adele dropped her disguise. After losing everything, the last thing she could hold onto was not the memory of her homeland, but the man who had reached out to her, the man who was ready to save her, and that was Lionel. He finally spoke, asking if Her Majesty was all right. Then he noticed the bottle of fatal liquid on the table and realized what an irreversible thing had almost happened. The Marquis reached for the bottle, but Adelaide jumped in front of him, trying to stop him from touching it. She begged him to give her the bottle, but Lionel wanted to know what the liquid was for. Adelaide just said it was medicine she had brought to relieve fatigue, saying she was tired, which was why she had taken it out. Thinking she had already drunk some, he decided he needed some too and immediately raised the bottle to his lips. But then Adelaide screamed and instantly knocked the bottle from his hand. Lionel, fearing for her life and seeing the pain in her eyes, could only guess what she had been thinking all night to consider ending it all without hesitation. He walked straight to her and held her tightly, letting her know that she was not alone and that all was not yet lost. The girl felt a wave of warmth envelop her entire body, along with the security and strength of his embrace. Adelaide then rested her head on his shoulder, trying to convince herself it was just because of the cold. Then Lionel asked her why she wanted to die when she could have returned to Gosru. Adele explained that she couldn't go back because whenever things got tough, a devil inside her would whisper. She confessed that if she had let her brother die back then, she wouldn't be going through all this crap now. Now, the Marquis couldn't figure out why she was still alive, guessing that she just didn't want to die here. He also guessed that she was worried about Hannah and Brunhild and the people she had left behind in her homeland. At the same time, Lionel wondered if the Empress was worried about him, and that if she was going to give up, she might as well give her life to him. After a while, Dion finally sent for a midwife, and thinking she had intestinal bleeding, she asked if the baby was all right. But the midwife explained to the concubine with a sad face that it was not intestinal bleeding, but she still didn't understand what that meant. The woman explained that it was her monthly period, and Diane was stunned, because it couldn't be. She was pregnant. The midwife explained that her body had reacted to her psychological state and her strong desire to be pregnant. But the concubine was just furious, declaring that she had felt the baby move inside her. Just then, her brother walked in, and when he found out that Diane was not pregnant, you could see the disappointment and anger wash over him. Lennox demanded answers, and the midwife confirmed that the girl had her period, saying she was mistaken and adding that this sometimes happens. Meanwhile, Diane was completely devastated, not knowing what to do now, and she was angry at everything. Her brother, to be absolutely sure his sister wasn't pregnant, secretly called another midwife, but she confirmed it as well. Now he thought Diane was just a stupid girl who had been thinking she was pregnant all this time, and he was furious with her. Then he called an assassin to get rid of the midwife, so she wouldn't spill the secret to anyone, and gave him the address. He also ordered a newborn baby to be found within 5 months, and preferably a blonde one. The man knew that they had barely managed to grasp this thread of hope, so they could not let the opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, Adelaide didn't understand what it meant to give her life to Marquis Herbert, who was also the Minister of Defense of Egmont. The girl knew he had too many titles for her to tarnish, so she declared that he was no longer her aide. Adelaide told him to get up from his knees and not to see her again, but she couldn't even look him in the eye. Lionel begged her to look at him, but she explained that she didn't want to ruin his reputation. The Marquis admitted that he didn't care about his reputation at all, and then asked Adele what she wanted most. He also told her not to worry about trivial things and just tell him what she wanted right now. He explained that he would do whatever she said, and then she asked if he would help her die. Lionel lowered his head sadly, but admitted that he would even do that if it was what she truly wanted. But the girl then declared that she wanted to leave this place, explaining that she couldn't stay here any longer. Only then did Marquis Herbert get up from his knees, declaring that he understood her intentions and was ready to do whatever it took. Meanwhile, the Emperor was furious when he learned that Lionel had arrived at the Empress's palace. He went there himself to confront the Marquis, and they soon met, but Herbert was just as aggressive. His Majesty immediately roared, demanding to know why he had disobeyed his orders. Lionel simply apologized, saying he had not received any instructions, and then asked why he was forbidden from coming here. He also pointed out that orders should be based on something, and right now Karl just wanted to grind him into dust. The Emperor rushed at the Marquis, warning him never to covet his Empress again, for she belonged to him and him alone. Lionel explained that Adelaide had reverted to being the Princess of Gosrov, but His Majesty insisted that the Marquis was behind it all. Then, Karl personally ordered him never to enter the Empress's palace again, threatening him with the consequences if he disobeyed. After that, the furious Emperor left, determined to finish him off one day. Lionel then recalled Adelaide's plea that she didn't want to stay there any longer, and he decided he couldn't leave her to a bastard like that. Soon, rumors about the Emperor and Despondent's tower project spread like wildfire. People began to hate His Majesty, and they sympathized with the Empress who had been put on trial on National Day. It wasn't just the commoners who suffered from those damn towers, but the nobles as well, and within days, the entire country was seething with anger. Lionel also confessed to his brother that he planned to invite the Princess of Gosrov to the Herbert frontier. Hearing this, his brother was stunned and wanted to know how the Marquis intended to handle the fallout. Lionel explained that she had lost her title and was now a guest in the imperial palace, and since they needed her help, it was better to have her with him. Then Elizabeth suggested he place her in the Grand Duchy, as there could be a scandal and Lionel would become the Emperor's target. But the Marquis argued that it was better for him to be the target, hoping to draw attention away from Waldo and the great families. If the Emperor's focus was on him, then he and Despondent could not reach an agreement and join forces. Elizabeth and Waldo realized he had planned everything meticulously, and then Herbert handed them a plan that would turn the Empire upside down once he brought the princess to his place. His brother was to report everything at the council, and then the Emperor and Despondent would be divided. Afterward, Lionel wrote to Adelaide, telling her to head to the Herbert Manor, that they were preparing to make their move and create a new world. She immediately burned the letter so no one else would see it, knowing he had asked her to come for more than just personal reasons. She called for Hannah and told her to get everything ready, explaining that she was leaving the imperial palace. The news reached the Emperor almost immediately, and he was furious, especially because he suspected where she was going. His Majesty rushed there, broke down the door, and immediately demanded to know where she was running off to. She didn't want to answer him and try to walk right past, but he demanded an answer, guessing she was going to Lionel. Adele said it didn't matter where she went as long as it wasn't with him, but Karl again tried to tell her where she belonged. She then snapped that since he had deposed her, he had no right to claim her as his Empress, though she was about to say that anyway. Adele declared that the position of Empress was now vacant, and that she herself was renouncing the title. She also added that she would never stay by His Majesty's side again, and then headed for the exit. The Emperor stood there confused and angry, while plotting to kill Lionel Herbert no matter what. He confessed all this to Adele, explaining that he was the Emperor and the Marquis was just a subject, so it was perfectly feasible. Karl would send him to a place from which he could never return, and if he did, he would keep sending him until he was dead. Finally, His Majesty declared that he would do so if Adelaide chose the Marquis, making it clear that it would be her fault. The princess did not respond and just kept walking, but her emotions were completely overwhelmed. Outside, Henna took care of her as usual, draping a cloak over her because of the cold. Then, the girls saw a line of knights standing before her, and the vice commander, a knight named Jacker, approached her. Adele remembered him. They had met only twice and shared a common goal, and now all the knights paid their respects to her. A little further on, the princess saw Lionel approaching, and she was truly happy to see him. The girl remembered when she first came to Elmont. It was early autumn, but the sun was warm and the breeze was fresh. But Elmont itself was an eternal, cold winter for her, and then Adele realized that her whole life had been a harsh winter. The cold was unbearable, and the only solace she found was in that small bottle of the potion of oblivion. She finally understood why seeing Lionel always brought tears to her eyes. His gentle smile was like a spring breeze in the dead of winter, and now he was holding out his hand once more. The Marquis told the princess not to worry and to trust him completely. Adelaide touched his palm and felt the warmth of his strong and reliable hand. After that, they got into the carriage together and quickly headed for the Herbert Manor. Meanwhile, the nobles went to August, demanding to know if he had really just stood by and deliberately not destroyed the towers. Despondent called it nonsense, saying the mages were doing their best for the Empire, but but they brought up the Empress's statement again. People also remembered that the tower in Kelvin County was intact and began demanding its destruction. The furious Duke went to His Majesty, hoping for his support and assistance, but all he could do was sulk about Adelaide daring to abandon him for the Herbert Manor. Despondent snapped that now was not the time to think about that, and that they needed a plan because strange rumors were circulating among the nobles. Then Karl interjected that August could do as he pleased, reminding him that he had never asked for permission before. The Duke no longer recognized the Emperor before him. Instead of uniting everyone, he was obsessed with a woman who had left him and whining. Meanwhile, Adelaide had fallen asleep on the way, and as she leaned against the window, the Marquis placed his hand under her head. At the same time, the devil inside him whispered that he had finally decided to win her. His decision to take her away was a twisted mix of evil and joy, and Lionel even thought these thoughts were selfish. Nevertheless, he was prepared to sacrifice everything to make her comfortable wherever she ended up. The Emperor just couldn't accept the fact that his wife had left him for Marquis Herbert. August thought His Majesty was acting like a complete fool, and instead of pulling himself together, he found the whole thing pathetic. He also had no idea where Lennox was while all this was happening. It turned out he was visiting his sister, bringing her a little something. Dion saw that it was a fake pregnant belly, but didn't understand why her brother had brought it. So he explained that it was to make sure no one doubted her pregnancy. She immediately threw the gift away, saying she didn't need it, and burst into tears, which angered Lennox. He said she should be grateful to him, because as soon as they found out she wasn't pregnant, she would be kicked out of the palace. He also promised to bring her a different bandage every day, and that she was not to take it off. In a few months, he would find a baby. As he was leaving, Dion asked him what she was to him. He just told her to take care of herself, because as long as she looked so pathetic, the Emperor would not set foot in her palace. It was then that Diane realized she was just a tool to Lennox, and now she wondered what she was to the Emperor, because when Karl found out she wanted to be Empress, he had refused her, saying she couldn't, but without explaining why. And yet, he had given her the palace his mother had always wanted. Then she remembered that he had never even acknowledged Beatrice as his mother. Later, the concubine recalled telling Karl she was pregnant, but he had looked at her as if it shouldn't have happened. Now she realized that His Majesty really didn't want her to be pregnant. He didn't want to have a child with a commoner, and was taking medicine to prevent it, which horrified Diane. Meanwhile, the Emperor went to the room where Adele had stayed. It looked as if someone still lived there, with everything in its place, except for Adelaide herself. Even her dresses and jewelry were still there. It was then that he collapsed on the floor in despair, realizing that she had left behind everything he had given her, even her quill pen. He thought he had deposed her, but now he understood that she had left him and renounced the title herself. If Karl had known it would come to this, he would never have taken such a risk and would have left things as they were. Now he clawed at the floor, praying for Adelaide to come back, because he didn't know how to get her back. Meanwhile, the princess had settled into the Herbert Manor, where she was given a spacious and comfortable room. A few days had passed, and she knew she couldn't just sit and do nothing. Meanwhile, Brunhild handed over a list of mages loyal to Duke Despondent, and another list of those on her side. She also insisted that they had to hurry, because if a tower appeared in the imperial palace, the mages would use their powers, and their plan would become useless. Lionel had already prepared all the knights for this, and he wanted to create a world where Adelaide could live in peace and happiness. Hannah also saw that the girl was getting weaker, even though she tried to pretend everything was fine. Adele tried to keep herself busy, but it was clear she couldn't bear the weight of what was happening. When the Marquis was told she was awake, he decided to go see her, and the princess greeted him with a smile. Lionel asked if she had a moment, and immediately noticed she was making some notes. Adelaide explained that she was writing down everything she knew about magic, and then asked where the Marquis had been. He admitted that he had gone to see Brunhild, as the princess wanted to create a more perfect world than the one they had now. Then Herbert promised her that he would try to fix everything that had gone wrong and help her build a new world. The Marquis then asked her to continue her work while he decided to wait for her and sat in a nearby armchair. Adelaide returned to her notes, glancing at Lionel from time to time, and soon noticed that he had dozed off. She tried to call him, but realized he was fast asleep, so she decided to walk over to him and knelt beside him. The princess watched him breathe, hesitating whether to wake him up. Now she could also get a good look at his face again, and she couldn't help but touch his eyebrows, which she thought were handsome. Then her gaze fell on his nose and lips, and Adelaide finally admitted to herself that she was in love with this man. Just then, the Marquis opened his eyes and saw the princess so close to him. Lionel even wondered if it was another dream or a hallucination, and then asked her why she was staring at him. The Marquis also admitted that he himself had been watching her, and no matter how many times he observed her, he always found her interesting. At this moment, the Marquis was completely overwhelmed with emotion. Words could not capture what he felt, and his entire world was focused only on Adele. He could hold back no longer, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. The princess immediately reached out, touched his cheek, and wiped away the salty tear. Then she leaned in and kissed him. They didn't care about status or reputation. In that instant, all the walls between them crumbled like sand. The Marquis was overjoyed, finally able to show this girl his true feelings. But just then, there was a knock on the door. The butler announced that some people had come to see Her Highness with a message. It was a small insignia, which the princess recognized as the mark of the head of the Knox family of Gosru. Meanwhile, a frustrated Diane decided to see His Majesty, but the servants explained that it was late and asked her to come back tomorrow. Despite this, the girl burst into Karl's room, and he simply asked what was wrong in his usual cold voice. Everything Diane did was just for what he wanted. Now she realized that there was no real her in this relationship. Only then did she see the guy's true colors, and she crouched down and asked if he wanted to know what was growing in her belly. She meant whether it was a boy or a girl, but the Emperor told her to stop talking nonsense and go back to her quarters. Diane started again, saying that he was the child's father and demanding that he order the royal physician to officially declare her pregnant. She also wanted to know if he would make the child his heir if it was a boy, but he declared that his heir would be the Empress's child. In that moment, Diane felt the ground collapse beneath her feet as she realized the cruelest truth. The girl also understood that it was all about her origins, which was why he would not acknowledge her child as his heir, and then she left. But first she asked him why he had given her the ivory palace in the first place, and why he had let her stay by his side. Diane herself even knew that the Emperor just vented his emotions on her when he was having a hard time, and she was like a trash can. She didn't understand why she had to go through this, as he had thrown her into the deepest pits of hell, and yet sat there with a blank expression. The concubine also realized she had been hating the wrong person, and now a different plan was forming in her mind. Adelaide was preparing to meet with Cain, and the Marquis decided to help her get ready himself, offering to send the guest away if she wanted. But the princess asked him not to, and just then, Lionel remembered her mentioning this guy when she had asked him to send someone to Gosru before. Now the Marquis guessed that these men had come to take the princess back, while Cain was still brooding over what had happened. On the day she left her homeland for a country where no one knew her, she showed no weakness, and he just watched her go. He watched her go with a heavy heart until she disappeared over the horizon, and now here she was in some Marquis manner. Soon, Lionel came out to greet them, and Cain asked where Her Highness was, but the Marquis introduced himself first. The guests apologized for visiting so late at night and introduced themselves to the master of the manor. Lionel now realized that no matter how much he wanted to stop them, they would surely try to take the princess home. Just then, Givline was about to ask about the reason for the Empress's deposition, but then the Empress herself walked out. Adele asked what brought them here so late, guessing that something must have happened in Gothraf. Cain noticed she was holding herself together like an empress, but it still pained him to see how haggard she was. Lionel knew Adele needed time to talk with her guests, so he decided to leave them to it. Then, Givline asked again about the reason for her deposition, saying that if it was baseless, he would never stand by and do nothing. Her Highness then briefly explained everything that had happened during this time, and now she didn't know how to face Gothraf. She also confessed that she was going through the same struggles here that had made her give up the title of Crown Princess. And so, Givline began to urge her to return no matter what, while Cain started to suspect the princess had already decided to stay in Ekmet. He reminded her that she had always been one to choose death before submission, and now he couldn't believe she would die in this land. He also didn't understand why Adele was so resistant to returning to Gothraf, and he too began to plead with her to go back, reminding her of the dense forest she loved so dearly. Adele realized she couldn't help but miss those times, but then she remembered Lionel's promise and wondered if this could be called a revolution. Furthermore, By inviting her to his estate, he had become a target for the Emperor, and he would be in extreme danger if Karl decided to attack him. The girl told her guests that she still had things to do, explaining that a revolution was coming and the people needed her help. But Cain objected, reminding her that she was their princess and didn't understand why she cared about the future of this country. He also thought the revolution was dangerous, and Givline agreed, saying they were worried about her safety. He then took out a letter from Adele's brother, explaining that, by his order, they had to bring her back if she was unhappy. The girl went to another room to read the letter. Her brother, Lucio, pleaded for her to return, saying he was even willing to give up his own title for her. Lucio also wanted his sister to be happy. She used to live only for the country, but now he wanted to help her. The letter made Adele cry. After talking with her guests for a while longer, she returned to her room. Lionel recalled how his heart had nearly leaped out of his chest when her lips touched his, and he wondered if there was a place for him in her heart. He also realized that the ultimate goal of the revolution wasn't entirely just as he was doing it for himself. He still wanted Adele to stay by his side, and even though he knew it was despicable and vile, that was the truth. He knocked on her door, and when she opened it, he saw that she had been crying, but he didn't know what was wrong. Adele simply told him it was late and that he should go back to his own room. But Lionel needed to know right away if she was going back to Gothraf. He guessed that she no longer wanted to stay here, but he wanted to be the soil in which she could put down roots. Lionel wanted to spend his life with her, and falling to his knees, he declared his willingness to give her everything he had. Adele was confused as to why he was saying this now, and just then, he boldly proposed to her. He began to plead again, saying he wanted to belong to her, and now it was he who was crying, which left the princess completely at a loss. Just as he was waiting for her answer, hoping she would agree, Cain Knox walked into the room. Lionel immediately felt a surge of jealousy, but he restrained himself. Adele once again asked him to return to his room. He didn't argue, simply wishing her a good night before heading to the door, walking past Cain in silence. Then, the princess asked their guest why he was still awake, and he, too, wanted to know if Her Highness was returning to Gothraf. Then he remembered the time he went to find her in the bamboo forest, and how she had said she would show him the world they would build together. Those words were forever engraved in the heart of that 14-year-old boy, especially since she had also said at the time that she would take responsibility for everything. He also admitted that the news of the political marriage had hurt him, but he had come to accept it. But he could not accept her desire to stay in Ekmet. Cain broke down, begging Adele to go back with him, and the princess hugged him to comfort him. She also confessed that on the day she was deposed, she had thought of dying, but now she didn't understand why she hadn't. Afterwards, she asked her friend to give her some time. As he left her room, he realized that something about her had changed. Having watched the Marquis for the past 6 months, Cain guessed that he was the reason for these changes. He approached Lionel and threatened him not to show his feelings anymore. He explained that Adele was too noble for Lionel to deserve to love her, but the Marquis could say the same thing to Cain. The guest then explained that what Herbert possessed was not enough for the princess, and that he would definitely take her back to Gothraf. Adele had been thinking about why she hadn't died back then, and she realized that at the very moment death touched her lips, Lionel had appeared before her eyes. Memories of the past desperately tried to hold her back, but once she had sorted out her thoughts, they could no longer stop her. The princess knew what she had to do. In the morning, Hannah saw her sitting at the table and knew Adele had been there all night, but she insisted she was fine and that her mind was clearer than ever. The princess then thanked the old woman for brightening her life here, and Hannah guessed that she had decided to leave them. Giggs asked if Adele wanted to return to Gothraf, and she explained that she had to go back now. Meanwhile, Augustus Despone was questioning Lennox about what he had been up to recently, before briefing him on what had happened since. The Duke also said that the situation wasn't too bad, as the tower would soon descend upon the capital. On the day it descends, it will become a giant portal. Despone was planning to finally get rid of Grand, Valdor, and Herbert. Lennox was ordered to pre-select mages, and once Augustus got rid of those 3, the rest would scatter like rats. Meanwhile, the Emperor was acting like a madman, constantly sending servants to find out if Adele was still at Herbert's estate. He then decided he needed to see her and ordered everything to be prepared for a trip. Cain was also distraught, which Givline understood, especially after hearing about Adele's deposition. He was also wondering just how corrupt the Emperor must be for the princess to give up on their marriage. He kept telling Cain that she would most likely still go back with them, as it was difficult for a princess from another country to handle state affairs here. Then they heard a commotion and realized that the Emperor of Ekman had arrived and was heading for the entrance. Karl was in a hurry to see Adele, determined not to let her leave and hoping she had changed her mind. His Majesty rushed past the servants, not even noticing them, and only stopped when Marquis Herbert blocked his path. The Emperor simply asked where the Empress was and ordered him to take him to her, but Lionel asked him to go to the drawing room first. He demanded to see the Empress again, and the Marquis reminded him that Her Highness no longer held that title. Karl then grabbed him and said, word by word, that hiding her in his home would achieve nothing. But the Marquis pointed out that there were many eyes and ears around and asked His Majesty to maintain his dignity. This irritated Karl even more, and he was about to go after Herbert, but just then Adele appeared and asked what he wanted. The Emperor immediately fell to his knees before her, once again begging her to return to him. Then her countrymen appeared behind her, and when Karl saw them, he couldn't figure out how they had gotten here or when they had arrived. He began to beg for forgiveness, saying he was sorry for deposing her like that, and now he claimed it was all his fault. But she reminded him that she herself had agreed to be deposed and told him again that she was no longer his Empress. She saw Karl acting like a child whose toy had been taken away and then asked him not to try to see her again. The girl left, and her friend stayed behind to guard the steps so the Emperor couldn't follow her. Kane also made it clear that he was here to protect the princess. In that moment, His Majesty realized their relationship was truly over, and he no longer even thought of himself as the Emperor. He didn't even want the throne anymore. As he was sobbing, everyone else was wondering how on earth this guy had become Emperor. Marquis Herbert then determined that if Karl had forgotten his duties and could no longer bear his responsibilities, then from now on he was no longer the Emperor. He couldn't even be a proper head of a household, so he was completely unfit to rule a country. Meanwhile, at the estate, the Grand Duchess knew that everything would be decided at the High Council meeting in 2 days. Brunhilde had already told her that the tower was about to descend, so they couldn't delay any longer, but she wanted to confirm a few things again first. Then Elizabeth was told that the Emperor had arrived. When she saw him, he was like a madman, just nonsensically chanting Adele's name. As soon as he saw his sister, he blurted out that he would give her the throne if she could help him get Adele back. The Duchess was stunned, then reminded him that he was the one who had deposed her. He admitted he just wanted to show her how much he needed her now. Elizabeth understood that he was not worthy of the throne. She then pointed out that Despone was only in it for himself. He was just using His Majesty, wanting to bring the entire country under the influence of the tower. She also explained that the people were suffering because of his reckless decisions, but Karl told her to drop the subject. The Emperor repeated that he would agree to anything, that he needed nothing, and didn't even want to hear about the tower, as long as they brought Adele back. The Duchess then wondered what Ekman meant to him, and he immediately remembered the former Empress begging him not to call her Mother. Elizabeth realized the boy's spirit had already broken back then, so there was no going back. The Duchess herself felt guilty about this, but she wasn't going to just sit by and do nothing. Meanwhile, Diane was wailing over her non-existent baby, but she couldn't shake the feeling of having lost something. She got up and couldn't find Lorraine anywhere, and also noticed the room was a mess, so she guessed Lorraine had taken the jewels and run. She had known her for more than a day, but even so, she thought Lorraine was better than the Emperor because she hadn't treated her like trash. Diane had once been showered with affection, but that was all in the past. Now she understood that things might have been better if her parents were still alive. She remembered her dad telling her to run when monsters attacked their home, and realized her parents had sacrificed themselves for her. The girl also understood that if she had valued herself more, she wouldn't have fallen into such an irredeemable state. Meanwhile, Adele summoned the Marquis. When he came before her, he looked somewhat disheveled, and she guessed he had even run over. No matter where she was, he would always rush to her without a second thought. She then showed him the documents and asked him to look them over. She had compiled all her knowledge about magic, which would help them carry out their plan later. Adele then asked the Marquis when he planned to act, and he confessed that tomorrow's council meeting would be the starting point. Lionel also said that he had prepared an estate for her on the outskirts of the capital, and she could go there today with her people. But the princess said she wasn't going, explaining that she was heading to Gothrath today because she had to go home. In the end, those words hit the Marquis harder than a death sentence. He was furious, but didn't dare to go against her wishes. Then Adele added that she wasn't giving up on anything, and that when she was done with her business in Gothrath, she would come back and take take Lionel with her. The Marquis was now even more shocked, even thinking he had misheard, so he asked the princess to say it again. She quickly clarified that that wasn't exactly what she meant. Herbert could clearly hear a heartbeat, but couldn't tell if it was his or hers. He then asked Adele to say his name, but she said his title and surname, while he wanted her to just say his first name. Just then, the princess uttered his name, and the Marquis kissed her again, a kiss so sweet it was as if time had stood still. Herbert realized that the woman he thought was separated from him by a chasm was now in his arms, filling him with joy. The longer he kissed her, the more the feeling consumed him, but he didn't want to stop. But when he finally pulled back and looked in her eyes, he realized he had just pounced on her like some kind of animal. He immediately apologized for his actions, but she just told him to take good care of himself until she returned from Gothrath. The Marquis then gently embraced the princess, confessing again how much he loved her, repeating it over and over. Adele leaned against his chest, clearly hearing his heartbeat and feeling the gentle caress as he stroked her hair. Now, the girl even enjoyed the feeling like a small, helpless bird being protected. Meanwhile, the Marquis assured her that everything would be all right, and that even if she couldn't return from Gothrath, he would go to her himself. He explained that no matter where she was or what she was doing, just being by her side was enough. Adele explained to him that she was leaving so that she could be with him, and at that moment, Lionel swore he would survive, no matter what. After kissing the Marquis, she decided she would come back and tie her life to this man. Meanwhile, Givline was annoyed that the Emperor was ordering them around, while Cain couldn't stop thinking about the princess. He even thought she might decide to stay here, and he realized again that Marquis Herbert was the reason. Just then, Her Highness appeared and announced that they were heading to Gothrath today, which made them ecstatic, and Givline prepared to get everything in order. But Cain needed to know her true feelings, so he asked her to marry him after they returned home. However, she refused him, so Cain promised that she wouldn't have to fulfill any wifely duties and that he would just give her his last name. He also promised they would stay away from politics and just occasionally help destroy the tower. But Adele told him to stand up and not to cry, yet he still didn't understand why she wouldn't choose him. The princess explained that he had always been like a brother to her, so she couldn't marry him, and told him to get ready for the journey. As she was leaving, Cain asked if she had figured out why she had decided to spare his life back then. She admitted she had, saying she wanted to live without regrets and live up to her name. Hannah's farewell was filled with the old woman's helpful advice, while Giggs pleaded with the princess to take care of herself. Elizabeth, who had heard she was leaving, also came to say goodbye, confessing that Adele's life had been a wake-up call for her. The Duchess now thanked her for it, but the princess explained it wasn't her doing, then wished the lady success. Meanwhile, the Emperor had completely lost his mind, and the servants even had to hold him back as he desperately tried to stop Adele. The nobles were actually surprised, because he was the one who had stripped her of her title, and now he was ready to worship the ground she walked on. Just then, Duke Despone appeared and ordered the servants to take His Majesty inside, but Karl began to beg him to bring the Empress back. The Emperor started shouting that Adele was going back to her country and that they had to hurry or she would leave and never return. He then demanded they let him go or he would execute them all, while Augustus just thought he was a complete idiot. Dion saw everything and realized she wasn't the only one wandering through a living hell. This heartless man was now heartbroken too. The mistress gloated that Karl Ulrich was living in hell because of the deposed Empress, as he had never once looked at Diane. Now, the girl was determined to get revenge on those who had caused her pain and suffering, and she began to think about what she could do. Before leaving, after saying goodbye to everyone, Adele hoped that no tower would descend before the revolution was over. Then they set off, and the princess saw that almost all the residents had come out onto the streets to see her off. In the crowd, she noticed Brunhild, thanks to whom they now knew of Despone's plan. The girl wished them well, and then set off on her journey, but soon she saw Lionel standing alone in the middle of the wasteland. Their eyes met again, and though they didn't say a word to each other, Adele understood how he felt. Soon, the Duchess called a meeting, and all the members understood that they had to win for the sake of the Empire, and all of them. Then Brunhild jumped up, and Elizabeth grew worried, but she explained that they were in trouble because she could feel magic. This meant the tower was descending, and only Duke Despone was happy about it, as this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Augustus thought that even the heavens were on his side. He had just gotten rid of Adele, and the tower had appeared. He ordered Lennox to get all the mages ready, and Lennox guessed that his mentor planned to take care of everything. Today, Despone also explained that when the tower touched the ground, the mages were to do nothing until the monsters had torn Herbert to shreds. After that, Lennox was to go after his brother, Theseus Valdor, and Lennox agreed to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Adele and Cain also felt the tower's approach, but she couldn't understand why it was descending at such a critical moment. She knew she should help, but her friend reminded her that they were supposed to return to Gothrath, not get involved in another country's problems. Adele had no time to think at all. If the tower descended, everyone would be in danger, and she had to make a decision right now. She then handed the nameplate of Her Highness to Cain, but he didn't understand why she was giving it to him. Adele then gave him her final order and declared that from that moment on, she was renouncing her title of princess and all her rights. Cain now had to deliver her last will to His Majesty Lucio, and he even cried, thinking it was too cruel. Even Giveline shed tears, as the princess he knew would never act so impulsively. Nevertheless, they couldn't hold her back by force, and now the only thing they could do for her was to let her go. Her friends promised they would be sure to carry out her orders, and after thanking them, Adele hurried off with the other knights to help. She understood that Duke Waldor, the Grand Duchess, and Brunhild Alexa, as well as the knights of the Waldor family and Lionel himself, were now in danger. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Augustus watched the tower descend, and Despone noted that it was too close to the palace. He knew it would be better to destroy this one and wait for the next, but he was glad it happened at the right time. He then confessed to the Emperor that the Grand Duchess was preparing a rebellion, and that these towers were meant to get rid of Waldor, Grand, and Herbert. His Majesty was even glad to be able to see Lionel die with his own eyes, and Augustus assured him that he would be one of the first to die. Elizabeth and Waldor couldn't understand why it had to be now of all times, and then she was told that an order had come down to summon all the knights and mages. Brunhild saw the power level of the tower and knew they stood no chance, while the Duke tried to calm the Duchess. Elizabeth suspected that things would not end well, as Karl had ordered all the family heads to be summoned, which meant he wanted to publicly execute Lionel. Meanwhile, Herbert, driven by a huge mix of anger and jealousy, prepared to fight. The Emperor ordered his guards to form a line around the tower to stop the monsters pouring out of the portal. Meanwhile, the Marquis guessed that Despone probably didn't want the tower this close to the palace, so he had to survive today. He ordered his knights to destroy the tower, and they immediately charged in. The Emperor was delighted that he was walking to his own death. Then a mage approached and explained to Augustus that the knights alone couldn't handle it. Despone told him that they would join the battle at the optimal moment, as always. But just then, the Duchess began to ask for help. She pleaded with the Emperor to send the mages to assist, and Karl knew his sister was so worried because her people were inside. The tower continued to descend, and Lionel realized he had never seen one so huge, while Brunhild felt an incredible surge of magic. She knew the tower had to be destroyed as soon as possible, and just then, she heard Lennox laughing maniacally, saying they would all have to die soon. Alexa knew it was futile to fight him with the tower's blessing, but Lionel didn't give up. Suddenly, the Marquis felt a warm current of air, and the tower itself stopped moving, and he knew exactly what kind of magic it was. Herbert turned around and, like the other knights, saw Adele approaching, ready for battle. But the Emperor was the most shocked because she had already left for Gothrath, and he couldn't figure out what had brought her back. Nevertheless, Karl realized that the woman had returned to save Lionel, and he decided that today he would kill him with his own hands. Then he would watch this woman shed tears of blood and pay the price for humiliating the Emperor of Egmont. Adele saw that there were only knights around the tower and was glad they had arrived in time. She then dismounted and once again plunged her sword into the ground. Lionel worried that she wouldn't be able to destroy the tower. The princess shouted at the mages to get down at once, but Despone forbade them from taking any action. Alex Brunham was the first to act, and the other mages, having had enough of the farce, followed her. Lennox began to shout that this was treason, but those present didn't understand why destroying the tower was considered betrayal. Then, Adelaide stepped forward, explained to the mages what they should do, and taught them how to ride the updrafts. Afterward, she demonstrated how to continuously strike the tower's core, showing them the technique, but the mages doubted if they could do it. Brunham was once again the first to charge forward, with the other mages following close behind, while Lionel ordered the knights to catch any falling attackers. The knights faithfully began to carry out the order, and the princess noticed a crack appear on the core. It would only take one last blow to destroy the tower, and she decided to do it herself. Despone and Lennox couldn't believe the girl had done it, and soon, the tower was completely destroyed. Lionel, as before, was ready to catch the falling princess. As she fell, a faint pink glow surrounded her, but unlike last time, she truly reached out her hand to the Marquis. She was like a holy being who had suddenly burst into his world, and he would never let her go again. The Emperor saw them and ordered Despone to arrest all the mages who had acted without his royal permission, but the knights refused. August was angry, mainly because the Empress had destroyed the tower, which was now useless to him. However, he saw an opportunity, as some of the tower's magic still lingered, and he once again ordered the arrest of all traitors. Elizabeth could do nothing about it, but then Lionel ordered his men to protect the mages. Now, the Emperor himself was shouting for the traitor's arrest, and people began to murmur that he needed the tower for its power. Despone kept screaming about treason, but Duke Valdor told him to explain himself, saying they were arresting the wrong people. He explained that the real traitors were those who sacrificed their own people to cover the territory with towers. Despone then ordered Lennox to tear the traitors to shreds at once, and Karl ordered him to start with Herbert. The young mage immediately obeyed and began to attack the Marquis with his magic, but Adele and Brunhild decided to stop him. Lennox felt the Empress drawing a large amount of magic from him and decided to finish her off in one blow. Meanwhile, Despone was reassuring the Emperor, saying that no matter how strong Adelaide was, she couldn't beat Lennox. Karl just didn't want her to get hurt too badly, but she knew that even if the mage was strong, she herself was by no means weak. Then, in an instant, the boy realized he was no match for this girl at all. His magic was depleted, completely drained. Poitiers fell to his knees, while the Empress stood imposingly before him, and His Majesty simply couldn't believe it. Just then, Elizabeth walked up to him and demanded that he abdicate the throne and surrender, saying he was not fit to be emperor and that he would be punished for his actions. But Karl couldn't understand how she dared to make such a demand of him. His Majesty declared that he was the emperor, that he himself was the authority. The Duchess then told him to look at the people who hated him, their eyes filled with hatred, without a single shred of respect. It was then that Augustus knew he had to protect the emperor and gave the order. While Elizabeth was persuading the nobles on Karl's side to reconsider, Despone was ordering his men to take the emperor back to the palace. But the populace rushed forward, screaming to overthrow the emperor, their shouts shaking the entire plain. August pleaded with Karl to leave, but he was worried because Adelaide was still there. The Duke also noticed that Lennox was staying with them. Soon, some of the nobles and rulers fled back to the palace, locking all the doors behind them. It was only then, watching Adele, that Lionel realized she had come back because she was worried about him. But she still didn't answer the question. The girl just turned her head away as if she hadn't heard, but her ears began to turn red, and then she admitted it was true. Then, the Marquis saw his own reflection in her eyes, and the next moment, they were kissing sweetly again. Afterward, Herbert asked Adele where she wanted to go, explaining that wherever she decided to stay would be his home as well. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Despone were preparing to fight back, even though they had almost no one left on their side. But August was more worried that the Emperor had gone mad, for instead of preparing for battle, he had locked himself in his room drinking. Despone was at a loss. He decided that when a tower fell again, they would have their chance. He still had some soldiers, so they would head to his estate tonight. He told them to get ready. Augustus and Lionel had anticipated such a plan and knew that a successful coup would mean civil war. He also said they must capture the Duke and the Emperor tonight, but leave them alive for a formal trial.